All right. Uh, are you there? We are live. So we're going to do a preview specifically for the main event. I did a preview and a breakdown for the whole entire card. So what we're going to do is focus entirely on the main event because obviously there's a whole lot more to the main event more than it beats the eye.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. Let's make sure that the rest of the world hears you. Obviously, I think my audio is working, so let's just make sure. Go ahead, keep speaking. Mahfouz is joining us from Canada right now. Go ahead.
Yo, yo. So yeah, both of us, just to start off, both of us have DDP winning.
Yes, I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say that we have DDP winning for several reasons. For several reasons why I have DDP winning. But I'd like to hear your take, and also, please, if you can, share us your video if you can, or something, because we're just kind of staring at a black screen and whatnot. So
Yeah, like I don't know what is wrong with this thing, but like something's just fucked up. But um, to start off, I I did I mention to you that I was at the first Sean Strickland versus Dricus Duplessis fight?
oh, okay, man, that's awesome. Okay, tell us about that. What was that like being live and witnessing that as it was going on?
So yeah, the event was in my hometown of Toronto, Canada, and so like similarly to this upcoming card, it was the only like big fight, the only interesting fight on the pay-per-view card. Like without that fight, like without their fight from last year and this current fight, the two cards that that their fights are main eventing or main evented from last year, like they wouldn't be pay-per-view, like they wouldn't be pay-per-views because like every other fight on their undercard sucked ass like back then and now too. So yeah, like so basically like the thing is, I started watching like I'm relatively new, especially compared to you when it comes to being an MMA fan. Like I've been watching longer than a bunch of people who watch these days, but I only started watching in like February 2019. So like the last
Oh
time,
wow! So just right before COVID.
yeah, like a year before, almost a year before, yeah, or like just like a year before, yeah, because COVID started, like the pandemic and like the quarantine and all that shit started in March 2020, and I started watching February 2019. So yeah, like around a year before COVID started. But yeah, so like I was saying, I yeah, so like so the last time that UFC was in Toronto, Canada, before last year's event where Strickland and DDP fought the first time, it was in December 2018. So they like the last time UFC was in Toronto. The last time UFC was in Toronto before last year was 2 months or 3 months before I started watching. So yeah, 2 months before I started watching. So like basically from like I was waiting fucking like 5 years to finally go to a UFC event, and then like when it finally came, even though the card sucked, I still wanted to go because and like it was expensive as shit too, and I didn't even get great seats. But like regardless, I wanted to go, so then I went and I yeah, I basically paid $431 and in Canadian to fucking go watch one fight that I gave a shit about, and like the seats were not great. Like I could see the octagon, but it wasn't amazing, and like the Titantron was more clear to see on there. But yeah, regardless, it was at least a good fight, and I'd be lying if I said that I got my money's worth, but at least I got to go see a fight, you know. So whatever, but um yeah. So anyway, I was a big Sean Strickland fan back then, and I liked him more. I wasn't really a fan of DDP. I kind of disliked him at the time. So yeah, I was biased for Sean Strickland at the time, and I thought watching live, especially with no commentators around, that I thought it was a robbery. Like I gave Sean Strickland 4 rounds, but like again, I was biased for him at the time. So the thing is, like, okay, you already know that I'm not a fan of like the like, I don't want to get into it too much right now because like I'm not I don't have too much time, but like I'm obviously not a fan of the Dagestani guys. And Habib, he was my favorite fighter in 2019, but after that, and especially these days, he's my least favorite fighter of all time. But after Habib, Israel Adesanya is my second least favorite fighter of all time. So like I hate Israel so much to where like when Sean Strickland beat him, I instantly became a super fan of him. Like I didn't give a shit about Sean Strickland before he beat Israel, but I just became a super fan of him after he beat Israel. So naturally, I was rooting for him to beat DDP, and like yeah, I didn't really care for DDP at the time, and so yeah, my bias for Sean, it made me think, oh, the fight was a robbery, but realistically, like with objective eyes, I saw that there were close rounds and the fight could have went either way. In my like subconsciously, like I knew better that yeah, that the fight could have went either way.
Yeah.
But I
Someone
still
said on, oh, real quick, someone said in chat, have y'all discussed the co-main event yet? I got Tatiana by submission. Someone commented, Colosseum was the guy that commented. So we haven't talked about the co-main event yet, but yes, we're going to get to that if you stay tuned. And I do like your pick on Tatiana by submission there. I disagree with that, but we're going to talk about it. But let's let Mahfouz continue. Go ahead.
thank you. Yeah. So yeah. So like I was saying, yeah. My bias for Strickland at the time, like yeah, I scored a 4-1 for him, but there were close rounds, I'll admit. And I remember when the scorecards were being read. So the thing is, when Bruce Buffer, like if he doesn't say right away, the judges score the contest. Like if he's saying the names of the judges, that's how you know it's gonna go to split. So like if he's saying Saul Diamato, blah 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 blah, like if he's saying the name of a judge, you know that it's gonna be either like a split decision or majority decision. At the very least, you know that it's not
Wow.
gonna be a unanimous decision. So then when I heard that, I'm like, oh shit, it's going to a split. And then I'm like, you know what? I think DDP is gonna get it. I didn't know why, but I just thought DDP was gonna get it, even though I had Sean winning the fight, and I was right. Like so like one judge had it for Sean, one judge had it for DDP, and then when he was reading what the third judge said, and I'm like, I was anticipating a DDP win, and unfortunately at the time I was right. But looking back now, I'm a big like
Colostrum, I agree with you on that. He said on the comment section, Kamzat beats both. I agree with that. Go ahead.
oh okay. So yeah, so like I was saying, I yeah, like I was saying, I basically had a yeah. So yeah, at the time it sucked, but yeah, looking back, honestly, like I like both guys now, but Sean Strickland, I'm not as much of a fan as I used to be of him, and I like DDP way more now. So the thing is, as I said, my hatred for Israel Adesanya made me a fan of Sean Strickland, but like DDP beat a better version of Israel Adesanya, and he like made him cry, made him humble, made him tap. I loved all that shit, and yeah, so I became a super fan of Jenkins du Plessis after that. And Sean Strickland, like him calling DDP Dutchman and shit, when like DDP is like born, bred, trained in Africa. He's more of a real African than Israel Adesanya is. So like, yeah, that rubbed me the wrong way.
Well,
So, yeah.
obviously, some will disagree with you on that
Yeah,
context, being that
I know,
we're talking about
I get it.
good content. Colostrum said I just subscribed. Well, shout outs to you, Colostrum, and also shout outs to Mahfouz, who's doing great in this show right now, giving a lot of great takes. Obviously, let's encourage him to one day start his own MMA channel as well, because I think he can provide a lot of good information. And also from a casual MMA fan's perspective, would that be an accurate assessment of how I could call you, like a casual fan, or
Yeah,
would
bro.
would you say
So,
you're a little more than that?
yeah. So like, okay, like, cause like there are casual fans who like literally just tune in to watch fucking like Connor fights and shit, but like, or sorry, or like, or just like the super big fighters. Like, I'm like, okay, I'm like in between casual and hardcore. Like, I would watch more. Like, I'm way more knowledgeable than like the regular casual. And I watch a little bit more than the regular casual would, but like I'm more closer to a casual than a hardcore when it comes to the amount of fights I watch and the amount of fights I care about. But when it comes to knowledge, I'm much closer to the hardcore side, because like I have knowledge, especially when it comes to MMA history. I have knowledge on things that even hardcores today don't. Like people who watch fucking the first early prelim fight to the fucking main event. Like people who like I have more knowledge than those types of people on a lot of topics. Not you though. You're the most knowledgeable fucking fan I've probably met, or at least like
You think
top.
so? Yeah,
Like,
that's a very serious jacket, a very positive jacket, by the way, to throw at somebody. But that says a lot when you say
I,
that I know a lot about MMA.
for sure top five. Okay, like off the top of my head, I can't think of anybody more knowledgeable. I can think of like several who are like as knowledgeable or at least comparably as knowledgeable. So yeah, I'll say your top five for sure. And like again, like I was telling you about I was commending you on your video about your video about the physicality of Dricus du Plessis. I learned a lot of things from that I did not know before, and it made me a bigger fan
Yes.
of DDP. It made me a bigger fan of DDP. So like, yeah, I have you to thank for that. So,
I can't believe that I encouraged you to like Dutch white colonizer even more. I don't. I'm a little disappointed, but I do understand what you mean because what I did break down for you was the elements of why we can't understand that Dricus du Plessis is as great as he is because he looks sloppy. And
yeah,
because of that sloppiness, we underestimate the reality of what he has going on. He doesn't have pretty kicks the way that Anthony Pettis did. He doesn't have these beautiful roundhouse, tornado kicks that Israel Adesanya can do. He's not a Taekwondo artist. He's not uh, a Lumpidi Muay Thai level fighter. I mean, he can be. Obviously, he did start out in Muay Thai, but it doesn't look like it. He doesn't look like a traditional Muay Thai fighter. Uh, Colostrum here says, let's stop this who's more African BS, SMH. I kind of agree with you on that, but
all right, no, yeah, no, I understand, no, no. Like, I
and
didn't
then
want
he
to.
says Kaio versus Whitaker, fire. And then he says Fluffy is coming. I hope they ready. Fluffy. Oh, okay. You know what, Colostrum? I'm glad you mentioned Fluffy Hernandez because I fought in the same card as Fluffy Hernandez back in 2012 in Reno Combat Championships. And in the backstage after the fight, I actually got into it with his opponent. So a
Interesting.
little fun fact there, because his opponent didn't like the fact that I came in there with a Palestinian scarf. So then as I
Oh
was
my
walking
god.
out to my fight, he was like saying to me, he's like, oh dude, nobody's gonna die. No, you don't have to take this all serious. That the whole little dismissive white guy thing that he was doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
The opponent of Fluffy Hernandez. But yeah, if you
yeah.
guys look up Reno Combat Championships in July 2012, yeah, I was in the same card as Fluffy Hernandez. So shout out to Colostrum for bringing up Fluffy Hernandez because I got a little story on that. And then Colostrum also asked here, do you think DDP versus Strickland will go to the scorecards again? Colostrum, you used to fight. That's cool. Awesome. Yes. Thank you, Colostrum. So I will say, which is what we're getting to with me and Mafus, is that you believe this fight is going to distance? What do you think? Because I'm leaning towards
Yeah,
the distance as well.
yeah,
And
yeah,
why?
yeah, yeah. I am too, but I did want to say quickly that yeah, like just going back to like what I think of their first fight now. So yeah, I yeah, like now I'm still biased, but it's more on DDP side now because like now like I like both guys, but I like DDP more because of the fact that he beat Israel Adesanya. Like he broke Israel and then he beat him like more soundly and a better version of him, and he finished him. But yeah, and then obviously I didn't like Sean calling him Dutchman and shit. But like regardless of all that stuff, like yeah, like I will say that at the time I wasn't as knowledgeable about scoring, so people they go under they were going under the assumption that the takedowns that Dricus got in the first fight were the one were won him the fight, and that's actually not true. So the thing is, Dricus du Plessis, he got a takedown in round one, which he actually lost on all judges' scorecards, and yeah, Sean did take that round, and then round two, which he edged out. He got a takedown in there too. Not that it did anything. And then round four, he got two takedowns and he got a little bit of control time. But like, and I'm sure the takedowns counted in that round. But he already would have won that round if it wasn't for the takedown. So the thing is, okay, round one, Sean Strickland definitely won, and round five, Sean Strickland still at the end. So I think we can say without arguing that Sean Strickland won rounds 1 and 5, and then Dricus du Plessis definitely won round 4. So rounds 2 and rounds 3 are the only rounds that were like kind of that are like debatable. You know what I'm saying? And so the thing is, a big thing about MMA judging is that they Sean Strickland, like his style, it's not something that the judges favor. So like and in the Jared Cannonier fight too, that's why he lost it, because they favor the power punchers over the volume punchers, and like Jared Cannonier and especially Dricus du Plessis, they
but
were
the wrestling as well.
yeah
The first fight, the wrestling was, look, he had 6 takedowns out of 11 attempts, and Sean Strickland tried none. So I think that, you know, if you're looking at all well-rounded skills, you got to give that to Dricus.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying the wrestling did nothing, but people are thinking that the wrestling, like, even though he didn't do much with it, like they're thinking the wrestling was what won Dricus the fight. And the truth is, like, even in the Jared Cannonier fight too, like I actually think Sean beat Jared, but like regardless of all that, the judges gave it to Jared because he was aggressing more and because he had the more powerful shots. And Dricus du Plessis, in those close rounds and throughout the whole fight, even though he was getting outlanded, even though he took more overall damage, he was landing the harder shots round by round, and he did more damage round by round. So that's why he won the fight. Like, if this was Pride Fighting Championships where fights were scored as a whole, then yeah, I'd see how you give the fight to Sean Strickland, like without a doubt. But like based on UFC scoring and MMA scoring today, round by round scoring, Dricus du Plessis did do enough to edge that fight out. So I wanted to get that out of the way before going on to this, because yeah, I am biased the other way now, as opposed to being biased for Strickland last year. But like, even from like an objective viewpoint, like Dricus du Plessis did enough to win the fight at the very least, and arguably did more to win the fight. So now that I got that out of the way, I will say that okay, if you look at both of their fights after their first fight last year, so like Dricus against Israel Adesanya, like he like I said, he beat a more motivated version of Israel Adesanya and a better version of Israel Adesanya than the one Sean Strickland beat. Because I don't think Israel, like, okay, Sean Strickland, like, he would have beat Israel either way because he's a bad style matchup for Israel. But Israel, he just didn't take Sean seriously, because Sean's resume up to that point was not great, and also like he lost to Alex Pereira, so yeah, Israel didn't think much of him. So like I will say that Israel was not motivated, but regardless, he would have lost. But yeah, Dricus beat a motivated Israel, and he finished Israel too by submission. Israel's never been submitted before, so Dricus just looked progressive. Like, he looked better in the fight against Israel. Like, I feel like champion Dricus du Plessis is on a different level than contender Dricus du Plessis. Like, he just looked like he was on a different level as a champion. So he looked progressively better in the fight against Israel. And then Sean Strickland, he fought Paulo Costa the same way he fought Dricus du Plessis. The difference is Paulo Costa is just inferior to Dricus du Plessis. Dricus du Plessis is levels above Paulo Costa. That's why Sean dominated him 50-45.
Yeah,
like,
and so speaking of the ranks in the 185 division, Colostrum asks, who's that's lower ranked in the division do y'all think is a threat to the top 5? Well, Fluffy, for one, is a great example that you mentioned. Shout outs to Fluffy. Also, now Imavov.
yeah,
Arguably, Imavov is
but
right
he's
up
ranked
there.
2 now. He's ranked 2 now. That's the thing.
Yeah, how high though after defeating a former champion like this?
No, he's ranked number 2.
Oh, Imavov is ranked number 2 as a result of that.
Yeah. Like if it wasn't for the new rankings, then I'd be giving out names like Imamov, Caio Borralho, but like those guys are already getting ranked higher. Like I know Imamov's top 2 now, or Imamov, and Caio Borralho, he's either in the in the top 5 or like just outside of it. But like, I guess if he's not in the top 5, then he'd be another name. And then yeah, those are definitely two names that stand out. I think Hamza's in the top 5. Yeah, he's definitely in the top 5 by now. So okay, that's self-explanatory. But yeah, like okay, what we were saying earlier. Yeah, I agree with you. Like Sean Strickland, unless he can like outlast Hamzat, he definitely would lose to Hamzat in my opinion. And that's the thing. I see why you want, like, I don't want to talk too much about Hamzat, but like I see why you think Hamzat would beat Sean easily. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, so yeah, Dricus du Plessis, he clearly progressively got better since the first Sean Strickland fight, and Sean Strickland, he fought the same way he fought Dricus. He just fought an inferior opponent, and so like based on their showings in the recent fights, it seems like Dricus has gone progressively better while Sean stayed the same. And like obviously beating Israel is more impressive than beating Paulo Costa. So yeah, like I do think Dricus du Plessis, regardless of how he wins, whether it be decision or finish, I think he wins more soundly this time. So I will say the fight going to decision, regardless of who wins, is most likely, because these are are both guys who are super hard to finish, especially DDP. Like I can't see DDP being finished, period. But like Sean Strickland's like unless you're Alex Pereira, it's not gonna be easy to finish him either. So yeah, I will say DDP by unanimous decision would probably be my my most likely pick, but I can also like I can legit see DDP by submission because like he's the first guy to ever sub Israel Adesanya, and he so like I think he could be the first, and like he was controlling Sean Strickland a lot as well too. So I think he in their first fight. So I think he could hypothetically sub Sean Strickland. Like I don't think Sean Strickland is like immune to being subbed. So I think if anyone can do it outside of arguably Hamza, I think DDP could be the one to sub Sean, and I could even see Dricus du Plessis knocking Sean out. Maybe not like a cold KO, but maybe like I don't know, like a TKO or something. Like I don't count out DDP winning by finish. Like I could. Like okay, I'm not gonna count Sean out completely, but I favor DDP for sure. Regardless of how he wins, like a decision would probably be the most likely, submission probably second most likely, and then yeah, I could also see a knockout, but I could also see Sean by decision as well. But yeah, DDP by unanimous decision is probably my most likely pick. But I genuinely can see DDP just like yeah. Go ahead.
Colostrum here says RoboCop is unranked. If he beats Jared, then he will be top 10. Who would be a good match for him if he beats Jared? Imavov, for one, would be a good matchup because then he would sort of earn that spot in that particular region, right? Because obviously Jared Cannonier is also a former title challenger who, by the way, gave Izzy a very difficult fight. Now, going back to what you were saying about the Sean Strickland and the DDP fight, right? I honestly think that I do agree with you about the decision, although there is rumors going around about Sean's staph infection, and you got to think that that's going to affect him in some kind of way.
I'm telling you right now, that shit is built in excuses, bro. Like the Sean, okay, and I was a Sean, like,
but he denies it.
Yeah, I was a Sean Strickland fanboy at one point, and yeah, bro, they're like these are his fans already coping for him because they know he's gonna lose. Like that's just bullshit. And yeah, like okay, so Sean Strickland, like first off, if he like okay, let's say hypothetically, which I don't think is true, but let's say hypothetically it is true. Would you want to let the opponent know that and let them target like let them have like that let them know in their mind that oh they have the advantage because you're compromised due to staff. But like the thing is, at the same time, it probably is bullshit. And assuming it's bullshit, Sean would not want to look like he's making Sean would not want to look like he's having a built-in excuse because then it's gonna look like he already thinks he's gonna lose. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like either way, like DDP is just, in my opinion, he's just better than Sean. So yeah, like that's all I got to say about that. And Sean does not look like he's compromised by staff. Like he looks pretty fucking healthy to me. So yeah, like I don't know what people are saying, but like Sean Strickland's
Fluffy versus Kaio, who would you pick? This person asks.
I pick Kaio.
Kaio, okay. I'd go with Fluffy Hernandez on that one. Maybe a bit of bias on my part, but I think the well-roundedness of Fluffy would do that. Do you think the staff will affect his cardio? Sean is known for his cardio. Well, this is what I mean, Colostrum, is that I think that is going to be a factor in some kind of way. And if there is going to be a finish by anybody, it's going to come on the side of DDP. Now, looking at Sean's record, I don't think Sean has really ever been submitted in his he's never been submitted in his career.
He's never been submitted. And neither has Israel Adesanya before meeting Dricus du Plessis. So that's notable too.
Yeah, and you know who else has not been submitted in the UFC also is Alex, although he was submitted in his first ever MMA UFC debut. Fight.
Like Israel and Sean, Sean to my knowledge, but Israel for sure. Like they were not submitted at all in their MMA career. Like before meeting Dricus, like Sean to my knowledge has never been submitted, and he still hasn't been submitted yet. But Israel, I know for a fact, has never lost by submission before meeting Dricus. He's lost by KO to Alex Pereira. He's lost by decision to Jan and Sean, but he's never been submitted before beating Dricus du Plessis. And yeah, so. Yeah, like when it comes to Sean and DDP, that's pretty much like I think I said my piece, but yeah, like there's a bunch of ways I can see the fight going, and yeah, I know that we both have the same guy winning, but you prefer Sean to win because you want to see Hamza be the one to beat Sean. Yeah,
correct. Yeah, correct. And the reason being is because a couple of years ago, Sean came onto my page and I posted a news article about a Saudi that donated to Brazil, right? Because they had a forest fire going on there, similar to what's going on in LA right now. So this Saudi gentleman donated fire equipment and money and anything that these Brazilians needed in order to fight these fires. So lo and behold, Sean goes and crashes the party right into my uh right into my post, and then he mentions and writes something to the effect of, well, Muhammad seems to love the trees but not the women. In other words, sort of hinting at the fact that Islam is some sort of oppressive religion towards women in some kind of way.
Wait. When he said Muhammad, who was he talking about? The Prophet, or was he talking was he making fun of you and calling you like a common Muslim name?
I think a little bit of both, and I think there
Okay.
was some ambiguity in that.
Yeah.
Purpose.
Okay, and I will say this about Strickland as well. Like, I used to be like a biased fanboy, and I would overlook all this stupid shit. And the thing is, I used to do the same thing when I was a Colby Covington super fan, which I'm embarrassed to say now that I was.
Well, I can explain why that is. I can sort of explain why that is.
No, but like I'm saying though, like the thing is, because I was a fan of like those two obnoxious.
No, I can explain why you and anybody else could be a fan of these people, because the culture of MMA emphasizes a lot of, oh well, freedom of speech. We're gonna say whatever we're gonna say and f what anybody feels. Okay, but that's true. But then on the other side of that, there's also other narratives that sort of are getting pushed to the side. Like if you were to talk about certain causes over another, you would be shunned as opposed to being praised for the other one.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. But yeah, go. So the thing is, like, I obviously, like, I was a Sean Strickland super fan just a year ago, and then like. Back when Colby was in like his fighting prime, I was a super fan of him too. And like, I'm embarrassed to ever say it, like, especially like being a fan of Colby Covington in 2025 is just embarrassing. And I'm embarrassed to say I was ever a fan of that fraud. But yeah, like, the thing is, like, I would overlook the stupid shit these guys said, but like now that I'm like,
well, you're overlooking it now because he lost to Buckley.
No.
And I think that has a lot to do with it.
That's not true. That's not true. No. Hold up. No. So the thing is, like, I'm someone who is about loyalty and about true friendship, and I did not like how Colby sold out his friendship with Jorge Masvidal. Like, Jorge Masvidal, bro, gave him a place to live, put a roof over his head, like gave him food to eat, and then Colby fucking sold the friendship out and talked all the shit about him, like, personally, and then like all that stuff, bro, and then like it just rubbed me off the wrong way. That made me fall off on Colby, and then the inactivity, bro, like that is honestly the biggest thing that made me fall off on Colby. And then obviously, like, by the point, like, I've never liked Leon, and I still don't, but I don't like, and I don't think Leon's dad was a great guy at all, but I just don't like when people talk about people's families and shit like that, especially dead family members. So yeah, I was already like, I was already like I was already falling off Colby way before the Buckley fight. Like, Colby was already irrelevant before he took that fight, to be honest. But yeah, like,
yeah, clearly he was trying to create a shock value in the comments that he made towards Leon Edwards and his father.
But the thing is, no, I get that, but the thing is too, he like he's so used to people thinking it's a character, and like I get it, I get that it is a character, but like he's kind, like, in my opinion, he's kind of become his character over time because he's seen how successful it is, and like when you're doing something for so long, it kind of just becomes a part of you, in my opinion. So like the thing is, he thought he could get away with it by hiding behind the character facade, but like the thing is, like, you can't use the character as an excuse to say stupid shit like that, in my opinion. So like, yeah, and he paid for it too. Like he fought like a bitch after. I do think that he got PTSD from the Jorge Masvidal ambush, and like after saying that shit to Leon, he's like, oh shit, like even though they were in a sanctioned fight, like he realized he crossed the line. And I think, like, I don't believe his foot was injured. I just think he was fucking scared as shit and timid as shit. One, because of ring rust, and two, because he two, because like he realized that he fucked up again, and he just had PTSD, and like the Jorge Masvidal ambush changed him too, and so yeah, like that's the thing. Like Leon's not like a bum, but I don't think he's that good, and I think that a prime Colby would probably have done better if not beat him. But like yeah, Colby was probably out of prime by then too. But yeah, regardless, like Colby's a fraud, bro. Like as a person and as a fighter, and I didn't even want to talk about Colby this much because we were talking about Sean. But like my point is, I was a fan of both those obnoxious guys at one point, but now that I'm not a fan of Colby at all, and now that I'm a more objective fan of Sean, not as big of a fan of Sean, I can say that yeah, these guys saying the shit they say, bro. Like I overlooked it, but I nowadays, bro, like it's like, bro, these guys think they can say whatever, but then like they can't face the consequences of their actions. Same with Israel Adesanya. Like all these guys, Israel, Sean, Colby, they can give, but they can't take. And DDP put Israel and Sean in their place for doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure, what he said about the childhood abuse and shit like that wasn't cool. But like, Sean was going at him over and over again, and DDP finally went back at him, and then Sean just broke, and then he ended up apologizing to DDP after, and he he like DM'd DDP on Instagram saying, "Hey, look, if I cross the line, I'm sorry, but if you say that shit about my childhood abuse again, then I will fucking try killing you, and then we won't be able to fight and shit like that." Like Sean is just like him, and Israel too. Like Israel was like, okay, regardless of how you view the whole African thing, Israel was like calling this guy like a cracker and shit, and calling him a fake African, and he was just making stuff personal, like race baiting him on TV. Like he was just doing a lot of stuff to make it personal. And then Israel like okay, even though he's black, he was literally living in Nigeria. His family got rich off of European interference in Nigeria. He was getting bathed by servants, by slaves. Like he was basically a European living in fucking Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like so like that's another reason I kind of view him as like a fake African, even if he has African ethnicity. Like Dricus does not have ethnicity, but at least he's of African nationality because he's born there, lives there.
Said, if I ever need a lawyer, I'm hiring this dude. Are you talking about Mahfouz or myself or both? Let me know. But go ahead.
I think both of us would make good lawyers. I think both of us would make good lawyers. But
well, considering we do live in two different jurisdictions and two different laws of the land, being that you're Canadian and being that I'm in the American side, maybe we can, start an international law firm of some sort, But yeah, shout out to Colostrum for that comment. But yeah, go ahead, continue. Oh, are you there? Hello, Mahfouz? The guy that's talking. Okay, so you meant Mahfouz. Okay, is Mahfouz on? Mahfouz, are you on? Hello, Mahfouz? Okay, he doesn't seem to be on. Okay. Mahfouz, are you there? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Okay. All right. Mahfouz is having a little bit of technical difficulties. Yeah, man. Colostrum. That's exactly why I wanted to bring Mahfouz into this, because he has a certain level of enthusiasm and knowledge to the game, and I think that this card in particular is a hardcore fans fight, right? And I thought that if you're going to watch a hardcore fan fight, which is what we're watching right now, or what we're going to be watching tomorrow, Mahfouz broke his microphone. Yeah, more than likely that's a possibility. We're going to get some hardcore voices in here, right? That's what we're going to try and do. And he is a hardcore voice. He has, I believe, a Facebook chat where he has all the MMA enthusiasts, all the UFC enthusiasts. His laptop went dead. More than likely. I believe he was telling me something to the extent of having mic issues, or I'm sorry, charging issues with his batteries. So that was inevitable. But either way, if that was going to be the last time we're going to see him later, or if he hops back on, he did a great job in breaking down a lot of all these different intricacies that are going on in the 185 division. For a long time.
I'm back.
Okay, there we go. We got him back.
Hold up. Let me just explain what was happening. So, like, the thing is,
hello?
Just explain what was happening. So, like, the
hello?
thing is,
you there?
Yo, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead, brother.
Sorry. So the thing is, okay, I have I have two phones basically, and like, yeah, yes. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have two phones, and like I was talking to you. So okay, like and the phones I have, like neither of them are like very good. Like I was talking to you on like my main phone earlier, but I was on low charge, and that's actually why that was one reason why I told you that I could not talk on call for too long. And I also did think I was gonna go to sleep, but I was actually really enjoying call. So I'm like, you know what? I might as well be on call for longer. But yeah, my phone
Yeah,
did
I
end up
knew.
going.
You know what? I'll tell you a little fourth wall for everybody that's watching right now. You were telling me before we got on that you were only going to be on for a minute, and I was like, we'll see about that because I'm telling you, I know. Wait, hold on. Because I know what I'm bringing in. What I'm bringing in is someone like yourself who's highly knowledgeable, has a lot to say about the sport, and in particular, with the things that me and you have talked about with Jenkins and Plessis, I knew that you were going to bring a very hardcore fan's perspective. And not only that, you also got to take into account that this card is a hardcore fan's fight. And even though you jokingly say you're a casual, what you are is a new casual. You're a new casual with a hardcore fan appreciation.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't even want to like. Okay, compared to you, I'm new. Like, I'm relatively new, but I've been watching this for five. Like, it's gonna be it's. I think it's February 2016 now, and I started in February 2019. It's February 2025 now, and I started watching in February 2019. So it has been 6 years. So I like okay, sure, I'm relatively especially compared to people like you, but I don't even want to say I'm like new at this point. Like because like there are so many people who started watching COVID and after, and like so I've actually been watching more than a lot of fans these days. But yeah, regardless, I I appreciate what you said, and I agree with you too. And okay, but like I wasn't meaning to interrupt you, but like okay, you said that you said that you said that I said that I was coming on for only a minute. I meant 5 to 10 minutes, and the thing is, like I was genuinely feeling sleepy, and I like my phone was on low charge. That's why I was saying 5 10 minutes. Like if we okay, so because we tried doing this like fucking like what 5 6 hours ago, I would have been down to be on like I would have been down to do it for much longer back then, and even like if you got back home like 4 hours exactly after that, which is what you originally told me, I would have been down to do it for longer. But you ended up getting home later than I anticipated, and I was already feeling sleepy by then. But then like being on call, talking on call, like it actually made me more awake, and it just made me more interested. It had nothing to do with lack of interest, because I've been interested in doing this for a while now. Like you and I, we've talked about doing this for months. We just haven't gone around to it until now.
Well, I tell you what, someone brought up a very interesting question here. Ask Mahfouz, is he watching the 312 weigh-in that's going to start in 30 minutes? He was sleepy, but talking MMA woke him up. LOL. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what it is, right? A sport like this can definitely do that. So yes, this is something that we can look forward to in a few minutes' time, is the weigh-ins. Because remember, they're fighting in Australia, right? This isn't a Friday United States region weigh-in, or Saturday primetime fight day. This is an Australian card, and they're going to be fighting on what is to be Sunday for them, and their weigh-ins are literally going to be on a Saturday, which is like, man, it's crazy. They got a long recovery period more than any other region that they're fighting at.
Yeah, no, that's facts, because they're like, what do you call it? So their press conference, they because like the thing is, I remember too, because Jenkins' last title defense was in Australia against Adesanya, and when he was facing Israel Adesanya, they fucking had like their press conference was like like more than 48 hours before the fight, because they had theirs like because Australia's like fucking like what ahead of most of the rest of the world. Yeah, they like it was like fucking early morning on Thursday for us when the weigh-ins happened. So like fucking like more than 48 hours before the fight, and so the weigh-ins would be like 24 hours or more. But yeah, over 24 hours. Like it'd be well like it'd be well over 24 hours before the fight. So yeah. But wait. So the one person who said I want this guy as my lawyer, who was he talking about? Because the call went off.
Oh, he was talking about you, and you know, and rightfully so. I mean, like I said, I knew what I was bringing in when I wanted to bring you in here, and you know, and lo and behold, that's what it is. You know, so you know, that's what I try to do too. You know, I have a lot of friends that you know are from the streets. I have a lot of friends that are former military guys. I have a lot of friends that have very interesting stories, right? But sometimes you know you can have the most interesting story, you can have the best accolades, but you know maybe you just don't know how to tell that story correctly. With you, I know that you're a great storyteller, and I know that you have a very intelligent outlook onto the sport, and you know a dedication of you know watching now 6 years straight. You know that's another interesting thing too, right? Is that your perspective on MMA is going to be very different from mine, right? And I think that's what is going to be, you know, a really interesting factor in bringing you in, you know, for this show and for future shows we're going to do later on.
Because like the thing is like, okay, so obviously like these are neither of these guys are Muslim fighters, so like there's not going to be a ton that we disagree on when it comes to this, but like even then we've still had very interesting talks. Like we've obviously had very interesting discussions so far.
We've had interesting banter, especially with the Omar and the Marab fight, because
no, I get that, but I'm talking about like this specific live. Like we've already had interesting discussion despite not really disagreeing on too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, the only thing so far on this live that we've disagreed on is like, okay, like obviously like who we're rooting for. You want Sean, I want DDP, even though I like both guys, and you don't
think that DDP is going to win.
We both think DDP. Yeah, exactly. We both think DDP is going to win, and you're not like really a fan of either guy. You just want Sean to win for like a personal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so and also like obviously like you do seem to agree with me about like the whole African thing, which we can get into in another video another time, because I don't want to get too much
right now.
You sure?
Yeah, absolutely. Because you know what, he's fighting tomorrow anyway, right? And you know what, and if he loses, then you know nothing we're gonna say after that would mean anything. It means more now. It means more now that we're talking about it, because it is an interesting topic to discuss, and you can't discuss a South Africa, especially a white South African, without DDP. Okay, but first, before we get to that, right? I'm gonna mute up for a little bit because I'm gonna make coffee. And while I'm doing that, I want you to tell the fans around the world your journey as a new fan into MMA, because I think that's very fascinating, right? I think it's fascinating how you stumbled upon MMA and how you stuck to it 6 years after, considering that there's a lot of fans that sort of go through this 5-year period, right? And you sort of passed that 5-year period and you're still in it. So while I mute up and I make my coffee real quick, please tell that story so we can what did Mike Oslong here says? He says, will Sean Strickland shave the mustache fight night? You know what?
I don't think he will.
I think he kept that for specifically for the fight week, and I think he's war ready, and he's going to deploy with that look. So he's going to deploy himself into the cage with that look. But I'm going to mute up. Tell the story about how you got into how you became a fan, and then when I come back, we're going to talk about DDP and whether he's really African or not, and then we're going to get to the weigh-ins after.
Wait, but hold up, wait. How long is it going to take you to make coffee though?
3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, I just didn't want to be waiting too long. Okay, yeah.
No, you're good. So you're going to take the mic right now. You're going to let everybody know who you are and your journey and how you started watching MMA in 2019 and how you stuck to it since. Be right back.
All right, yeah. Just get back ASAP though, eh? Okay, all right. Yeah. So I started watching MMA in February 2019. So I admittedly was a fan of pro wrestling since I was like fucking like what 8 years old, and so from like 2000 from like late 2008 to like fucking 2006, like end of like 2016, I was watching it quite a bit, and then it kind of got boring after that, but I would still follow it here and there. And so CM Punk, he was and still kind of is one of my no, I don't follow wrestling much now, but like I was a CM Punk super fan now, mostly just because of how good he was at talking. So I was a big promo guy, and like obviously he fucking he came into the like he did go to UFC, and he did like have fights in the UFC, and I did not watch them, but like I did start like paying more attention to UFC, and even before CM Punk, like there were guys like Brock Lesnar in UFC, so like I knew what the UFC was, I knew stuff about the UFC, and I obviously heard names like Ronda Rousey, Conor McGregor, and stuff like that. So so like because WWE and UFC, even though they're like different sports, like WWE is not like, it's entertainment, it's not really even a sport, it's sport really, but like it is kind of like they both are intertwined, especially now that they're run by the same company. But yeah, so basically CM Punk, he had a shit career, but so I followed some vlogs he did on YouTube. So I know he was teammates with guys like Anthony Pettis, Ben Askren, and Tyron Woodley. And so Tyron Woodley, I just happened to be watching a fight of his, like I was just randomly on a TV, and it was not at my house, but I remember just randomly watching stuff on TV, and UFC just happened to be on, and so I saw Tyron Woodley was on the TV, and I knew who Tyron Woodley was just because he was CM Punk's teammate, and so he was facing Darren Till at the time, so this was UFC 228, and I know that their fight was in 2018, but I was watching like a replay of it because this was February 2019 when I got into it. So this was literally right after Conor versus Khabib. So not too long after that. So even though their fight was a month before Conor versus Khabib, but like when I watched the replay of the fight, it was like a few months after Conor versus Khabib. So anyway, like I saw Tyron Woodley put some work on Darren Till, and I'm like, oh shit, this guy's actually fucking good. One of CM Punk's teammates can actually fucking fight. I was surprised because like I knew how shit CM Punk was, and I didn't think that the people who were training him would be that good. But Tyron Woodley was very good. And Darren Till at the time, it looked like as a fan who wasn't familiar with the sport, it looked like he had a lot of heart in that fight. Although looking back, I don't know if that's the case, but like I was intrigued by how I was intrigued by the fight, and like it seemed like Darren Till tried his best, but Tyron Woodley was just that good, and so that made me that kind of got me set on watching the fights. And I obviously knew who John Jones was at the time, so like even before like watching that Tyron Woodley versus Darren Till, like I saw John Jones on the TV, and or sorry, I would just see stuff about like John Jones, Daniel Cormier, like I knew who those two guys were, and I would just like over the years I would just look up certain things on like fucking Wikipedia and shit, like just stuff on the internet, and like so I knew who Conor, Khabib, Nate Diaz, Jose Aldo, Frankie Edgar, TJ Dillashaw, Dominic Cruz, Cody Garbrandt, Daniel Cormier, John Jones, like I knew who all these guys were, and obviously GSP, Anderson Silva, yeah. So and Chael Sonnen, like all these guys, like I especially because like some of them were talkers, and I'm really into like talking, which is why I like CM Punk. But yeah, yeah. So Dominic, sorry, hold up, Chael, or no, sorry, yeah, John Jones. So John Jones is another reason, like he outside of Tyron Woodley versus Darren Till, John Jones is the other reason I got into MMA. Like he's like the first fighter I was really invested into watching, especially because like right after I started watching, Tyron Woodley fucking lost his belt. So like the first fight he had after Darren Till, he literally lost his belt. So like yeah, John Jones was my reason for like continuing to keep watching. And yeah, he was like he's the first super great fighter that I was ever a fan of, and then eventually I started getting more into the sport, and I became a huge fan of Tony Ferguson, Jorge Masvidal. I even liked Khabib at one point, even though I hate him now. He's probably my least favorite. No, he is my least favorite fighter of all time now. But yeah, I just started liking a bunch of fighters, and I just got more and more into the sport. Like 2019, that was fucking a great year for MMA, and but like since then, it seemed to have gone downhill in the year since. But I still do kind of watch here and there to this day. Dricus du Plessis and Ilya Topuria, those are two guys of this new generation who I actually find entertaining. But guys like Alex Pereira, I fucking hate. But yeah, Kyrie is back now, so let's get to
I want you to know that I was listening to your story the whole entire time. Gathering mental notes as I was making my coffee, and then as I was walking right back up the stairs, I was also listening, having a sip of some coffee, and gathering everything. And what I gathered from that is, so you're a former wrestling fan that got into MMA, right? And this is very common, right? So I'm glad you brought this up.
Yeah. Half of the MMA fan base these days are just like WWE crossovers, and then the other half just happen to get into it for whatever other reason. But honestly, a ton of the WWE crossovers are fucking retarded. Like I'm like one of the I'm one of, like, I don't want to say I'm one of the few, but like there aren't a fuck ton of WWE crossovers who are like intelligent. Like a lot of them have like stupid marquee mindsets, but I have a more objective, more intelligent mindset into this, in my opinion, at least. So
look at my homie Eric, right? Talking about transition. Obviously, we have a mutual buddy, Eric, right? And
how do you pronounce his last name? Is it Trilogy, or like how do you pronounce it?
Trilogy,
Trilogy.
Okay. Like 3 fights. Trilogy, 3 fights. So yeah, right. So if there's anybody that can get you ready for a rematch or a trilogy, it's Eric Trilogy. Okay, yeah. You know what I mean? Like so that's a bit catchy there. So speaking of which, wait, I was gonna say that he has a transition. From the MMA world and into the WWE, obviously, because he's working with Logan Paul. Mike Oslong here. Right. Mike Oslong here says, do you have any fighting stories? I have plenty. We'll get to that. Mike Oslong also asks here, a lot of people went from SmackDown to UFC. I think SmackDown is just one particular brand of the WWE.
Yeah. So WWE.
But I know what he means. Like a lot of WWE is comprised of MMA.
Yeah, WWE is comprised of 2 shows. Well, primarily 2 shows: Raw and SmackDown. Raw has actually been the #1 flagship show since at least fucking 2005, and to my knowledge, it stayed that way. So, but I haven't watched much at all since fucking, like, I've watched a handful of times since fucking 2016. Like, since end of 2016, I haven't really liked it that much. But since like the thing is, obviously it's fake, but like, at least it was entertaining at one point. It's not even entertaining these days. It's just like so bland and shit. Like at least with MMA, even though like MMA, obviously like the fighting is real, and like even if people are forcing characters and just faking trash talk lines, at least it's entertaining in a sense. But
you know what? When Jorge Masvidal rolls up at you at a steakhouse because you talked about his kids, now there isn't really much playing around to deal with any of that, right? I mean, there's no playing about with situations like that. Those are the type of situations where you're garnering negative reaction from the other person, if not possible violent reprisals.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah. So before getting into that though, I did want to say regarding Eric Trilogy. So like obviously we both know that Jake Paul versus Canelo is being finalized, and like I'm not sure if he told you, but like I knew that Jake was training for Canelo for like a while now, like before the fight was announced to be in the works. So like I knew that this fight was happening for a while. Like when I heard Canelo versus Crawford, I knew right away that it was not going to happen, and I knew that he would be facing Jake instead. So like I just wanted to leave that out there.
Remember the Conor McGregor announcement? That's what this was.
The Conor McGregor announcement?
Yeah, remember when he got on my page and he was saying, and then you hounded me about it day and night. Like, I was like, you know what? This is how I know you need to do MMA content. Because you were hounding me, for that info, hard. You know what I mean? You were, and I was like, well, all right, if you know what's he gonna do with it? He doesn't have a page, so I guess it's okay to tell him, I don't know, You know what I mean? Maybe, it's just better. I like having a little bit of some secrecy in in the business a little bit. Because there's a lot of things, a lot of guys in the fight world, and not even in just the fight world, maybe even in the rap and hip hop world too, where they've told me things that, I would probably never say to a public forum. And, I like keeping it that way. But yeah, now the cat's out of the bag. That's what was that's what was being in the works. To be honest with you, when I heard that, I was like, I called Cap, right? I'm like, really? Now, I know this is what Jake wanted, but man, it's so soon and so sudden. But
wait, you called who?
What was that?
You said you called Cat?
No, Cap. Meaning it's.
Cap as in lie.
Yeah,
okay.
Cap is slang for.
No, I know what it's slang for. I thought you said CAT or KAT instead of CAT.
No, Cap. Like it's I thought it was a lie and whatnot. Shout outs to Anakin MMA. Hello. Shout outs to my man. Thoughts on Khamzat being next for the title. I think that it was a long time coming. I think that it was important that Khamzat gets to this position right now. And I think that he's had a long road, right? He could have done it faster. He could have done it in the 170 division. And now that he finally started beating some big names at 185, I think that, it's going to be sky's the limit for him. Who knows? I mean, 170 isn't, out of the realm of possibilities for him. He's always willing to go down there if he needs to. So yeah, shout out to Anakin MMA for that one.
Wait, I'm confused as to how Conor McGregor is tied into this Jake Paul Canelo stuff.
He's not at all. He's not at all. Because look, here's the thing, right? When he mentioned, oh well, I have an announcement, it had nothing to do with Conor. Just like what Dana said in the last press conference. Well, I don't know when Conor's going to fight. He's not lying. That's literally what everybody is on right now. They don't know anything about Conor because Conor just has a lot going on outside of anything that has anything to do with fighting. And then on top of that, he just spit at another guy in Las Vegas. And as a result of him spitting at another guy in Vegas, guess what? More lawsuits.
Yeah. But wait. So like, because no, I'm a bit confused. Like you said that I was. Like I do remember hounding you for information, but like,
right.
What was it or something? Was it regarding Conor?
No, it was regarding Jake Paul.
Okay.
Because remember, he's tied into these guys as well. That's why when they all went to the inauguration, the Trump inauguration.
Yeah.
Eric put on his story, "Hey, look, my 3 clients."
And he actually had 4 clients. Jake and Logan's mom is his clients as well.
Oh, Jake's mom. Okay. You know what I mean? Wow. All right. Just one more Paul, adding to the mix. You know what I mean? So what? Greg, Paul doesn't get any love or what? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I could picture him and Eric getting into it. I'm not saying that ever happened or anything, but wait, you know how Eric is. You've seen him online.
You mean me and Eric? Wait, you mean me and Eric?
No, Greg and Eric.
Oh, who is Greg?
The father of Jake and Logan. He's he's a bit of a hothead. You ever seen him like online or?
Never. No. Like no, never. But
so when Jake used to do like these crazy prank videos back in the days, he got his dad to kiss an underage girl on, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, man, that's just some real stuff. You know what I mean? Like he got his dad to kiss underage girls. So, make of that as you will. You know what I mean? Like, true story. Yeah, I mean, it's out there. Just look it up. Greg Paul kissing underage girls live on camera. They did like a blindfold. It was like a blindfold thing, and yeah, it's weird.
Here's
weird
a fun
capper stuff.
Here's a fun fact though. Like, okay, so I because the thing is, like, I've never been the type of person to follow like YouTubers and like social media people, like artists and shit like that. So I did not know who Jake or Logan Paul were before they got into combat sports. So like I think when Jake Paul faced fucking like I had no clue who Jake Paul was at all before he so I know that he faced like my introduction to Jake Paul was when he fucking faced Ben Askren. Oh no, I think he knocked out Nate Robinson on the Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones card. So that's the first time I ever heard of him. And then like I remember that Robert Whitaker and Kelvin Gastelum were fighting on the same night that he faced Ben Askren. So like
Correct.
That was my that was basically my introduction to Jake Paul. And then Logan Paul, when he faced Floyd Mayweather, that's when I first heard of him, and that was around the same time. So and then I realized that these guys are like brothers. I did think that they might have been twins at the time, but yeah, I knew they were brothers for sure. And then obviously Logan started doing WWE stuff around that time too. So yeah, that's how I began to know those guys. I did not know who the fuck those guys were before any of that stuff. Like I know they had like now looking back, I'm aware that they had like these popular videos, and I don't even know what their content was, but I just know that they were.
You know what? Before we still need to get to the topic of Drickus being African or not, right? But before we get to that, I want to give you a little bit of a hot take on their journey from being internet viral stars into being combat athletes, and how they actually went back to their roots as combat athletes before they were social media stars. So as you know, Logan and Jay grew up wrestling in Ohio, right? This is their background. Yeah. So when I say that they went back to their roots of being combat athletes, that's exactly what they did, because before they were Vimeo stars, before they were YouTube stars, before they were doing prank videos, before they were doing blindfold kissing challenges with their dads, making them do that with underage girls and all these other weird controversies, such as Logan being in Japan, filming, people committing themselves to unalive themselves in a forest. Before all of that, they were combat athletes. So one day, Logan decided to go to Japan to up the ante, because this is what you do in this world of content creation of prank videos, right? You up the ante. Nowadays, you see the new generation of those kids that are doing that. Kai Cenat, iSpeed is an example of that. The other example of that is Jack Dorothy, who's a bit of a nuisance to a lot of people in a lot of the content that he does, purposely antagonizing people. So this was Jake and Logan, except Jake was a little bit more of a mainstream star because he had a Disney gig going on. So he had something that was a little bit more legit than, let's say, just an internet career.
True.
But either way, wait. So either way, what they have going on is they both live in a world of fakeness. Okay? You live in a world of transactional relationships when you are working for Disney. You're living in a world of transactional relationships when you're dealing with content creators from LA and all throughout California and all of these media hubs around the world. So finally, he got canceled in 2017 because of the Japan, unalive forest that he decided to film. A lot of people that were down with him before started dropping him sponsorships and this and that. Lo and behold, KSI, who was a YouTube star, starts calling out Logan Paul, and next thing you know, they're in a main event at an amateur boxing event, and this is the trajectory that they've taken ever since.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Although I won't lie, like, okay, when you're talking,
so they moved into the combat sports realm because they were trying to escape the fake world that they created for themselves.
Yeah, and I respect that, but yeah, okay, I just want to say quickly that you were mentioning names of like people who do that like internet stuff these days. I've never heard any of those names, and I don't give a fuck about who they are, to be honest. But like what you're saying about these guys, it makes a lot of sense, and I honestly like there are a lot of fans who hate Jake and Logan Paul and like the KSI, like the just the YouTuber people, and I've never been one to hate them. Like I was indifferent to them for the longest time. I just didn't give a shit. But now I'm actually like, especially like, I don't really care too much about like Logan or KSI, but like when it comes to Jake, I can't lie, I've actually become a fan of what he's done, and especially the fact that so many people hate him. Like I actually like, I dig it, and bro, I knew that he was gonna fucking kill Mike Tyson when that fight was announced, and there were delusional people who actually had who thought Mike Tyson would win, and they just want to keep saying, "Oh, his fights are fixed, Jake's fights are fixed," like just as Cope, you know. And I was just rooting for Jake the whole time. I'm someone who likes going against the grain, so I was rooting for Jake to win, and I was so happy when Jake beat him, and it was just great. Like it was great to see people. It was great to see people get mad before, during, and after the fight. I loved it, bro. Like I really wanted him to beat Mike Tyson just to get everyone mad.
Yeah, you know what? What people were expecting was an old Mike Tyson, the old Mike Tyson that held it down, that won world championships and this and that. This is not the case here.
Yeah, and even people who were not expecting that old Mike Tyson, like they thought he would still be half decent enough to where he'd beat someone who's not really a real, like, quote unquote, a real boxer like Jake Paul. But that's not going to happen. You have a guy who's in his physical prime, who has the best trainers, who has years of the best training in the world from the best trainers, and is allegedly, we don't know for a fact, but allegedly on performance-enhancing drugs. So, like you really think a fucking 60-year-old guy is gonna fucking beat him? No, even if he has a
Eric, vehemently disagrees with that notion. His nutritionist, he vehemently disagrees with that notion. But what are you gonna do, right? That's his nutritionist. You take that for what it's worth.
Wait, what are you saying he disagrees with? Like, does he disagree with Mike? Like, does he disagree with what I said about Mike Tyson's age, or does he disagree with PEDs?
He disagrees with the fact that Jake takes PEDs.
Oh yeah, no. I was saying allegedly. I don't even necessarily believe he takes them. But the thing is, okay, I'm like, I would not be surprised if he does or if he doesn't. So the thing is, when it comes to MMA, I am under the belief that all fighters, or at least 95% of them, who are fighting close to or at the highest level, take them. So, like, whether you're a champion or like a top challenger, like a top contender, whatever, I believe you are on them for the most part. Like, and there could be very rare exceptions to that, but I believe in MMA that's the case. And when it comes to the top boxers, I believe that's the case too. Like, like I am under that belief. So, like, Jake, like, let's say hypothetically, if Jake was on them, that would not change anything of how I think of him, just because I think everyone else, or the great majority of other athletes, are on them. I just think there are easy ways to get around drug testing now. It was easier to get around drug testing in the past before you saw it, but like even today, like, there's still ways to get around drug testing. You can just cycle shit out of your system easily, and either way, it doesn't matter whether Jake is on them or not. It does not change. It does not change shit. But I I respect Eric a lot. Obviously, Jake is his client, so so obviously, like, his what he says, it makes sense. But like, regardless, like, even like, let's say that Jake could okay, let's just say hypothetically that Jake was on stuff. I would be under the belief that Mike Tyson would be on some form of performance enhancing drugs too. Like, it's not like
hands down, man. Look how cut he is at his age, and of course,
exactly,
like he's a lifelong athlete.
Exactly. And okay, in his prime, there's no doubt he was on them, but like, even now, like, he still looks pretty good physically for his age. So, like, yeah, either way, like, if you wanna, obviously it's not fair because it's not fair either way, because you still have a guy in his physical prime versus a 60-year-old. But like, if you wanna say Jake's on PEDs, like, Mike was on them too. So, like, whatever, But like, yeah, like, my point is, like,
and
people
Mike had to be.
Yeah, and my point is, though, like, people who were fucking like people who actually thought Mike had like a significant chance, bro, like that was just like delusion and like like old fan nostalgia bias and just like cope, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I was just so fucking happy when Jake proved what I was saying right, and when he won. Like, it was just great to see everyone get so salty. Like, there are non-combat sports fans who literally wanted to see Jake lose just because they wanted to be sheep. They just wanted to follow a trend, and that's just like, this fight, it transcended combat sports, like, because like it was on Netflix, and Netflix was literally broken because so many people wanted to watch the shit. So like, yeah, I was just happy with the way it turned out. Like, because Yeah, like it was just great, and Jake Paul, like he's doing a lot for combat sports. Like he got fucking Canelo to agree to him to agree to box him on Netflix. Like this guy's making moves. Like I rate him for that, bro. Like I'm sure you and I are both privileged and honored to call Eric Trilogy our friend. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and being in the same training room with him, being in his presence in his house when he was living here, and the type of athletes that he had, and this and that, it really made me see what that next level is when it came to athletes, when it came to content creation, or when it came to networking in the world of sports management. That's what I really saw out of him. So before we get into the weigh-in reactions, right? Let's get to Drickus on whether he's African or not. So you say that he's African, and you say that he's not. What's your thoughts on that particular subject? Is he African? No. Let's settle this once and for all.
No, so it's not okay. First off, it's not just about that. Like, okay, so I was, like the thing is, so, like I told you, I like outside of Habib, Israel Fradasania is my least favorite fighter ever, and so like I did not like how he was race baiting DDP, and how he was like trying to make this whole African thing like a race war and stuff like that. And I obviously did not.
Means it, or was it just fight banter? You think?
No. He meant it, bro. Like, and as well. Like I think Sean Strickland, like
Yashua Adonai says, proud of y'all boys for making content and being out there. Many blessings. Shout outs to Yashua Adonai.
Yeah, yo, shout out to him, and shout out to everyone who's been watching and giving positive reviews to this. Like, I've enjoyed being on here so far, and like this is great. Like I was like me and Kyrie, we were planning on doing this for months, and we finally got around to it. And obviously, like like Kyrie talked about me doing a YouTube channel, and like me and like people in that group chat that I added you to, Kyrie, like we are already like working on it, and like
good.
Yeah. So like we what do you call it? Like yesterday, me and two of the people from that chat, we did make a video, but then like the person who made the video, he did not know how to record on Zoom on his phone, and I don't think you can actually record on Zoom on your phone. So like we were not able to do it. So then we had to do it today from my end, from my computer, and we did make a video. But like and it was also a Strickland DDP. It was a preview, but it was very short. I wanted to make it short.
Well, here's the thing, right? When you do these types of videos, there's a time proximity, especially with MMA, especially if you're covering a fight that's within that fight week. There has to be a time proximity that you have to contend with, right? You can make videos that is timeless. Like, for example, I made a video about Kendrick Lamar and his mural being whacked out in Compton before he came out with the whacked out mural song, which, by the way, got me a lot of flack from Mexicans in Compton, because they are the ones that are currently in conflict with Kendrick Lamar's people. But yeah, that's another story. Yeshua says here, least favorite fighter, Israel. Bro, you must be new. Some of the best fights are easy. Well, that is sort of the subject that we talked about, Yeshua, is Mahfouz's journey as a new MMA fan. At least if you consider 6 years new. And then he says, respectfully disagree. Wait. He says, respectfully disagree. And then he also says, legacy might be dead, yes, but he is a legend. Tedward Evans says, whoosh. All right, so shout out to Ted Evans and Yeshua Adonai for that comment. But yeah, go ahead, Mahfouz.
Yeah, so Yeshua, okay, first off, I said he was my least favorite fighter ever after Habib. Like, he's actually my second least favorite fighter ever. Like, I do dislike Habib more, but he's definitely my least favorite active fighter. But yeah, so the thing is, like, he obviously there have been some fights of his that were good, but let's not forget that a lot of his fights have just been like the same boring, repetitive
Jabs
you
and
know,
low
like
kicks.
exactly. He's had a lot of boring fights too. It goes both ways. Like the thing is, Habib and Israel, they both I have reasons for disliking both those guys a lot. Like it's because of stuff that are inside the octagon related and outside the octagon related. I don't want to get into Habib and the Dagestani guys too much, but for this video, we'll do that another time because we can make great content for future videos at this point. But yeah, when it comes to Israel, I have a lot of reasons. And yeah, going back to what I was saying about my me and my buddy starting the YouTube thing. We wanted to make it short because obviously people in this day and age they have short attention spans, and so we just wanted to do something quickly. And so yeah, I did finally get our first video uploaded, but I'll talk about that later on. But yeah, so Kyrie, in the future, I'm obviously me and the people in my chat, we want to we want to get more serious about doing an MMA show of our own, but at the same time, I will definitely want to be coming for not all the time, but for certain videos and certain topics for sure. I'll be coming on your channel more in the future for sure. And I'm gonna that one guy Ali who we were on call earlier. He said he'd come on too, and I'm gonna see who else would be down to come on for your channel in the future. Because yeah, your stuff is your content is fucking great, and and you deserve more people and more rec for your channel as well. So
and
obviously
thank you.
yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And
go ahead,
I was gonna say, and I really like the contribution that you guys are gonna bring too, because I noticed that a lot of the people in your chat come from different parts of the world, which I think really is reflective. And I don't want to sound all DEI or inclusivity or anything like that, or all this other liberal stuff or whatever, but what I am trying to say is that it is sort of important because there is one narrative that is being pushed in the world of MMA right now, and it is, the pro-Trump, pro-Republican thing, which I don't have a problem with at all. But I think that also a lot of those voices, whether Muslims agree with a lot of the Trump narrative or not, a lot of them are just naturally going to be opposed with us, right, as Muslims. Naturally. So having a counter culture, having a counter narrative to sort of add to the culture of MMA, I think is very important, and I think that you can be a strong contributing factor to that.
And okay, I don't want to get into this particular thing too much right now because I didn't want to talk more about what I was talking about. But that one guy Eric was arguing with on your post yesterday, that is an example.
Oh yeah. Osama Ali. Yes, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I'm like, damn, bro. Eric woke up and chose violence, but yeah, I didn't want to get into that too much though. But so what I was saying about the guys that on my channel, yeah. So obviously, I'm determined to help you out more in the future, and by coming on your channel for certain videos and certain topics and stuff like that. And also I'm gonna see who would be down to come on your channel. Definitely people that are in my
all right.
people
Jenkins who are from Plessis is the first person right now stepping on the scale. So we will react to the we're going to react to the weigh-ins right now as we are talking. So right now, DDP is stepping on the scale, and is he going to make weight? But go ahead, continue. I will. 185. He makes championship weight. So Dricus du Plessis is in there. All right, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, no surprise there. But so yeah, like I was saying, yeah,
it's always the champions that come into the scale first, right? If you've ever noticed most of the weigh-in shows, right?
Yeah. If you're the defending champion, you should be making weight. But yeah,
well, no, anyway, I mean the first one showing up.
Yeah, I know that's what a champion should do. And DDP is the epitome of a champion to me. But yeah, that's the reason I'm a fan. But
and Weli Zayn is now stepping on the scale, following up as well. So 2 champions following up. So. There's the trend, right? You remain champion and you remain disciplined and you're the first one to the scale. I think that it kind of shows why some of these guys and gals are champion not by accident.
Yeah, facts. And Weli made a weight?
Yes, Weli and so the co-main and main event. All right, here comes Tatiana Saurez. I like this. They're coming in rapidly now. because you know sometimes there's a long waiting period.
Yeah,
You know, people
yeah.
gotta get in there and make their way as well. So here's Tatiana Saurez right now stepping on the scale. Let's see how she looks. She looks drained, obviously, but everyone looks drained.
Yeah.
You know, cutting weight. So,
but she's fucking huge though. So like, yeah.
114.5. So she makes it right there. 114. All right. Are we gonna continue this this trend of fighters just coming out rapidly? Is there another one? Oh, there's another one. There's Sean Strickland. How about this? The first 4 that weighs in are the champions and challengers.
Dead ass, outside of these 4 fighters, like the rest are irrelevant. So let's continue talking after Sean Strickland.
All right. So co-main and main event are on
official.
They're on point. Yes. So go. Yeah. Go ahead. You to the topic you were talking about.
So yeah. Yeah. So I was saying people from my group chat. So obviously you've talked with one of them on the phone already, and like they'll come on. I'm gonna try and get them to come on your channel in the future. One of them already agreed to come on, but yeah.
You're talking about the Egyptian Ali Ibrahim, right?
Yeah.
Like from the Czech Republic.
Well, he lives in Czech Republic now, but he's originally Egyptian. Yeah, so he's someone who he already said he'd come on, but I'm gonna see, like he's not the guy who I did the video with today. Like I did the video with someone else, so I'm gonna see who can come on your channel.
Did you release it yet?
The first video, yeah, but I'm not doing anything to promote it right away yet. Just I'm not like trying to rush things, you know. So like, yeah, but yeah, like
trying to like kind of get your name on the scoreboard a little bit there, right? Like,
I just wanted to have something uploaded in case I did plan on sharing it, but like whatever, like like I am kind of happy that I did get to do something and upload something, but yeah, so like it was me and the person who came on with me is a person who I talked with. Me and him, we talked about doing an MMA show for years, and we finally got around to it. But yeah, definitely I like to like so obviously like when me and the people in the group chat, like when a bunch of us come on for videos, we'd like to come on your channel and we'd like you to come on ours as well.
No, this is great. Yes, this is a great way to keep our channels going, because I'll tell you what, as somebody who does this on the solo, Colby Thickness just made weight right now. Tom Nolan also made weight. So yeah, a good fight to look forward to. Colby Thickness, and I believe he is going to be taken on. Let me pull this up right here. All right, Jonathan Micalff is now stepping on the scale. No, but what I was saying was that when you do a solo, right, it can be a little bit more difficult, only because you know what, like it's only you that's talking. And by the way, I'm able to handle it. It's perfectly fine for me. But at the same time, it's also very exhausting. But it doesn't hurt to have help. You know what I mean? And it doesn't help. It doesn't hurt to cross collabo with other people, and whatnot. So what was that fight that I was okay? So Tom Nolan is going to be fighting Vilaslav, which is a Sacramento fighter out here. Okay, so Colby Thickness is going to be fighting the brother of Topuria. Now, what's interesting about that fight with Colby,
Ilya is backing his brother. He's cornering his brother, and then Volkanovski's cornering the other guy.
And they're UFC debutants. Can you imagine? Can you believe that? Look, it is so high level, right? I got a story for you, because I know somebody asked somebody about a fight story, right? So I trained with Ricky Mendoza Penn, right? Who's the cousin of BJ Penn. He lives out here in Sacramento. He never really had an MMA fight up until he was like 35 or something like that. He was very old by the time he had already gotten a fight. But in his first fight, they investigated him because it was supposed to be an amateur bout. And the fact that he had the Penn last name brought a lot of negative attention to him by the commission, because they thought maybe this is going to be an unfair fight because, you got all these highly professional former world champions training you. And at the time, remember, this is 2012. Nowadays, it's damn near common for everybody to train with a world champion. Like, if you're not training with a world champion, I mean, you know, maybe you're not winning fights. You know what I mean? Like, that's just, you know, what it comes down to these days. So that's what this fight represents, is just the high level apparatus of these new generation guys that are coming in. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely it. Like, okay, because the thing with me is, even though I haven't been watching for too long, the thing with me is I actually I'm not a huge fan of like of like a lot of new people coming in and a lot of the old timers leaving. Like, for example, Dominic Cruz retired today, or like or at least like yesterday, depending on what time it is for some people. But yeah,
Oh,
like
so
Dominic
he made it official.
Yeah, he officially retired. So like
Right.
my point is, like, I started
Jake
watching.
Matthews has now made weight 170 and a half.
Yeah. So I started watching, and like in the time I started watching, all these old timers have retired, and just too many new guys have been coming in. So it's kind of gone crazy for me. And I'm not gonna lie, outside of the people in the co-main and main, I don't know the names of any of these people who've made weight. Like, I literally don't know the names of anyone on this card. So that's where me being a casual actually comes in. But yeah.
MMA
What?
Anakin asks here, thoughts on what is this fight? Thoughts on, hold on, go back to that. Thoughts on Asu versus Micalff. I would love to see Montel Jackson or Marcus McGee fight Font. Or fight Font. Okay, so yeah, first thoughts on Asu and Micalff.
Wait, what?
This guy named Asu MMA. Okay, Asu Amalbayev. Okay, so this is okay. He's from Kazakhstan. This guy, M1 Global, 31 years old. Micalff versus this guy. Okay, so all right, man. Yeah, he's got a lot of submissions, man. I think. Oh man, it's going to be a tough fight for Micalff on the ground, right? Because obviously you've seen how Micalff did against Muhammad Mokaev, right? I can't imagine that this is going to be any different than that. Montel Jackson, you know what? I'm very excited about him in the 135 division. He has huge hands for a 135er, right? So him against Marcus McGee is going to be a good fight against Font. That would be. I think Montel Jackson beats all of them. I think he's the next guy to come up in the 135 division right now. There's Justin Tafa right now coming into the scale. Obviously, a heavyweight doesn't really have to worry about 266. Wow. Okay. Yeah, he did have to kind of worry about the weight there a little bit because. Yeah, man. You know, 266 is the limit. Obviously, 265 is championship weight for heavyweight MMA, but he made, yeah. I can't believe Justin Tafa is the featured fight. Yeah, and you know what? Anakin MMA, he's also fighting a debutant, and this is like literally the fight just before the co-main event. And here's Alexandre Topuria right now, 5-1 record. By the way, I heard that he was even better than his brother. So if that's the case, my goodness, we are in for a treat. And then his opponent obviously trains with Bulk. So these are very high-level debutantes that you are dealing with here. Sort of like Izzy when he first came into the UFC. He had already 100 kickboxing fights, 80-some-odd kickboxing fights to be exact. And he was already highly experienced in world-level fighting. Kevin Jousset from France is now stepping into the scale. $171. Yeah, I can't believe that he's Justin Tafa is a featured fight, but it makes sense because you know what? For all we know, you know, sometimes when you see fights in certain markets or certain countries, right, especially if it's a high level league like the UFC, sometimes it may be hard to grasp why certain people got the main event or the main card slots that they have. But all you got to do is look at their popularity in their region. For all we know, Justin Tafa could be a really popular figure in Australia, right? I thought they would have done Tai versus Texeria. What? Tai Tuivasa versus Texeria? That would be an interesting one. Tai usually has the big name. Yeah, Tai does have the big name, but I think I think Justin Tafa probably has a big following as well. I mean, there's a lot of Samoans, a lot of Islanders in the United States that follow MMA, so I'm sure they tap in with him. A lot of the Australians are going to tap in with him. This is an Australian card. And here's Untitled Jubili, the first Indian to ever compete in the UFC right here. It makes 155 with no problem, 155 and a half. All right, next one is Francisco Prado. Didn't Jubili lose to Mike Brennan? Yes, he did. And so they're sort of giving him a chance on this one right here. Still a tough fight for him. Who does he fight here? He fights Quillan Skilled. That's who he's fighting. He's a UFC debutant, so this is going to be his UFC debut. Francisco Prado just made weight. That he's going to be taking on Jake Matthews. By the way, shout out to Jake Matthews, new Muslim convert, by the way. And speaking of Muslim convert, what do you think about Conor McGregor saying to the Irish boxer that converted to Islam and called him a carpet licker? Thoughts on that? Like, is Conor McGregor losing it? Or
wait, are you asking me that?
Yeah, he called
okay.
Irish
No,
boxer
I was
who
confused.
converted to Islam a carpet licker.
I didn't know if you were reading a question from one of your subscribers or if you were asking me that. Sorry.
Oh, no. I was making that comment because I was transitioning it from Jake Matthews becoming a Muslim. And then it sort of led me to that story recently where Conor McGregor got at an Irish boxer for converting to Islam. Jake Matthews with the win over Prado may perhaps get him the top 10. Let me see what I said about the Jake Matthews fight here. Because I look at so many fights and, I may forget. Let me see what I said here. Let me see if I can. Jake Matthews. Did you guys know Jake Matthews has been in the UFC for literally 11 years of his whole entire career? If you can really put that in perspective. Can you hear the background or no?
I can hear it, yeah.
Okay, so you can hear the audio of me talking about Jake Matthews?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, wins a lot in grappling, good power, 73-inch reach. Can outbox the audio of
Correct, yeah.
Okay, good. Well-rounded, less experienced than Jake Matthews. Likes to march forward and relies a lot on his chin, which I think if Jake Matthews decides to fight this very methodically, I think he's going to win by a decision on this one, edge this one out. I think the chin of Francisco is going to be too hard. Okay, so I basically said that I got Jake Matthews by decision on this one, and my reason being for that one is because he's just highly experienced. He's been in the UFC for 11 years. He was in the UFC when he was 19 years old. And I remember this because he was on the same card as Ronda Rousey and Holly Holmes and a whole bunch of other Australian all-stars that were in there. Jake versus Luque would be nice. Yeah. If Jake gets over on this one, I think him and Luque would probably be the next one, Anakin MMA.
Yeah, I thought Vicente Luque was like washed. I thought he was out of it, but then he had a good performance his last fight.
Oh, yeah, man. You can never count a guy out like that, right? Because you got to understand the way that he fights is very wild. So he's going to put himself in a coin toss 50-50 situation. And as a result of that, when you have these 50-50 situations, it's not always going to be indicative of how you're going to look in your next fight. You know who's a great example of that in boxing is Derek Chisora. Derek Chisora is literally a dark horse in the heavyweight division. He can beat anybody at any given time, but he leaves himself open to where he can be beaten by by chance sometimes, leaving chances up to the air for people to capitalize on. But yeah, that's Vicente Luque in a nutshell. Very wild fighter. I mean, look at his fight that he had with Tyron Woodley, right? Tyron Woodley looked like he was very desperate in that fight because it was like
it was his last UFC fight. It was his last UFC fight, and like he already lost to okay, so like he lost to Usman, then Burns, then Colby, then I think Luque was after Colby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, was he after Colby or?
No. Luque was after Colby. Yes.
Oh, okay, no, because I know for sure he lost to Usman, Burns, Colby back to back, and then I'm not sure if he had one or two more UFC fights after that, but I know that Luque was his last fight.
No, Luque was the last one, and then he went on to fight Jake Paul.
Yeah, and then he lost to Jake Paul. Yeah, I thought he had like 5 losses in a row before being cut, but I guess it was 4. But that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because the UFC didn't like they kept Tony Ferguson around for so long, but yeah, they hated Tyron Woodley. That's the thing. So.
Oh wait, hold on. Let's hear what Drickus has to say to John Anik right now. He's Oh wow, man, he looks absolutely drained. But he's a big guy, Drickus. He's probably like 220 in real life. He said the weight fell off. I feel great. I mean, to be honest with you, he looks terrible. If you're watching the video,
but I saw the weigh-in for his fight against Israel Adesanya, and he looked terrible then too. But he was saying he felt great, and then look at how he performed.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's saying, I'm going to silence all doubt to show that I can do what I can do. He said that it's great that he has the ability to go 5 rounds, but he says he wants to clean it up.
Yeah. Like DDP
by going to a finish.
Yeah. I'd love a 5-round war, but at the same time, I would love like a finish by DDP just as much, if not more, because it would shut a lot of people up, and it'd make a lot of people salty.
Yeah. That's for sure. That would absolutely make a lot of people salty for sure. I don't know, man. I think Drickus, he's only liked by a certain segment of fans. I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's very difficult to like him. I think it has, sort of like a Chris Weidman effect, if you remember. Chris Weidman beat a legend. He beat legends. He beat likable characters like Sean Strickland.
Wait, Chris Weidman and Sean Strickland never faced.
No, Chris Weidman beat Anderson Silva.
Yeah.
So
the thing with DDP is unfortunately, Israel Adesanya and Sean Strickland, they both have ridiculous fan bases, like delusional fan bases. So yeah, that's a big reason why DDP is disliked. But also, like, Robert Whittaker has a lot of fans too. So yeah, that's like DDP. He just had bad luck from the start, having likable opponents to go up against, and he beat them all.
Yeah. He says that he fights on instinct, mainly focusing the fight. He says the key to success is making adjustments quickly and reacting to what your opponent is going to do to you. He says the first opening that he sees to get a takedown, he's going to take it. So he's definitely not going to make that gentleman's agreement with Sean Strickland of standing up and banging. He says the night before the weight cut is where he struggles to sleep. Yeah, I can see that. You know, hunger, it really is hard to sleep on hunger.
I've actually heard that it's easier to sleep when you don't have a lot of food in your stomach.
Yeah, when you're fasting for Ramadan and you're doing it during the day, but I don't know about. Well, it depends. Everyone's body is different, right? You know, every time I've ever cut weight in my life, whether it was for wrestling or whether it was for MMA or Muay Thai or any combat sport, I felt pretty comfortable. Now, you know, do I get agitated like everybody else? Sure, that's part of the game. That's part of the reality of, you know, getting headaches from, you know, water depletion. But again, everyone's different and everyone reacts differently in how they're going to deal with weight cutting, I suppose. So,
and you know, speaking of you have a very unorthodox striking style.
Yeah, thank you,
like
man.
movement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I learned a lot of that from Uriah was a big instrumental part of that, because if you've ever trained in Team Alpha Male, one of the things that they emphasized back in the days was, you know, just constant movement, right? Even if you are resting in between your training, you know, while you're in your training session, getting in between rounds, he still emphasized that you move around or run in place or, you know, keep your feet moving. And I think because of that, I started developing a very, you know, unorthodox style, started becoming a lot more creative with it. So, yeah, you know, that's where a lot of that came from. And then training with TJ Dillashaw, I think, has something to do with that as well.
Yeah, you're actually a year older than TJ, right?
Yes, we're the same age. Yeah, I think we're the same age. Yeah.
You said you're 1985. He's 1986.
Okay, yes. Okay, so sorry. Yeah, same. Yeah, that's, you know, 13, 14 month difference. He's basically the same year.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. So, so wait. I'm thinking. Like was Team Alpha Male, like, was that your gym or was that just a gym you went to casually?
So now I go to it casually, but back then it was like more of you know, an active thing. You know what I mean? Like that's where I actively, you know, did all of, you know, my not all, because I never stuck to just one gym, right? I started out with a Muay Thai gym out here, you know, won a state championship with them. You know, shout out to Muay Thai Lao back in 2010 at an IKF tournament. And then I went and started doing MMA, started training and grappling in Team Alpha Male, and then you know, started doing MMA after that. And then I also did you know, train with another team out here called a Collective Combat Academy. They were an old gym from back in the days. I don't know what happened with the owner. I think the owner had some issues with the law or, you know, something to that extent. But yeah, you know, we had a lot of good gyms out here. Carnage is also another underrated gym. You know, shout out to Jamie Yara. He's you know, he was a very big instrumental person there. Drew Montgomery, you know, Donald Robertson, that's the guy that you know, Eric Trilogy had lived with. I've trained with him as well. So yeah, man, you know, we've got a good MMA community out here in Sacramento, right? Obviously we got Fluffy Hernandez, Andre Philly from, you know, Team Alpha Male. We also got you know, Song Yadong. I was actually just training with Song Yadong's you know, I believe he's his little brother or his cousin, but some other Chinese fighter that's now also signed to the UFC. So he's in there too. Song Yadong has a fight coming up with Henry Cejudo coming up. So
yeah,
you know, that's going to be a big fight for him. So
yeah, but so wait, like so like going back to your unorthodox movement, like I know Dominic Cruz has been a rival of Team Alpha Male for a long time, but has he ever been an inspiration to you?
You know what? In a way where I had to emulate him when you know, because I remember when Uriah was going to fight Dominic Cruz, you know, he lined up a few different guys to Shark Tank him. You know, I had a chance to do that with him. TJ Dillashaw was there too. That was also the same time that Anthony Pettis, and at the time his little brother, by the way, he was underage at the time that we were training with him, was Sergio Pettis. So he got in there with him. So basically, you know, we were all told, hey, you know, just try to emulate Dominic Cruz as much as possible, and lo and behold, there it is. You know, so you know, it just started. Yeah, it was just a style that, you know, that just developed over time, and just something that I was comfortable with. But but also, if you look at my my training modules that I do, you know, a lot of the training modules that I do is predicated on hurdle jumps, box jumps, while also doing you know, heavy sled pushes and whatnot. So, you know, a lot of that is dedicating your body to being fast and being explosive.
Wait, so like when you were competing, what weight classes, like regardless of the art, what weight classes would you compete at?
So when I wrestled in high school, I wrestled from somewhere between in high school, like maybe 180s to 190s, right? And then when I got into Muay Thai, I competed at 170, and then I did an MMA fight at 155. So the park fight got canceled. Oh, hold up. The park fight got canceled. Breaking news here. Hellbird says, want to hear a joke? Well, if it's going to be appropriate, sure. But yeah, sure. Let's have it. So the park fight is canceled. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay, the park fight has been canceled. Is that confirmed, Anakin MMA? Damn, that's crazy. Why is that fight out? Okay, so now we're so I think we're only waiting on 2 fighters now, right? Ronzhou and Villashaw, which is, by the way, Team Alpha Male fighter. Boraschev and Boraschev and Ronzhou are the only ones we're waiting for right now. Ronzhou is set to face Cody Steele, and Boraschev is set to face Tom Nolan at 155. So
wait, so Kyrie, when you competed, so like you've never competed like 200 pounds or above, have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
No, today, if I could probably do it, because a lot of guys at that size are, you know, very slow, and, you know, as you would imagine, probably be a very bad style for them.
No, I was gonna say, based on what I've seen in your training videos, you move fast as shit for your size, bro.
Yeah.
Like
and I'm right now at sitting at around. I weighed myself this morning. I'm at exactly 206. So, you know, and in most weeks, you know, where I'm really ramping up my training, I'm like, you know, somewhere in the 190s. So, you know, yeah. I think training. I think fighting heavy is good, because look, here's the thing, right? A lot of guys emphasize so much on cutting weight that, you know, sometimes you're really depleting a lot of their athletic ability, don't you?
Exactly. Yes, and I noticed that you're not that type. So, like, yeah, man, good on you. But also another thing, like, that I noticed is so like there are like 2 types of like so okay, like obviously there's like the boxing bag where like you hang from the ceiling, and so like there are those types, and then there are like the stand-up ones, like the ones that have stands on it. The one that you use is one that has a stand. Is there a reason you use that as opposed to one that's hanging from the ceiling?
Yes, and reason being is because I don't think that hitting a bigger bag is going to you know, really make my punches any harder, right? In which you can probably compensate for with you know, training anyway. So with those standing bags, what it is that it's a constant bag that moves and hits you back, right? Like when you hit it, it goes to a different direction, so you got to constantly think about moving your head. So it's just basically to be aware of constant head movements coming back your way. Whereas with a heavy bag, it will come back at you a little bit slower. But do I work on heavy bags? Sure. If I want to work on, let's say, power shots, if you're trying to work on just power shots, then the heavy bag is great. But if you're just doing it to, do rounds to simulate what it's like to, be in, in a timed round fight, then I think the standing bag is great to, work on speed. But yeah, there's no quarrel on using one or the other, but it just so happens that it's the one that I have in my house. But I do still use the the bigger bag as well, for various reasons. So, and that being, power shot training.
Oh. So let's see. If you also just like what do you call it? Like, do you just okay, I'm trying to figure out how to say it. So do you just feel more comfortable with the stand up, like with the ones that have the stands?
No, it's just a different training module for a different purpose.
Oh, okay. I see. Makes sense.
Because look, okay, so here's something about training videos that I want to emphasize on, right? I'm going to tell you what the type of training videos that I don't like. In fact, I don't like them, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't do them. In fact, you should do them, but you should just do it behind closed doors because it's not really indicative of, your skills or anything like that. Like if I'm putting out training videos, it's to, either indicate a certain level of skill, that I have and not a certain, a certain technique that I'm working on, right? I don't like training videos where people are hitting, a target over and over again in a stationary position. I don't like that because what you're doing is you're working on power shots, right? So, there's nothing really glamorous about it. It's just, you just get in there and you work. But okay, if you want to show people that, then all right. But I'd rather show, a training video in, what I would realistically do in a fight. Like, it's not realistic for you to be hitting, 10 combination shots like this, right? You ever see boxers, like, do training videos where they're hitting mitts and they're just doing this? You know what I mean? Like, in a patterned, sequence of motion. Like you're not doing. Who does this in a fight? In a fight, like that's not what a fight looks like, right? Like a fight looks like this. Like, all right, I'm gonna hit you here. I'm gonna look for you. I'm gonna see where you're going. Okay, boom! Out of nowhere, there's an elbow. Okay, and then I'm gonna, just throw these little voodoos at you to kind of like, then move my head and boom, there's another one, and then boom, there's another one. Like people do these training videos where they're like, doing these rapid motion punches or whatever, like Manny Pacquiao does. And I just don't think that's realistic. So when Manny Pacquiao was doing all of this in his training videos, where was all of that when he fought Floyd?
Well, the thing with Floyd is like, okay, the two best guys he ever beat, arguably, Manny Pacquiao and Canelo Alvarez. Like Canelo was younger than I am now when they fought. Like he was green, that was before his prime, and Manny, that was past his prime. So like that's like.
By the way, how old are you, Mampus?
I'm 24. How about you? Oh, well, no, okay, you would be.
Yeah, I'm 39 now.
You're 39.
39.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So, Canelo was 23 when he faced Floyd.
21.
He was 21.
Yeah, 21.
I thought he was fucking 23. So yeah, he was even fucking younger than I thought, and he had to like go down significantly in weight too. So yeah, like Floyd, like people are acting like he was. People are acting like he was like a washed bum at 36, but no, he was as good as ever. And he faced the Canelo he faced was not that good, and then the Manny Pacquiao he faced was not that good. So yeah, like I do consider Floyd the GOAT though.
Yeah, 100%. Right now, look, a lot of people don't like how he became the GOAT, but he is the GOAT nonetheless. And I think you would have to give the same respect to Khabib as well, and all these other men that were undefeated at some point of their
No.
careers.
But it's not the undefeated part that I consider him the GOAT. It's the fact that he like he's beaten the most world champions. That's what I give him GOAT status for.
I would have to agree with that. Yeah, I would have to agree with that.
Like, because the thing is, like, Khabib, he did retire undefeated, but like admittedly, his resume is not on par with like GSP, John Jones, and even like Fedor Anderson Silva. Like, that's what that's another thing about Khabib that I like he's the lightweight GOAT 100%. There's no debate for me there. But when it comes to like all time pound for pound, I don't even really have Khabib in my top 10.
You're right, especially in comparison to like Ben Henderson, right? You know, and you got to remember when Ben Henderson and Anthony Pettis were champions, Khabib was in that mix. He was close to getting a title shot with what's his name, Anthony Pettis, but it never happened because he had to rehab all throughout 2014. And then in 2014, that's when Conor was rising up the ranks. And then Conor, you know, got the 145 belt. But then once Conor decided he wanted to go up to 155, then he started garnering the attention of Khabib in a very negative way. So, which leads me to the next topic at hand, right? What do you think about Conor McGregor and his lawsuit that he's going to have with Artem Lobov, right? This is a guy that he fought Khabib for. That he got into beef with Khabib because of Artem.
Yeah, exactly. And so
now,
what else?
And now look at this. Artem is now his number one enemy.
Yeah. So okay, and like what I was saying about Colby and Jorge earlier, like the reason, like the first thing that turned me away from Colby is because he was fake as shit. Like Jorge is someone who did so much for him, and Colby just became a fake bitch. And so the thing, like Conor, bro, like okay, while I hate Khabib, I don't like Conor either, bro. Like Conor is literally one of Eric's boys, but I don't like Conor, bro. I truly believe he's a rapist. Like I think he did rape. Even if he didn't rape the woman recently, he's definitely raped someone at one point in his life, and he's just like a cokehead, just a piece of shit, bro. Like he's not a good guy at all. So I don't like Conor, and yeah. So well, yeah, but just to say, bro, like Artem Lobov, he's an ungrateful brat. So like because of everything Conor's done for him, bro, like I don't like Artem, bro. That guy's a fuck one.
But here's the thing, right? Don't you think that he should have compensated him a little bit of something at some point, right? Like, hey, look, you know, this is what I can offer you right now. You know, this is what I'm going to offer you. I'm going to offer you this. I'm going to give you that. You know, nothing. You know, nothing. And you know what? From what I heard, it was his idea to start the liquor brand company in the first place.
It was Artem's idea?
That's what this whole lawsuit is about.
Interesting.
Yeah. You know, so it's like, yeah, man, it's very strange. You know what I mean? That this is where Conor's trajectory is at right now.
Oh.
Yeah, very surprising, isn't it? Hoyun, Sun Park, and Niam Gerald has been canceled. I don't know why. Maybe I think someone got sick. But let's take a look at the time of when this fight is going to start. So what's up? Are you down to do? You're actually doing very good right now. Doing very comfortable on the camera. What do you think about Saturday? Are you down to do this Saturday with me? I may have I may have a host of other people in here as well. So I think that it's going to be even easier. You know, because, the more the merrier, you know, I mean, I can always do a one-man show. I've done a lot of one-man shows, but having some people here gives it a good, fun vibe, you know? So,
yeah. It's definitely more fun when you have people on for sure. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. Okay.
Oh, wait. Speak up into the mic a little bit. You're kind of muffling out.
Hold up. Can you hear me?
Speak into the mic.
Yo. Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. It's just a little less clearer than before.
You still cannot hear me?
Okay, better. I'll keep it right there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So okay, yeah. So yeah. Yeah. So when you were on the phone with me and Ali, like what, fucking like what, 6, 7, 8 hours ago at this point, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So we were thinking that Saturday. Sorry, I have like a back copy something, but yeah, Saturday we'll come onto your. Yeah, we're thinking Saturday we probably. Well, so okay. The thing with me is I am like I'm someone who sometimes I'll have to make like last minute confirmations or like last minute agreements, but I'm thinking that chances are more likely I'll come on Saturday, especially having come on for this show. Yeah, so I'll say Saturday I am I'll say I'm like 85% penciled in for Saturday, and Ali said he'd come on too. So yeah, there's that as well. So
Biz, look
I'll
at this guy. He says deport. Deport what? What exactly do you mean by deport? This guy Biz says deport. I don't know what he means by that. I don't know if you're trying to create some kind of racial tension, or you're trying to like say something provocative, or maybe you're trying to say that I need to be deported or whatever. Good luck with that, you idiot. If that's what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're trying to say, but when you say one word stuff like that, we don't really know what you're trying to say or what you're trying to convey. So please write another comment and let us know exactly what you mean. And if you say something disrespectful, I'm going to kick you out of here. Simple as. So, but yeah, go ahead. Just responding to a comment.
No. Take your time. Yeah. If that guy's actually saying to deport either of us, well, like I'm literally North American born and raised. I'm Canadian born and raised. So like deporting.
Yeah. So deport where? He's in Canada. I'm in California, the United States. What do you mean by deport? But yeah.
And also, Kyrie, you were born in the United States, right?
No, I was born in Libya, but I am an American citizen. I've served in the U.S. Marines, so.
Oh damn! Okay, not right now, but definitely talk about that another time. Like when we're not on, when we're not like.
Yeah. I put it on my community section. I've had if you look at my community section, I think I've posted a few pictures of me in in uniform and in and all that. So. Yeah, man, that was one part of my life, as well. And, this is a different part of my life as well right now, doing YouTube and MMA content creation. So.
How long have you been doing this for?
MMA YouTubing. So on and off, so I started out at 2020. I had a Facebook page that got taken down in 2022 after 2 years because I believe I had one person that I was interviewing. He was, by the way, a lawyer who represented people that ran away to fight for ISIS.
Yikes.
So that, I think that's ultimately what got that page taken down, right? His name is Mohammed Akunji. If you look him up, he's a lawyer in the UK, hated by Tommy Robinson. But, I managed to build a network in England and in the UK, and, I got a hold of him, and we ended up doing a show together as a result of that. So.
Okay, true. So, shoot. So, okay, yeah, you've been okay.
So what do you think? Do you think I should bring this guy in again to do an interview now that the MMA holes? MMA. Oh wow, the MMA holes. I like your beard. Hey, shout out to MMA. Is this the MMA holes? The famous MMA holes that just hit up my channel right now? So let's see. The top channels that have been hitting me up. Oh, wow. It is the real MMA holes. Oh, what? Shout out to MMA holes. Yo, they shouted me out in my page. This is awesome, bro. You're a legend. Oh, man. You are a legend, MMA holes. Shout out to you and your family. He says, I like your beard. MMA Holes says, I like your beard. Shout out to you, man. You got quite a beard game yourself, MMA Holes. And then he sends me the prayer emoji thing, man. Shout outs to this guy. That's what I'm talking about, man. See, Mafus, this is what I live for, bro. I had Jesse on fire. He gave me a super chat. I got dudes from the Rolling 60s Crips down in LA that tap in with my channel. From Rich Trapper, I got on his show. Who else? Dubs, who's another gangster channel. So all the MMA and all the gangster channels rock with your boy Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And we got Mahfouz, a new character unlocked that we got now in the world of MMA content creation. He's on his way to starting up his channel, and we're here to take over the MMA game in our own way. You know what I mean? So shout out to everybody. Man, I got MMA holes tapping in with me, bro. Man, I'm really feeling myself today, bro. But you know MMA holes, right? I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with the MMA content creation space out here. I know you're familiar with MMA Guru.
Okay. So yeah, like the thing is, I was saying earlier that I've never followed, like I've never really followed okay, even like outside of MMA, like I've never followed like social media stars, like I didn't know who Jake and Logan were before like NKSI, before the combat sports stuff. And even when it comes to MMA content, I like so okay, I know MMA Guru, I know the Weasel, I know MMA on Point, and I know like I know like maybe two others that are like not corporate media, that are like ESPN MMA, like obviously like outside of like ESPN MMA and like the Mac Life and MMA Junkie, like I legit like, okay, Helen Yee, the Schmo, like I only know like the super big one. No, any I don't follow people who are like or like I don't know of people who don't have like some sort of like huge following, I don't follow, like outside of corporate media, I don't really follow channels, and the ones that I do know of that are not corporate media, I don't follow. So to be honest, I've never heard of sorry, what's it called?
Holes.
MMA holes. Yeah.
Put it this way, right? He's a pretty big channel. He's been doing it for a while. I've watched his channel before. I've watched his reactions while I was watching fights. So shout out to him. He's a family man also. That's one thing that I do, empathize with MMA holes over the years that I've been watching him. He is a family man. It's just, as Muslims, it's not something that we do. We don't really put our family out there, but I know he does. And with that, I sympathize for him in that. But yeah, he's a very big channel. I think he had beef with MMA Guru for a while. MMA holes, if you're still in here, let me know if that's still an ongoing thing, or maybe that's just something in the past. But hey, you know what? Who didn't have beef with MMA Guru at some point, right? I mean, he's a controversial figure. He's a type of guy that can provoke a lot of emotions from different people. So, who didn't have beef with MMA Guru, right?
MMA Guru, I've never hated the guy. So the thing is, as you know, I'm a huge Israel Adesanya hater, and he hates Israel too. So I love him for exposing Israel, and then I'm pretty sure he does not really like the Dagestani guys. That
MMA Hole said, "Nah, we're cool. Him and MMA Guru are cool." Okay, yeah. So just typical stuff. Typical banter stuff. It's all in the name of good fun or this and that. But I tell you what, I've already got, with the small channel that I've had right now, I've already gotten to beef with three people in here actually. One is Tyen Booth, who's a UK boxer, and he's also like a YouTuber as well. But yeah, he trained with the likes of Prince Nassim's camp and all of that. I believe he got accused of talking about someone's daughter and this and that. So I went in on him on that one. The other dude that I beefed with was the Don't Unfriend Me guy from the Naval Intel podcast host. By the way, he flat out said that I'm way more dangerous than any AQ person he's ever dealt with in the 90s. I mean, what kind of jacket are you throwing on somebody saying that, right? But I get what he means, right? I understand what he means, but it's the way that he frames it. Like, think about this, right? If you're in the National Guard, you're more dangerous than people that were in AQ or Al-Qaeda or anything like that. That's a fact. You know what I mean? Like, you're probably like, so okay, what point are you trying to make with that? So that was one beef that I had with that guy. Plus, he says that I hate Israelis, or I hate certain people because of that or whatever. And I went on his show and I vehemently disagreed with him on that. And then the recent beef that I had was, by the way, Smack TV. He was that guy that was on my live stream for the Jake Paul and the Mike Tyson fight, and that one got real because we were going to plan on meeting up and doing something, but he ended up punking out, and and I exposed him in front of everybody in Sacramento as a result of that. So yeah, man, something to think about. When you are in this game, you are going to catch beef, you are going to catch flack. It's just dependent upon how you react or how you decide to react to it. But for me, I stand 10 toes down and I don't let anybody punk me in any kind of way. And, I'm going to ride for mine till the very end. So, that's where I stand on that. And we're still waiting on. Okay, so Vince Shealy has already made weight 156. We are now just waiting on Ronzhou, who is set to fight Cody Steele.
So many names that I have not heard of before. Like, legit, outside of the co-main and main, I don't know any of these people. Outside of, I guess Manel I've heard of, but like, outside of Manel Cate and the co-main and main, I don't know any of these fighters at all. So that's where me being a casual comes in.
Yeah, this is a hardcore fans fight right here. Yeah, this is a hardcore fans fight. So, something to think about. Yeah, there's like for example, the Topuria and the Cody Thickness fight, right? I mean, think about how hardcore that is. You got two guys that come from championship camps as UFC debutants.
So wait, Heidi, do you always watch from the first early prelim to the main event?
Yes, I do. Okay. Yeah, I'm that guy. I'm that type of fan. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, especially now that I'm doing MMA content creation, you know what I do? Even before the first fight, I'll put on the live stream just to get it cracking, because people are. Here's the thing, right? You go on 2 hours before the show, you're already going to garner views before the fights start happening. So you know what I do? I do reaction videos before the fight. In the Islam Makhachev fight, I did a video where I reacted to a news of these guys in a LA car chase, because we got a lot of car chases in LA and in California all the time, right? People run away from the cops. People don't want to get their 3 strikes. People committed a crime or whatever. O.J. Simpson was, a famous example of that. But it happens every day in LA. So I was like, you know what? Why don't I do a Cali Crash Out stream and entertain everybody before the fight started? And guess what? It was taking place in LA. So it was great. It was a great, transition to the fight. And then on top of that, these guys escaped. They ended up dodging away the cops. You know that? They were under motorbike. So welcome to America, Canada.
Bro.
You know what I mean? The wild America. The Wild West.
Did you hear rumors about Canada becoming a 51st state?
Man, come on, man. That is cap, bro. That's just Donald Trump trying to flex.
I know, but imagine if that actually happened, bro. Oh my God.
But you know what? Your prime minister, in all honesty, he's not exactly the most, well backboned human being, is he? He's not exactly like.
He stepped down. He stepped down.
There you go. Yeah. So.
Wait. When did you like what made you decide to move to the United States of like all countries? Like was it things you heard about the country?
Are you talking about when I was born and then? Well, okay. So obviously, I was born in another country, right? I was born in Libya, but I, I mean, I'm American raised, right? I was raised in. I'm so American that I was raised on both sides of two major, hubs of America: New York, New Jersey, and California. That's as American as it gets. Because let's be honest, right? No disrespect to the Midwest states or nothing like that. But when people think of America, they think of New York and LA, maybe Miami. But that's about it. America is New York and California to most people.
Yeah.
And I've lived both of those East Coast and West Coast lifestyles. So, I mean, I'm as very American as they can be. It just so happens that I was born elsewhere.
When did you move to the United States?
7 years old.
Okay, so like 1992.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wow, man, your math is on point, man. That's,
Yeah. Okay. I'll say right now. So like in school, my two worst subjects were actually science and math. My mental math, like when it comes to like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, that's been on point. But when it comes to all other areas of math, I sucked.
Well, bro, I mean, think about this. You figured out I was 7 years old in 1992 in a quickness.
I also like I also did
you did that math quickly. I mean, of course, I know how old I'm gonna be, but I didn't do the math for that. I knew I was 7 in 92.
Yeah. I also
you just did it right now, like boom.
And also like it's 2025 now, but like it's early in the year, so I figured you'd be 39 now because I knew you're born 1985.
Yeah. No, I'm going to be 40 this year. Yeah.
No, but like that's the thing though, because like I had a slight moment of hesitation because like I know you're 1985, but I didn't know the month, so that's why I'm like, okay, you're gonna be either 39 or 40 because it's early in the year. I'm gonna say 39.
Yeah, you're very observant, man. You are very observant. Yes. Dangerously observant. Yeah, what I like that. I mean, again, this is something that I didn't expect any less out of you. This is why I wanted to, have you hop in here, and I was so adamant in getting you in here because I knew that you would blow this right out the water. Now look at the comment section. You've already made great impressions on people. On top of that, one of my favorite MMA content creators tapped in with me while you're on this show, and he's a certified MMA hardcore for sure. So,
wait, and you said he's Muslim as well, right?
MMA holds no, I don't believe he's Muslim.
But, okay, no, because you were saying something about being a family man and being Muslim. I never mind. Okay.
Well, he is a family man, but he's not a Muslim, and that's I mean. Look, let's be honest. That's the reason why he shows his family because he's not Muslim. We just have a different, trajectory in how we're going to go about our life. Obviously the way.
Okay, no. Okay, that's what you were saying then. I thought you were saying he was Muslim. I wasn't hearing properly.
Yeah, because look at Khabib, right? You've never seen his kids, and by the way, this is one of the focal points of Conor McGregor's arguments towards him. Well, how come you never showed your kid or this and that? Show your kids. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, why do you care about whether other Muslims want to show their kids? And in fact, this is probably the reason why we don't show our kids. Is a lot of, filthy pedos out there.
And also it's just not people's business either. Like it's not the outside world's business. Like some people just want to be private, so and that's fine. Like,
well, that's why when I got into it with that, Punk Leon, out here in Sacramento, those were one of the things that he started mentioning, and it's like, well, why do you need to do that? And it's because, it obviously showed. I mean, the guy punked out. Look, I invited this guy to come to an area that had no cameras because
wait. Yo, Curry, hold up. Like before you tell me the story, like in the future, bro, like I know you're badass and all, but like people who like are unstable to like pick fights, like unstable people like that, could like bring weapons or like do some fuck shit, you know, like
Bro,
or like
I'm the one who's unstable.
okay.
I'm the one who's unstable. You know,
Okay,
in comparison to this guy, I'm the one who's unstable. And you know what? The text messages that we had on each other. He called me Osama. You know what I mean? He called me Osama, and there's a reason why. Like, I'm not trying to promote that guy in any kind of way or anything like that. But let's just say there's a reason why he called me that, and it was beyond racial or religious insults.
I used to be called Osama as well.
Well,
like,
you know what? Yeah, his point was trying to insult me, but then he found. Put it this way, right? Most guys love their life, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, because I live a great life too. I understand that. Leon lives a great life. I understand that. The difference between me and him is that I really come from an honor culture. Like, he only comes. You know what our beef was? He got mad that I called Jay-Z a nuts. Pedo. I called Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Pedo.
The British slang for pedo. Yeah, I know.
Right, and he got mad at that. So he was upset that I called him, that I called Jay-Z a pedo, which I thought was weird. But his whole idea of why he thought it was distasteful was because I was attacking a black man or whatever. You know what I mean? Because he's a black billionaire. Like, as if there aren't enough black billionaires out there, and somehow he wants to preserve the reputation of Jay-Z for whatever reason he has.
And and all this that's a big reason why I just feel the way I feel about this whole fucking African thing with Israel and DDP. Like and just like black people just like get offended by like too much stuff, and like they play the victim too much. Like they like I'm not talking about all black people. I'm just saying like the ones who are focusing on like the racist stuff. Like they victimize themselves too much, in my opinion, and especially in the case of people like Israel, it's just very fraudulent and stuff like that. And yeah, that's yeah. Like I'm not a fan of.
I mean, I obviously can't speak for all people, right? We both can't. But for this guy in particular, and in this case, it was really within that line of trajectory.
Yeah.
You know, it was really within that line. Like, it's because he really played this aspect. Another thing, too, he calls me a culture vulture because he says that I exploit, black entertainment, or I make black people look bad, or whatever, or this and that. But listen, part of what I do, not just with MMA, I also do hip hop news, right? So naturally, of course, the subject matter at hand and the people that you're going to talk about are going to be of a certain, group or a demographic, right? So that means that whether they do something good or whether they do something bad, you're going to report it with no biasness, whether you like it or not, but you just happen to want to perceive it as a racial thing. So that's what it was, you know? But yeah, it could have got ugly. I'm going to just leave it at that. You know, that could have got ugly because remember, me and this guy live in the same city. We were in the same proximity of being able to meet with each other. And he decided not to. So, you know, I made him look like a punk in front of everybody in the city. And I showed the text messages. After he's the one that challenged me and said, hey, let's meet up. All right, well, let's meet up. You know, but we're not going to meet up at a residential area where it's going to get broken up or it's going to, be interfered in some kind of way. In a world that we live in right now, there's too many cameras, right? So let the darkness be our friend. You know, if you really want to do something. And, that's the thing. Most of these guys are not really about what they talk about.
That's facts. That's facts about so many fucking internet gangsters in this scene.
And he realized that I'm not. And I think that's the reason why he challenged me. Look, I'm going to tell you, right? I think the reason why I get into so much conflict with people is because, let's be honest, right? kind of speak in a very gentleman-like manner, right?
Yeah, and people will take that for granted, and they'll think differently of you when you're actually a fucking badass. And like you said, you're unstable. But yo, like what I was saying earlier though, like okay, like there's a difference, like showing up to like fight people, like that's whatever. But like don't actually do stuff like go places where like there are no cameras and stuff. Like if you're gonna go if you're gonna invite someone to go fight, go to a gym and tell them to come to the gym and spar you. Like that's the best way to do it.
I'm glad that you mentioned this, right? This what you're mentioning right now, we can easily do because we this guy also trains MMA. You know, keep that in mind. But he's also 50 years old. Okay, but he also threatened me with using other people. You understand? Like, you know, he used gang group situation in this whole entire matter. And let me just say that I had to respond in the same kind of way because this is never mind. That makes more sense because like the way you were telling me about it, I thought you were just planning on meeting a random person where there were no cameras by yourself. But okay, if you're talking about gang versus gang, that's a different story. Never mind. Yeah, that's where he brought this on because you know what? Look, man, I'm down for whatever. If you want to fight me at a gym, name the place. I'm showing up there with my cup, with my mouthpiece, and whatever. We can do it like that. But I tell you what, you know, the gym, the ring, or the mat is not the only place that I fight at. And by the way, also hand to hand, it's not exclusive to just hand to hand.
Yeah, no, I got you.
You know, and I wanted to emphasize that silence after I said that with a purpose. It's not just hand to hand.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
And I wanted him to know that that's how serious this was because, you know, I really felt disrespected and he didn't understand to the level that I would take this. You know, like it really disturbed me in a way where like, do you not understand like what lengths I'm willing to go? Like, do you not understand that I'm more of a risk taker than you? I train harder than you on a daily basis. I don't want to put this out there, but I know more people than you in ways where it's important. So it's like, you know, the thing is that he didn't like that I was being disrespectful to somebody that has no effect in his life. You know what I'm saying? Like Jay-Z has no effect in his life other than his idea of racial supremacy to the world or the proof of that. But my thing is that Jay-Z could easily be anybody that could run up in California and get ran up on because he has something that we want. That's the way that I look at Jay-Z. I don't look at Jay-Z as like, oh, well, he's a legend. I'm going to respect him. No, F you, man. If I catch you in a place and, you know, you got something that I like, I'm going to come and take it from you. Like, that's how I view it. I don't view this guy as, as anybody that I should, look up to or be in code with. So yeah, that was that. And then, so it was great, man. It was great that I humiliated him in front of everybody in the city. And, and I'm going to continue to talk about it until he, until he's mentally anguished by, the propaganda that I'm going to spew against him.
Wait, so how recent is this beef?
So look up, you know what? Look up WAC 100, a no jumper, beef, right? Because you know what? This literally happened on the same day and the same night that all of this had went down, and it was so ironic. Because the other thing that me and him got into it with was I said that I was the WAC 100 of MMA streaming, right? Mm-hmm. And so he said, well, you can't be the WAC 100 of MMA streaming. I was like, well, why not? He says, well, because you're not black. I'm like, well, that has nothing to do with race. It has something to do with the idea that, you know what, I like conflict. I show up where the conflict is at. And if we're going to get down, we're going to get down to the fullest extent. You know, he handles business. I handle business. So of course I'm going to take up that moniker. And he had a problem with that. Everything with this guy was about race, and you got to understand he's from Oakland. He's 50 years old, and this is where his mind is at.
True.
You know, and he also didn't like that I moniker my channel Gangland MMA. You know, but he doesn't understand that the reason why I call it Gangland MMA is because Mozzie, a very famous rapper out here, came up with the term gangland, right? And then Uriah Faber is obviously from Sacramento, so I wanted to combine both Sacramento legends, right? Like, you know, Uriah, you know, put MMA for Sacramento on the map, and Mozzie put Sacramento rapping on the map. So I wanted to combine it together, Gangland MMA. And if that has any gang affiliations or ties behind it, so be it. And he had a problem with that, because he says that it's negative stereotype for black folks. But what he doesn't understand is, you know, black folks are not the only people that have gangs.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, like, this guy sounds like a fucking retard, to be honest, bro. Like, yeah. That's like I don't. This guy's just a fucking retard. He's a clown, bro.
Oh, yeah, man, yeah. Please keep talking your smack, because you know, I hope that he hears it. You know what I mean? Hey, if you want to hear our interaction and how I tore him apart, look up the Colby Covington and the Buckley live stream that I did, because that footage was actually from his live stream. I just, you know, happened to have taken it from him because he got his video taken down because he doesn't understand copyright laws. And instead of naming it Colby Covington Buckley live stream, he names it Kyrie Clout Chaser. So in other words, he's trying to use the idea that, hey, I'm getting a platform, I'm getting a little bit of attention, and he wants to use that. And on top of that, he has more active subscribers than me. He just hasn't been active on YouTube. Now all of a sudden he starts seeing me sort of gain traction. He's like, oh, you know, now I'm going to make you know, my YouTube comeback or this and that. Matter of fact, man, I'm gonna message him right now just to tell him that he's a punk ass biatch, so I could you know, provoke him into something. I'm just gonna do this right now.
Go for it.
Yeah, man. But yeah, man. Wow. Oh, what's his name? Still hasn't been on yet. Ronzhou. They're still waiting on one guy right now to get on. They're waiting on one guy to get on the scale right now. Wow, man, Ronzhou still has not stepped on a scale yet, man. He's literally the last guy. Usually it's the heavyweights that are the last guys, because, you know, the lower weight class guys just want to get it over with. $80. So this is $80 for you to watch Justin Tafa fight a UFC debutant. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, yo, and like, you only pay for these fucking UFC pay-per-views so that you don't have to pay taxes.
Correct.
Yeah. So the taxes must be fucking horrible then, man.
Yeah, man. For real.
So wait. Like, by buying pay-per-views, like, how much tax money do you get taken off?
By buying paper. Well, it's complicated numbers to get into right now. You know, it would really again, a lot of that is also predicated on other things that you know sort of use as a tax write-off as well, right? And that could be a various you know
So
yeah.
like, obviously, like, whenever you like make purchases, like, you always have receipts on you, right? Like, to submit, so you don't have to pay taxes.
Idealistically, that's what it should be. Yes.
Okay, yeah, no, because like, okay, yeah, like,
Because I
I
can
only
neither
found out
confirm
about.
or deny that I buy all the pay-per-views, but
Oh,
for
okay,
what
yeah,
but for whatever reason
yeah,
I am in every single fight card screening it. So
yeah, yeah. Okay, fair.
you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
yeah. But yes, ideally you should do that, especially if you're a MMA content creator. You should do that. Ideally,
Yeah.
that's what you should do.
Okay, fair. Man, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Hopefully, I don't incriminate myself, but the only time. Okay, so I've only. So okay, like, I had UFC Fight Pass, and like, it was like, what? It was like $10 a month. In USD, so probably like, what, around like 14, 15 in Canadian. A month, and I probably had Fight Pass for like, what, around 6 months, and then outside of that, I paid to go to UFC 297. But outside of like those two things, I've never paid for UFC ever.
Yeah, look, I think. By the way, elaborate to people what it's like to be at a UFC event in comparison to watching it at home. Like,
Honestly,
explain to people
bro.
that experience.
Okay, so honestly, bro, like the thing is, like, Strickland versus Duplessis, like, so their fight, that's upcoming, and then their fight last year, they were the only, no, like, they were the only fight worth watching on the card, like, on paper, and like, in terms of delivery, like, they're the only fight worth watching. So like, I did not get my money's worth, bro. I honestly did not enjoy it. Like, if the card was more stacked, it would have been better. But like, like the thing is, I paid fucking $431 in Canadian, which is more, and that's, like, in American dollars, that's still, like, that's still quite a bit. And then the people around me paid even more. They paid up to 600 CAD. But yeah, like, I fucking, yeah, like, I paid a ton of money. I did not get amazing seats. Like, I was able to see the octagon, but I wasn't able to see it too well. And it was easier to watch on the Titantron. So I was doing
right.
I was doing a lot of
that's what
yeah, I was doing a lot of watching on the Titantron. And yeah, so and obviously, like, there was only one fight I came to watch. So like, when you put all those into account, like, I cannot give it more than a 5 out of 10 experience, and I only put it as high as a 5 because of the fact that I got to go to a UFC event. But like, like, yeah, bro. Honestly, like, I've had much better experiences. Like, a lot of people who've been to UFC events, they'll tell you it's the best experience of their life. But my personal experience, bro, like, yeah, I would just give it a 5 out of 10 just to say I could, just to say I've been to a UFC event. But like, yeah, for the reasons I listed, it really wasn't all that. So this is probably a unique perspective, but I've talked to other people who say they prefer watching fights from home or on the TV as well. So I'm not the only one who feels this way.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Because look, I think that it's a different experience. Like, watching at home is the full true UFC experience. And you know what? When you watch Dana White cage side in every fight, his head is like this, right? Like, looking down, while he should, like, this is me watching the fight in the cage, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's my peripheral vision when I'm watching the fight. But Dana White is like this, right? Instead of looking up, it's down here because he's looking at a screen, right? As he's like this, right? He's looking at a screen as he's watching the fight.
Yeah.
You know, and why is because he's looking at the whole production of the UFC. So people underestimate, especially if they are not like media trained or understanding how media works or how transitioning one TV screen to another works, TV production stuff, film production stuff. People don't really appreciate and understand that that is really what makes the UFC valuable in terms of, because otherwise, if you go there in person, honestly, it'll just look like any other regional MMA event. Really, the only difference is the packaging that you get on TV that makes it very different, right? Like what you say.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And
Can you hear me?
yeah, oh yeah, no, I can hear you. Ronzhou is still not in at the scale yet. So so far Drickus made weight, Sean made weight, Weli and Saurez made weight, Justin Tafa barely made weight, 266, Tallison Texeria 263 made weight, Jimmy Crute 206, Rodolfo makes 205, Jake Matthews 170.5, identical to Francisco Prado. Jack Jenkins 146, Gabriel Santos 145.5, Tom Nolan 155.5, Boraschev 156. No wonder he took very long. He was the last guy to step on scale. We're now just waiting on Ronzhou. Ronzhou's opponent, Cody Steele, makes 156. Kevin Jousset, 171. Jousset Micalff, 170. Colby and Alexandre Topuria, both at 135. The most highly anticipated prelim fight in the whole entire card with two world champions, one former world champion that fought the current world champion involved in this fight. So good times ahead.
So wait, Kyrie, is the most viewed thing you've ever done, like, was it a live or was it like an actual video you uploaded?
It was a live, and then the video that one of the biggest videos I uploaded was the Ryan Garcia and the Tank Davis reaction post fight. By the way, that was originally a live that I did on Facebook, but because that Facebook page got taken down, obviously it only survived in my YouTube channel. Thank goodness.
So wait, like, you've been following MMA from the start, right?
From the start, I would say so, because remember this, right? I started watching MMA when I was 10 years old. So that was in 1995. And then prior to that, there was only like maybe a couple of UFC events. So it was easy to track them, right? You go to the VH.
How did you get introduced to it, though?
Well, I grew up doing martial arts. I grew up doing wrestling. I grew up doing taekwondo. And then it was available in the pay-per-view world, right? This ultimate fighting, no holds barred thing. And I looked at it and I was like, wait a minute, this is literally what I do, right? You compete in a fighting sport, but, a little more of an unlimited form. Now you just got to combine, from what I know it to be, taekwondo, karate, and wrestling together.
Oh.
But yeah, by the time I started watching when I was 10, which is in 1995, it was very easy to track back all the UFCs, because they only had like maybe 6 events at that point from 1993 to 1995. So it was very easy to track them. And then in 2005, they got bigger. Obviously, the rise of cable TV and Spike TV at that time, the man's channel, right? A perfect way of introducing the UFC to the world. In comes the Stephan Bonner and Forrest Griffin fight.
Yeah. Okay, so you would have been 20 by then, or 21, and that fight was fucking massive, bro.
Correct.
A lot, yeah.
Correct.
So, like, were you following boxing before MMA?
Oh yeah, because that was the ultimate uh combat sport at the time, the most prized combat sport, of its generation. So sure, when there was Tyson fights, I was on it. When there was fights for Trinidad and Oscar De La Hoya, I saw that live. I saw Buster Douglas fight Mike Tyson when
I think that's the biggest upset in sports history.
it is, considering of how
not just combat sports, but like sports overall.
well, would you say that that kind of falls in line with Izzy being dethroned by Sean? I mean,
Okay. Let's be honest. Like, okay, like like Israel was like what, maybe like 7-1 favorite. Buster Douglas was no, Mike Tyson was like a 37 to something one favorite over Buster Douglas, bro. I don't even think it's comparable.
Hmm.
I'm talking about like betting odds, not just like what we think. Like realistically, I don't think counting Buster Douglas out 37-1 would have been a smart. Like even though I wasn't watching, like I wasn't even alive when they fought, but like even then, I think that would have been a bit too much. But like maybe to someone like me, I do think that the gap in odds with those two, with Izzy Strickland and Douglas Tyson, like I think the gap would be similar, like to someone like me who's not like a better, but like when it comes to betting odds, those fights are not even close. Like it's like we're talking about 7-1 to like 37-1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you know what? I tell you what, those are actually one of the things that I don't understand about MMA is the gambling aspects of it for
being Muslim and all, being Muslim and all, that's the thing. Like I don't bet either. So, but like I just this is like, just like based on research and shit. Like,
but I had a homie, from England, Zayn Musa Boxing Dosage. I don't know if you know him, but he's been on my live stream quite a few times, a lot of times in fact. During the night of Canelo and Berlanga was the same night of UFC's Noche, right? And so when Sean O'Malley got beat, he left my live stream midway, not in disrespect or anything like that. It's just that he had a parlay for Canelo and for Sean O'Malley, and obviously Sean O'Malley ruined that parlay, so he wasn't going to stick around to watch the defeat of his money slipping away. But again, that's the unfortunate aspects of gambling, isn't it?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, it destroyed his enthusiasm for the rest of the fight card. So
like honestly, bro, like even if I was not like okay, so like obviously I'm not like I'm not like what do you call it, like I'm not the most religious person out there, but like there are things that like I feel like even if I wasn't religious, I just wouldn't be doing. And like things like tattoos and gambling, I just don't think I'd be that type of person.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I could understand that. I could definitely understand that. Yeah, I think what it is, what we call in Islam fitra. You have that natural fitra of what you perceive to be as deviant, or or something that's out of line, or out of the realm of decency that that you would never live by. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, absolutely,
yeah, it's only natural, man. That you feel that way. So yeah. So what do you think about the Canelo fight with Jake Paul? Right? Like, do you think this is a good idea for Canelo? Because Jake Paul could absolutely hurt Canelo.
I agree, and I'm glad you said that, bro. I'm tired of people acting like this is some sort of horrific mismatch. I think that Canelo versus Crawford was a horrific mismatch because of the size difference, bro. Like, I think he would have destroyed Crawford, but Jake is bigger than him, so this could actually be a fucking good fight.
Right. But you also got to understand, Canelo spars with Andy Ruiz, former heavyweight world champion.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah.
You know, but I mean, we don't know how he does against him. You know, for all we know, he probably goes easy on Canelo. I'm talking about Andy Ruiz. You know, maybe he goes easy on him, right?
Okay. Like, if a heavyweight is going hard on, like, Canelo's like what, middleweight or like below that, right? Yeah, like I think that'd be like ridiculous for a heavyweight to go hard on him. So, yeah, but yeah,
super
that being
middleweight,
said,
and the highest he's gone was 175, which was with Kovalev, and obviously the loss that he had against Bivol.
but okay, that being said, Canelo is infinitely more skilled than Andy Ruiz.
You say that Canelo is more skilled than Andy Ruiz?
Do you disagree?
I would say that he is, yes. But again, he's also more skilled than Jake Paul. But guess what? The reason why we're giving Jake Paul a chance in hell of this fight is because of the size.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, because honestly, like, skill, like, if the size is just like, okay, so what I'm saying is, like, people, like, I don't even think Crawford is more skilled than Canelo, but there are people who will argue that he is, even though I do not think that at all. But, like, okay, let's say hypothetically he is. There's no way that the skill gap between them is that big to where it can make up for the size difference. There's no way. But like Jake Paul and Canelo, like, okay, let's be honest, like, we both got Canelo winning, and I don't really see Jake winning this. But that being said, Jake has a way better chance.
Why not? You think that he's gonna get outpointed or what?
Okay, so like, my thing is, like, okay, Tommy Fury, like, he's not like a total bum, but he's not like he's not like elite. You know what I'm saying? And like, we have seen Jake lose before, so that is.
But he does have elite level reach. He may not be elite per se, but the reach is quite elite.
Interesting. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, that's one thing that makes him, extremely dangerous is the reach.
Okay, so who do you favor in this fight?
Jake Paul.
Interesting. Okay, no, I'm actually glad you said that, just because I'm tired of people acting like this is a horrific mismatch. I'll say right now, I'm like, I'm like 60-40 Canelo, like, but like, honestly, like, giving Jake a 40% chance is more than fucking 95 to 99% of combat sports fans. Like, you're probably like in the 1 to 5% that you and I are in the 1 to 5% that are giving Jake Paul a chance at all.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because like, okay, so yeah, like, bro, honestly, bro, I like Canelo. He's actually one of the few real boxers that I like to watch, that I like tuning in to watch. But I actually want Jake to win, because it's just fun seeing fans get mad, like the haters get mad, you know. So, yeah, like
this is not going to make sense to a lot of people.
Yeah, and they're just gonna cope and weep more and be like, oh, this is rigged. But yeah, no, it's not rigged. It's just that, like, things are just not the way you want it to be. So yeah, but it would break the internet though. Like Jake beating Canelo, that break the internet.
And you know what? That would be a great way for you to launch your channel, right? Because whenever there's a shocking event, listen, to all those would-be content creators out there in the combat sports space, understand this. This is what you need to do. Hop on an event that is gaining traction in the clout, right? Kiona Hiller says, wanna now. You wanna now. That is Vanderlei Silva reference. Shout outs to that guy. But yeah, that's the best way to really build your channel is yeah. going on at a time where there is a big event going on, like if let's say Jake Paul was to knock out Canelo, yeah, you got to be on there, on the scene, and covering it. So, swoon. Keanu Hiller says swoon. Again, Vanderlei Silva references. So, do you see any of these jokes that they make of Vanderlei Silva where they make fun of him going, wanna now, I wanna now? That's when he tried to
They're
strike
referencing the Chael Sonnen thing onto the Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah. So, okay, so you do tap into all these older stuff that you that you have not seen.
I was mentioned. Okay, so I've never followed the Ultimate Fighter, but I mentioned to you that when it comes to MMA history, I know more than most people who watch full fight cards.
Now, is it because you went back before and just dived into a black hole of like just
yeah. So the thing is, I've watched a lot of old fights, but I also just did a lot of reading on history and shit like that. And I could name you, I could legit name you every single male MMA champion, male UFC champion from 1993 to now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. And honestly, there's even a chance I could do it for female too, but I would not be 100% on that. But male, I'm confident I could do every.
Yeah. Where does BJ Penn place on his where does BJ Penn place on his top 10? On his top 10 or everyone's top 10? I would say that on BJ's top 10, he would be number 1. But the way that I see BJ, I mean, he's one of the guys that has won 2 titles. So
wait. Is he talking about top 10 like overall or top 10 lightweight?
Maybe top 10 of all time.
Okay. Top 10 of all time. Honestly, I can see a small argument for BJ being on there, but I think it's very arguable. No, because no.
Oh,
Don't get me wrong.
All time, he said. Yeah, top 10 all time.
Okay. So I can definitely see BJ in I could definitely see an argument for him at like number 10. But okay, I'll give you my top 10 right now for in order. So okay, number 1 all time, I have John Jones at 1. I don't want to give like explanations right now. I just want to list my order. So okay, number 1 I have John Jones. Number 2 I have George St. Pierre. Number 3 I have Anderson Silva. Number 4 I have Prado.
Is he talking about top 10?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. So number 1 I have John Jones. Number 2 I have George St. Pierre. Number 3 I have Anderson Silva. Number 4 I have Fedor Emelianenko, because I'm not just talking about UFC, I'm talking about MMA. Number 5 I have Jose Aldo. Number 6 I have Demetrius Johnson. Number 7 I have Dan Henderson. Number 8 I have Stipe Miocic. Number 9 I have Daniel Cormier, and number 10 I have Randy Couture. So that's like my
Keone Hiller says he likes your. He says I like his top 3 list. Yeah, he says good list. And he says he would tie BJ Penn and Khabib for number 1 in lightweight. But
okay, yeah. That is that I can actually see because when we're talking about top 10, so obviously I already told you how I feel about Khabib and his resume and all that stuff. Yes, he retired undefeated, but the number of elite fighters he's been is really not that high. And he also has only fought in one weight class in the UFC as well. So that's why I can't put him in my top 10. BJ Penn, he did fight in 2 weight classes and he won 2 titles. So okay, top 10 overall all time. I can see him being I can see him barely edging out top 10, but I would not personally put him in mind. But what I will say is I when it comes to lightweight greatness, if I had to choose one, even though they both deserve that number 1 spot, I'd edge Khabib over BJ just because of we're only talking about lightweight greatness, so that would take away the welterweight belt and his accomplishments in other weight classes. So when we're talking about just lightweight, I would edge Khabib above BJ just slightly. But when we're talking about overall accomplishments, because BJ has accomplishments in other weight classes, I'll put BJ above Khabib all time.
Okay. Okay, so
Yeah.
that makes a lot of sense. Okay. All right. Yeah. My top three would be number one, it would have to be tied with three people. Okay, it would be Islam, Khabib, and John Jones. That's the number one. Number two would have to be George St. Pierre, hands down. Number three is Daniel Cormier, and yeah, so that would be my top three. Number four, all the way to 10, can be ambiguous because obviously that could change depending on the trajectory of a lot of these fighters. I mean, you could probably put Alex Pereira at number four within that list.
Okay, Khairi, you and I, our criteria is not like I'm not like okay, because like all this goat stuff and like and these lists, these are all subjective, these are all debatable, and like it all
Correct.
depends on criteria. So clearly, like you and I, we don't have the exact same criteria. Like okay, so like the thing with like you look more at like things like dominance and undefeated records, whereas with me, I'm looking more at resume and longevity over anything. And so that's basically where we differ. But like we do both agree on John Jones. Like John Jones, obviously he's never really lost outside of a DQ, but like that's not the main reason I have him at one. I just think he has honestly he does have a better resume than any fighter ever, to be honest. Like when we're talking about like accomplishments and resume and all that stuff, like you can't really argue anyone is above John Jones all time, like because like the amount of elite fighters he's beaten from 2011 to now is actually insane, and he's still on top of the game now. So yeah, that's why I'd have him at number one, and then obviously he's won belts in two weight classes, and then GSP, he has a very similar story to John Jones, except he's never been anyone like Daniel Cormier, and he's also like been finished. Like not only has he lost, but he's also been finished in fights too. So yeah, that put him below John Jones for me. And then after that, it just gets easier to rank people. But yeah, like when you hear the MMA goats like go contenders being thrown around in this day and age, the two names you'll hear the most are probably John Jones and GSP. Do you agree with that? Like I'm not saying I'm not saying that they're the right answers, but I'm saying like the two names that you hear the most being thrown out there. Would you agree that they're John Jones and GSP?
Yeah, speaking of John Jones, Six Dogs here comments. He says, also, John Jones has self admitted used roids since 12. He's not impressive. That's why he can't be number one. Okay, well, see, and again, that's a different criteria, right? Because there's a lot of people out there that have very similar criteria to that, being that their criteria is that you got caught with this, so therefore we can't qualify you as these types of people in any kind of way. So yeah, what do you think about that criteria of drug use and being caught, but also still having the accolades?
Well, like, okay, I was saying earlier on this call that I consider the performance-enhancing drug argument very weak because I believe that all fighters today, or at least like 95% of them, of the fighters that are fighting at the highest level, whether they're like, whether they're champion or top contenders, like I believe that 95 to 100% of them are on PEDs today. And before the USADA era, all of them were fucking on that shit, bro. Like definitely. So like that's why I consider it weak. Because like honestly, bro, like the great majority of fights were like fair fights. Like they were fights on equal ground. So yeah, like and even fighters who have not popped have been accused for using or have done other things to cheat. So yeah, like honestly, I think you're just opening a massive can of worms by like poking and prodding, because you can do so many things to discredit certain fighters that have accomplished greatness. Like you can do it with any fighter who's ever been thrown in to be a go contender at any point in time. Like you can just like do there are just so many things you can do to poke and prod at fighters, and people will always have some sort of bias, and like not everyone can always be 100% objective every all the time. So yeah, like that's how I feel. Like yeah, basically what I'm saying is I consider the performance enhancing drug argument weak because I believe that all the fighters back then and the great majority of fighters now, if not all of them now, are on them.
Well, you know what? Paulie Malignaggi, the boxer, has said something very similar to what you said right now, right? He said before, quite a few years ago, where he stopped judging guys for getting caught with enhancements because of the fact that damn near everybody is taking them. It just really depends on who's getting caught and who has the resources to not get caught.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And thinking about it, man, this whole idea of calling John Jones a cheat because he had drug infractions in his drug testing or whatever. I don't know. I think there's a bit of some virtue signaling that goes with that, and also a whole lot of self-righteous feeling. I'm not saying that the person who just made that comment right now is self-righteous or anything like that. In fact, it's a very common argument that many MMA fans out there make. But there's also that reality that you just said, and the same reality that Paulie Malignaggi has mentioned in the past about not judging fighters for having PEDs. Six Dogs here writes, there's UFC fighters who have done great things clean, and I think it's a disgrace to the sport. Same with Chael Sonnen. So yeah, Chael Sonnen obviously is.
He's invented PEDs. He's literally.
He's like, oh yeah, I take it. Yeah, and let me tell you how I did it. I know John Jones takes it because when me and John Jones were gonna fight each other, we sort of made this pact like, hey, listen, you're not gonna snitch on me. I'm not gonna snitch on you. We both know we did it, John. The game is up. And you know what? When Chael is the one that's telling you that he knows you take it, and he's admitting that he takes it also. I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Like, how do you beat that? You know what I mean? How do you beat that? How do you beat a narrative like that?
Wait, so this person was using Chael as an example?
Yeah, because Chael obviously has admitted to using. And he also says that, hey, you know what? I see one. I know one when I see one. When he's describing John Jones.
Yeah, bro. Like I don't know who this guy is, but like, yeah, he definitely sounds. At the very least, he sounds very biased. He might be like a new fan, and.
But no, you know what? What Six Dogs is saying here is really not that unique from what a lot of fans are saying. And you know what? Like, there's enough people that actually really do feel this way. Chael and John are so awesome, but they use it. But they use it. Kills me. It's like they are. Kills me. Like, are they really even impressive? Like, so in other words, he's asking, are they even really impressive, even if they took steroids? Well, okay.
And people are acting like steroids give you skill and technique and talent.
I was about to say that, yeah. Six Dogs, that's actually what I was going to push back on with you, respectfully disagreeing by saying that, you know what, John Jones has taken these enhancements before, but you got to ask yourself, there's plenty of guys out there in the streets that could take enhancements. Look, bodybuilders take enhancements, but I guarantee you most bodybuilders are not going to beat me in a fight. No, there's no way. You know what I mean? You can have all the steroids in the world, but those steroids are not going to give you skills, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Now I get it. Bodybuilders are not trained fighters, but if you're a highly trained fighter, you're a highly trained fighter. Now, here's where I will have to agree with Six Dogs. Remember when people say that John Jones has the clutch genes, right? Meaning that if he is put in a certain adversity, he's going to come and rise above it. Sort of the example in the Alexandre Gustafsson fight, maybe even in the Dominic Reyes fight. That's a clear example of that, right?
Yeah.
So as a result of those, hard fought fights, maybe those steroids is what's helping him get through that. So in other words, he has the skills to hurt Alexander Gustafsson. He has the skills to hurt Dominic Reyes. But maybe the steroids is helping him recover. And by the way, Ronzhou is now finally the last fighter weighing in, and he now just made weight.
So okay,
that is everybody in the card has now weighed in. 6.6, no, but it's strength, and that's why nobody can take him down. Only like Daniel Cormier, and he was a UFC Olympic wrestling champion.
So hold up, wait. So like the thing about Gustafsson and Reyes. Okay, so for the first Alexander Gustafsson fight, John Jones did not really train for that much at all. Like he was partying a ton before that fight, and then and so he basically just came into the fight, and he did get fucked up, but he did edge it out on points, and that was based on okay. I like if what you're saying about like steroids and all that stuff, I don't doubt it, but like he also just had the talent and the skill to be able to overcome that as well. And the thing is, okay, John Jones so after this Alexander Gustafsson rematch, his last 3 fights at light heavyweight against Smith, Santos, and Reyes, he looked noticeably different in that. He didn't look nearly as dominant as his prime self, and he was going to close decisions against Santos and Reyes, and yeah, like I just think he was like he was just out of prime, and I think he was definitely off the PEDs by then, and he just didn't have the motivation to face these new guys who he had nothing to prove against. So that's why I think the Reyes fight was so close. And also Reyes, like John Jones, like his hardest stylistic matchups are guys who are like decent boxers who have the same length as him and that same height as him. So that's my explanation for like the Reyes and Gustafsson fights and stuff like that. But I will say that I do like when I was watching live, I thought Reyes got robbed, and even now I think it could while I think it could have went either way, I do think Reyes still had the better argument for winning that fight. I will say that. So
and that fight ruined him, man, because afterwards he was never the same.
He fell off bad. Yeah, it's just like the Carlos Condit after because I think Carlos should have beat Robbie Lawler, but Robbie got the decision, and Carlos' career fell off after that. Robbie did fall off after that fight too, but like Carlos did not even get the title, and he did not get the undisputed UFC title, and he fell off after that. Like it's not always a physical like after losing a fight, like it's not always the physical stuff that takes a toll on you. Like just mentally, like when you're working so hard for something and you think you do enough, and you know in your heart and your mind that you did enough, but you still don't get it, it just fucking takes a toll on you, and it just ruins you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's definitely true, man. Wow, man. You know, so now everybody's weighed in, but there was one fight that had obviously fallen through. So yeah, that was the fight that someone in the chat had mentioned that here, but where was that? Let's see here. Park. Yeah, the Park fight was the one that got canceled. Yeah, Park fight got canceled. So, what else is going on in the news right now? John Jones said that he has an announcement to make.
No, bro. So hold up. Yeah. So when it comes to that, bro, I would never straight up favor someone to beat John Jones in a fight just because he's never like lost, and he's just faced so many good guys and he keeps winning over and over. So I can't straight up favor anybody, but like you can't deny at this point that he and okay, when I say ducking, I'll say very very loosely. Like technically it kind of is, but I don't think it's because he's like to say he's scared is ridiculous, because like he's been fucking doing this for so long against how many different people. Like to say he's scared of a new guy is ridiculous. Obviously he sees the risk and all that stuff, but like yeah, so okay, sure, he's ducking in a sense, but not because he's like scared or anything. It's just like this is just a low this is high risk in comparison to low reward ratio for this fight. So that's why he has not agreed to face Tom, and that's why he's not going to face Tom. I knew that when he made that announcement saying, oh, in 24 hours I'm going to do this, I knew it was not going to be a Tom fight. I thought he was going to announce his retirement. He did not announce his retirement. It was some other bullshit, but I knew he was not going to face Tom, and I ended up being right.
Wow. Okay, so So this announcement has nothing to do with Tom, in your
It
opinion.
has nothing to do with Tom, and I thought he was gonna retire, but it's not about MMA. It's about some other shit. I forgot what it was, but I know it's not MMA related.
I know what it is. It's the movie that he did where he played a Navy SEAL.
I don't remember hearing that. I think it was. I think it has.
Yeah,
like,
he
I
shot.
know it
You
has.
didn't see him in a movie set where he's
No,
dressed up in
I did see
uniform?
that, but I'm talking about his announcement. His announcement, it had something to do with the United States of America, but I don't remember exactly what it was.
He said
Like,
the
I think he was-
United States of America. Yeah, he's playing a Navy SEAL in a movie.
No. I think he was protesting something that's going on in the country right now. Like, that's what his announcement. That's I'm pretty sure that's.
Oh, snap. Okay, so what? You think he's gonna go in on the deportation, or what? Is he like, pro or against the deportation, or what? Where do you think they're gonna go with that?
I'm not even sure if this is about the deportation. Like, I forgot what the post was about, but I know that he was. I know it was some sort of like protesting. You'd have to look it up. Honestly, I have no clue of what. Yeah, I honestly have no clue what that shit was about. But yeah, like yeah, like yeah, like I knew it was gonna be some nonsense. Like John Jones,
Wait,
like.
So
Sorry,
that's
go ahead.
what he was hinting at. It was something for the American people. That's what you said, right?
Okay, it was him complaining about something about the United States of America. Like, you would have to look it up to know what it is. I saw it all over Facebook, but like I didn't even pay attention to it because I knew the announcement was not going to be about Tom Aspinall. And like, to be honest, I don't even really want to see that fight. Like, because like, okay, like I don't see John Jones losing, but like, okay, let's say he does lose. It kind of looks stupid to try and go at the end of his career. And let's say he beats Tom. You're literally killing a contender for a guy who's gonna fucking retire after. Like, what's the point of this fight? Like, I don't want to see this fight.
Wow. You know what? It makes sense why we started this show, you talking about your love for professional wrestling that sort of led you into this MMA journey, right?
Yeah.
I think that is interesting because what you're asking for and what you are requesting for is similar to how a WWE or a pro wrestling promoter would run their company. Now, you know about the Montreal screw job, right?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
So, why is it that screw job happened? Because Brett did not want to do the job, and obviously wrestling is fake. It's not real competition. He's going to leave to go do that with another company, so he has to give up his belt. And he said he wasn't going to do it, so Vince McMahon faked a submission with the referee in hand to make it happen. You know what I mean? And that's the same trajectory line that you are sort of taking in this Tom Aspinall fight. Because look, MMA fans, even though a lot of them come from wrestling like yourself, a lot of them are not into the whole professional wrestling thing of protecting the business. This whole idea of seeing a goat being toppled is something that they dream of. Because MMA fans are like kids that build blocks. They build them really high. They build them really high until they go and knock it down for their own personal enjoyment of seeing it being stacked up only to be pushed down.
Yeah, you know, that's total facts, but don't get me wrong. It's both ways too. Like, to be honest, like, because like, okay, if John beats Tom, you're literally killing a prospect when the GOAT is about to retire afterwards. Like, what's the fucking point of that?
Well, is Tom a prospect, though? I mean, he's considered to be the number one heavyweight in MMA.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't mean to say that, but like, imagine how shit it's gonna make Tom look after John Jones retires after beating him. Like, it's gonna be like, people are gonna be like, oh, he lost to a fucking 37-year-old John Jones. Oh, this guy's a bum, and it's just gonna make the heavyweight division as a whole look worse. It's gonna make everyone look like frauds, bro. Like, it's just not like it's gonna be a big payday for the UFC, but in the long run, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good for business.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree. I can understand why it may not seem like it's good for business, But I think the UFC's business model is that they're going to thrive on whoever the winner is going to be. And I think that model that they created, I think allows them to take fights like John Jones and Tom Aspinall with no real repercussion in the long-term sense.
So at most, okay, so say they fight and John Jones wins. At most, he fights one more time against Alex Pereira, then he hangs it up because he literally would have nothing to do after that. And then, and then it just makes Tom Aspinall, who's the best heavyweight outside of John Jones, look like it just makes him kind of look like a fraud. And then he, it just be weird. I don't know. I think that people should respect that there are different generations, and John's paid his dues. Like, he's a piece of shit person, but like in the sport, he's paid his dues. He's been around long enough. Like, just fucking let him go right into the sunset, retire. Like, he doesn't have
to. Well, and this is why they don't want him to do that, and this is why they want to push the Tom Aspinall fight. And that's a great point that you said, that they are coming from two contrasting generations, right? They don't need to do this fight. Just like GSP, he didn't really need to fight Israel Adesanya. Nobody is asking him to fight Israel Adesanya because, remember, Israel Adesanya was on his way up while what do you call it? While GSP was about to vacate his title.
I think you're talking about Robert Whittaker.
Either Robert Whittaker or Izzy would have been in that mix, but yes, Robert Whittaker was the man that they sort of wanted to have next in line to fight GSP. But nobody was pushing him for that. Robert Whittaker is the new generation, different from George St. Pierre.
Exactly.
And nobody, think about that. Nobody was pushing GSP for that. And you want to know why? Because we don't want to see GSP get hurt by Robert Whittaker, but we do want to see Tom Aspinall hurt John Jones due to the things that you just mentioned earlier.
Because John Jones is a piece of shit, but also because we haven't seen him lose. We've at least seen GSP lose, and GSP is like he's I guess a nice guy. So those are the reasons. But going back to that. So Robert Whittaker, he beat Yoel Romero for the interim belt, UFC 213, I think. And then GSP won the undisputed from Michael Bisping at UFC 217, which is a few pay-per-views later. So GSP and Bisping both ducked both Romero and Whittaker, and then Robert just got promoted to undisputed champion after, and then he defended against Romero one more time. But that's a very good point you made there, and that's why, bro, this whole John and Tom stuff, it's just it's just annoying and shit. I don't even it's just a very annoying debate. I don't even talk. It's just annoying to talk about. I don't really care about this fucking sure, it's a big fight, but I don't care to see it happen. And a thing with me is MMA. I'm sure you see a lot of the comments I make on pages and different groups and posts and shit, and a lot of it is just negativity, and sometimes it's just straight up rage baiting without meaning anything, not all the time, but sometimes. But
but isn't that normal in modern MMA culture, though? Don't you think? I mean, it's pretty standard, I mean, that's not really anything shocking to me that that you would do, especially being active on the MMA chats and whatnot. It's just what you do.
Exactly.
It's part of the culture in a way. But at the same time, there is a very negative aspect of MMA culture, though, that oftentimes we don't talk about, right? You got to think this whole Bryce Mitchell thing, what he said.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm not saying that I am either in support or against what he's saying, but what I am saying is Dana White and the UFC, bro, they're like, oh yeah, we're all for free speech and shit, and they let people like Sean Strickland and Colby Covington say whatever the fuck they want. But when they say something that goes against the UFC, because the thing is, UFC, they're close to Trump, and obviously Trump and whoever else was ever U.S. president, they just naturally support Israel. So obviously UFC and Dana, they're on Israel's side too. So they would obviously have a problem with that. But also, people in this day and age, like we're taught to believe that. Okay, Hitler was not. I'm not saying he was a good man. He was not a good man, but like we're taught to believe that Hitler was the worst person in history when he was not. And like there have been yeah, I don't want to get into it, but like he wasn't the worst person in history, and so like that's the thing. Like we're taught to believe that he's the worst person in history. So like saying anything that's not negative about Hitler, like saying anything that's like neutral or positive about Hitler, that will get people like that will just ruffle people's feathers more. So like UFC had to.
Well, do you think that he was speaking about Hitler in a very neutral manner? Do you think there's a neutral manner that sort of that he wanted to approach rather than just spew the media-friendly narrative, right? Like, wouldn't you say that there's some accuracy in that, or?
Well, okay. Like, I'm not trying to get you in trouble. That's the thing. So I don't know if I want to say anything.
All right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. But I see what you're saying. Okay. Let me just kind of summarize what you're trying to say in a very politically correct manner, right? It goes like this.
Hold on. Okay. Go ahead.
It goes like this, and I've said this on my Bryce Mitchell video regarding that matter, right? One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, and I think ultimately that's what Bryce Mitchell was just trying to convey to the world.
Yeah.
And when he said that he would go fishing with him, I think what he is trying to do is say that, hey, you know what, this man is a human being. Sort of humanize him a little bit.
And he was saying before the meth as well. So like Hitler probably went on his rampage when he was on hardcore drugs and shit. So maybe that's another thing.
Look at Keone Hiller here. He's going at it with Six Dogs. He says, "Who is Six Dogs? How dare you talk about my Uncle Chael like that? He's undefeated and undisputed." Oh man, so you believe that, huh? You believe Keone Hiller that he's undefeated and undisputed, huh? Very interesting. But yeah, go ahead. You're saying?
Yeah. So okay, okay, so like obviously, like I don't want any stupid controversy is good, but when it's like something that can put certain put things at risk, that's when I don't like it. But okay, so like I'm not like okay, I will say this right now, like Adolf Hitler, like okay, killing children is always wrong, regardless of where, like regardless of if they're of what religion or race or whatever the fuck they're from, you know, I don't agree with the killing of children of any kind. So so yeah.
Yeah, of course, man. You know what? It's yeah.
And yeah, like okay, and obviously like there were a ton of innocent people killed because of Adolf Hitler too. So yeah, like he was not a good person. Let's just make that clear. But I like because of a bunch of reasons, like obviously okay, like looking objectively, he's not the worst person in history. He's not. Like
Bryce
there
Mitchell
have
got hit so hard he woke up in 1940.
but
never lost a second of a round. Referring to Chael Sonnen. Okay, go ahead. Just wanted to read that comment out loud. Go ahead.
No problem. But yeah. So what I was saying is Adolf Hitler, like okay, he was not a killing children, he was not a good guy at all. Like the killing of innocent people, the killing of children, like that is horrible, like a super horrible thing to do. He is definitely one of the worst people in history for sure, but he's not the absolute worst. And like in this day and age, like where people are like when we're thinking of like the worst people in history, he's the first name that comes to mind when people are thinking when people are thinking of the worst people. Like Hitler is literally the first name that comes to mind, and he's not the absolute.
Oh yeah,
worst.
Here's an example of that. I remember I was watching Family Matters, right? Very old school show, with Steve Urkel, and I remember he had a disagreement with a teacher, and he didn't like the workload that the teacher was giving him, so he called the teacher a Nazi, right? As some sort of undesirable type of person that they want to convey a message to, as to say like, hey, you know what, this person is so horrible that it is as if he is a Nazi. Steve Irwin, Keone Hiller here says, Steve Irwin, what is that in reference to, if you don't mind elaborating on that a little bit, Hiller, if you mind, please. But yeah, I think. Look, here's the thing, right? I think Bryce Mitchell means well, but man, when you say these things, it never goes well.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. And so and yeah, that's what I was tying into earlier too. Like okay, like yeah, I don't agree with what he said, at least not fully 100%. But like again, Hitler is the most over villainized person in history just because of a bunch of reasons. So okay, first off, like while what he did was wrong, while he was a bad person for killing innocent people and children and shit like that, like throughout history, like there have been worse dictators than him for sure. And I don't even have to fucking name people right now. But like there objectively have been worse people, and also like okay, I will name some people. You know what? Fuck it, I'll name some people. Okay, like fucking Mao Zedong, for example, fucking Pol Pot, fucking like Joseph Stalin, bro. Like those are just a few names right now off the top of my head. But like uh, and then like okay, so
And he said he thinks the world is flat. Keone Hiller says he thinks the world is flat. This guy was never known for being the smartest person in reference to Bryce Mitchell, and that's true, right?
Okay, yeah. Flat earthers are the stupidest people on earth. Well, let's just bring that out of the way. So yeah, Bryce Mitchell's not a bright guy, but yeah, like what I was saying though about Hitler. So okay, like I'm just I'm not trying to paint this guy in a positive light, but like he's not he's not like the. I just want to say he's not like the worst. He's not like the worst ever. So okay, and then obviously like Hitler is obviously okay. So not so okay. Zionists and Jewish people, they're not the fucking same exact thing. You know what I'm saying? Like not all Jews are Zionists and shit like that. Like just like not all Muslims are terrorists. Like there are you can't associate certain bad people with the whole religion. You know what I'm saying? So you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, and also taking into consideration that there are many Jews out there that fight for Palestine,
Exactly. Yes.
in a
Yes.
political matter.
And I know I know of people like that too. So like yeah, like kudos to them and shit. So yeah, like Hitler, his mistake was fucking tying all like his mistake was labeling all Jews as like a Zionist and shit. Like because obviously like Zionists are horrible.
100%.
Yeah, Zionists are like fucking horrible people, bro. Like obviously like we have knowledge of the war of like Israel and Palestine and shit like that. Like the Zionists are fucking horrible people, and like this world it is run by certain people. Like it's run by a certain group of people. You know what I'm saying? Like without getting too into it. So like yeah, like Hitler has he just has a very like he didn't have like the most like while he had a bad mindset, it wasn't the right mindset. It wasn't the most backwards mindset ever, and he's not the worst person ever either. So the thing is, Bryce Mitchell, he's a retard. He's a brain damaged retard, and he obviously believes in flat Earth. Like nothing, but like I agree with you. Like he's not someone total piece of shit person. Like he seemingly means well. He just doesn't have the right idea. He's just a bit extreme and yeah, that could be because of like a brain damage, but a bunch of other reasons too. Like he's like and like even fucking like his boy Sean Strickland. Like Sean Strickland was brought up a neo-Nazi as well. Like people just have different views. It all depends on your upbringing and like a bunch of other things and like things you go through in your life. Like that's how people develop these certain views. So yeah, but yeah, now that I got all that out of the way, like it's just UFC talking about being all for free speech and then fucking forcing Bryce Mitchell to apologize because there's no way Bryce Mitchell did this out of wanting to do this.
Keone Hiller says, "I'll say it. He's an inbred."
Yeah, he is. No, he literally is an inbred.
Yeah, look, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I think you know what it is. You know, you come from a certain demographic or a certain part of the United States. You have a certain accent.
Are you talking about me?
It's what?
Wait, who are you talking about? Me? Or
No. Sean Strickland. Don't say it.
Oh.
Yeah. Don't say it.
Oh.
He said. Keone Hiller says, "Don't say it." Yeah, no. I'm not trying to say it, but yeah, I'm just saying what you're saying about inbred and all of that. It's not out of the realm of possibilities because this is just who this guy is.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. Like you can't you can't count it out. Yeah. Like he definitely could be like for all we know he could be inbred and that would explain it as well. But like, yeah, there's a bunch of different factors and yeah, he is
from the south where like inbreeding is known to happen, to say the very least. So
Yeah.
there's just a lot of there's a lot of things. So like people hating on Bryce Mitchell, like it's not like this is 100% fully functioning, like a fully mentally functioning human being. You know what I'm saying? So like,
and also with the inbreeding thing, one will also argue that maybe perhaps it is a reason to enhance his performance, kind of like what they say, R word strength. You know what the R word is, right? They say they have that term called R word strength.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No, I got you. But that's the thing too. Like, if they're gonna like while I don't agree with what Bryce Mitchell's saying, I still believe in his freedom. Like, if UFC are gonna be able to free speech, I believe, and especially if USA, the country is
the MMA guru Dagestan theory, correct, Keone Hiller. That's sort of where I'm getting it from. But
I knew you were getting at that as well. But since USA is going back to free speech under Trump, and since UFC's always been about free speech, I think what they're doing with Bryce Mitchell, like what they made him do, I do think it's wrong based on what they have been pushing. So like while I disagree with what Bryce has been saying to a certain extent, I still believe in his freedom to say it because of what the UFC have been pushing. But before all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? So like that's what I'll say on all this stuff. But yeah, man, like it I think you already made a video about this whole Bryce Mitchell stuff too, didn't you?
Yes. The one with him and the German guy on the thumbnail. I don't know if it was a good idea to put the German guy on the thumbnail, but at the same time, that's the main subject topic at hand, right? But I don't know if the algorithm isn't pushing it based on that. But if you guys are watching this, check out my video on Bryce Mitchell and the German fella. I think you guys will get a kick out of it. I think there's some interesting information that I've laid out there. So go check it out, inshallah. But here's the thing with Bryce Mitchell, right? The type of conversations that you have behind closed doors, this is one of them. The majority of the world, I swear to you, they cannot grasp or understand the reality of rough talking, okay? Because ultimately what Bryce Mitchell did with these statements, this is rough talking at its best. That's all it is. This is just rough talking, right? But that's the problem. You can't talk rough or have a rough draft of a conversation outside of the, outside of your home, or outside of your privacy. Because people are going to pick it apart and they're going to use anything that you could say against you.
Yeah, that's facts.
Yeah, so that's where all of this is at. And I just think that Bryce Mitchell doesn't have a filter. And I think that's really where it comes down to. He doesn't have a filter. And many people are not. Like, look, think about this, right? Think about how reasonable this conversation sounds. Well, you know what? Larry is such a bad guy, according to a lot of people, but Larry is also a good guy because he does this. That's a normal conversation people have on a daily basis.
Yep.
Now, you remove the word Larry and you replace it with Nazi or Adolf or Hitler, guess what? Now you're in a different ballgame.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now you can't talk objectively good about him. And here's the thing, right? I think that Hitler has done so much damage to the world that speaking good about him in any kind of way is traumatizing to people. And I've seen this happen in close and personal interactions. Like, for example, if the person suffered PTSD from another person, let's say maybe some kind of domestic abuse or something like that, right? Like that person is not going to be looked at favorably by that other person or the people that are in the party of that victim. That's kind of the effect that Hitler has in the world.
Yeah, no, you're
like
not
think about it. If somebody raped you, obviously no Diddy, hypothetically speaking, only for the purposes of educational analysis. If somebody raped you, would you really be happy hearing other people saying, well, you know what, this guy was a great painter. This guy was a great guitarist. By the way, Charles Manson was a good guitarist. Have you ever heard any of his songs that he did back in the day?
Okay, no, I see what you're saying. I see what
You
you're
know what
saying.
I mean?
But
Like, you would be shocked at how good his song is. Like, if you think about the bands that were active during that time, you had Mamas and Papas, you had Jimi Hendrix, you had the Beatles and all of that. He could have been in there in that mix. And if you heard his work during that time, that's exactly what you would be getting. But ain't nobody trying to hear that Charles Manson was a good musician.
and okay, wait, hold up. Before I get to anything more, so neither you, like, just to people who are listening to this now and to people who could be listening to this later on, like when we're not live, I just wanted to make it clear, neither Kyrie or I are in support of Adolf Hitler at all. Like, we do not think he was a good guy at all. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah.
Like, all I'm saying is, like, the free speech thing, UFC are now going against it because of a bunch of reasons. One being just the support in Israel, and two is like, and another thing is like, while I don't think Adolf Hitler was good, while I don't support him, I do not think he was the worst person in history, and I also think he just, like, there's a certain group or not a group, like there are just certain bad people out there, and he was tying them all to one group. That was his biggest mistake, obviously. So, like, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Like, it's just like, because, like, yeah, again, Kyrie and I, like, we're both Muslim born and raised, and like I'll say right now that there are Muslims out there in this world who are terrorists, but not all Muslims are terrorists. Most Muslims are not terrorists. So, like, yeah, tying Jews in with Zionism, and tying all Jews in with Zionism, and tying all Muslims in with terrorists, that stuff is objectively wrong. But that was Hitler's biggest mistake. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, you cannot deny that that throughout history, that Zionists and terrorists and, like, just bad people from any religion or any fucking part of life, like any group or whatever, like, you cannot deny the damage and the bad that a lot of these people have done. So, yeah, that's all I was trying to get. That's all I was trying to get at by saying what I said. I was not supporting anything bad that anybody has done by any means.
Yeah, well, think of it like this, right? American History X. Let's transition into that movie right now, right? Because Sean Strickland actually has mentioned that he was inspired by this movie to join a neo-Nazi group. You know what I mean? American History X is one of the biggest American movies ever, right? It's one of the biggest gang movies ever. It's one of the biggest action movies, one of the biggest drama movies, whatever category you want to place that particular movie in. It's one of the biggest movies of all time. So, in other words, people can't tolerate Hitler, but people can tolerate the ideology of Hitler. Think about that.
Yeah, no, you're not kidding. And also, wait, hold up. So
because
you were
if
mentioning,
if they can't tolerate the ideas of Hitler, remember, we're talking about two different things, right? Ideas versus the actual person. I think there's a lot of Americans that are sympathetic to Hitler's ideals behind closed doors.
Yeah, no, and not just Americans, bro. Like, North Americans, just people worldwide in general, bro. I'll say right now, I've talked with people in the past who have been like this. Like, I'm not saying I'm associated with now or friends with people who are like this now, but I'm saying in the past I've heard a lot. So like yeah, like I know people who are straight up neo Nazis. Like or like I knew people who are or at least were when I knew them straight up neo Nazis. So like yeah, and that's the thing. Like a lot of the same people who are hating on people for discriminatory or like comments, or at least comments that are like made out to be discriminatory, like a lot of these people who are hating on other people for this are people who do shit like this in the comfort in the quiet and comfort of their own homes, where there are no cameras to record them saying this shit, you know, or thinking what they think. Like a lot of them are just hypocrites and shit like that. So yeah, that's another thing too. But yeah, like so Kyrie, you were mentioning Charles Manson. So like, are you into like true crime and shit like that?
I would say so. Yeah, I've got I mean, obviously, part of my channel that I also do California gang politics. You know, those are the other. So it sort of draws in line with that subject of crime drama and that genre, as well as yeah, gangs and geopolitics as well.
Okay, but like outside of like specifically like gang related stuff, like and like cults and shit like that, like when it comes to like unsolved murders and disappearances and like cold cases and shit like that, like do you have an interest in any of that stuff?
Sure. Yeah, I've done Tupac videos regarding that particular topic. You could consider that unsolved, although we sort of have an idea of who did it, but then on the official records, it's unsolved.
Yeah. So okay, no. So the Tupac case, it does count, but yeah, he is a celebrity though, so that's like a very well known thing. But yeah, so like I'll say right now, outside of MMA, the genre of true crime, that's like my biggest hobby / interest. Like like that's something that I have a ton of interest in as well. So like if in the future you want to make like videos related to certain crime cases or like crime topics, like I'd be super down for that as well. Like I was actually I was actually a part of a true crime podcast that from November to from like late November to like mid January, and we were and so like it was me and the host and like a few other people, but like the other people were unreliable, and then the host he kind of like he was kind of getting like stressed out and worn out, so he I don't know if he's like fully done with the podcast or if he just put it on hold for now. But
was he just burnt out from from trying to create the content or trying to create like topics every week or every day or?
Well, researching stuff was burning him out, but yeah, like it just got to be more of a chore for him, and he just yeah, like I don't like as of right now, he's not interested in doing it at the moment, and in the future, like if he like he said in the future, if he got back to it, he'd let me know. But yeah, like I was actually like doing a weekly crime podcast thing with him and with other people when they would come on, and yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like outside of MMA, like if you want to do stuff like that in the future, I'd be super down for that as well. And like I have a lot of expertise on this field as well. Like I think I have more expertise on this field than I do in MMA, if I'm being brutally honest. So
wow, okay,
yeah.
So there you go. Now we just unlocked a whole different genre that you got going on, and I think that's going to do wonders for for the content that you're going to do, as well as different contents that you're going to go out there and collaborate with other people as well.
Yeah. Hopefully, but yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like yeah, like yeah, like at any point, like I've so I've done my personal investigation of certain cases, and like I'm a straight up expert on a bunch of cases. So yeah, like I know that we like because like you make videos on other things. So like you were talking about making videos on like hip hop, for example, like stuff that's not related to MMA. So like if you wanted to
branch out into more genres and make a following on other things, like you have a platform, I'd be more than happy to just talk about stuff with you on a channel, on a different channel you have, or even on this channel, or like just to have a platform to talk about this stuff on. I'm more than down for that. Like the thing with me is, I'm like, don't get me wrong, it'd be great to do a lot of stuff on my own and make collaborations with like big. So just like with MMA, I've actually made a bunch of contacts in this crime field, like people who are like considered pretty big time. So that is notable. But like it would be great to like, I don't know, like maybe make a living off doing stuff related to this to some point. But right now, like I'd just be happy just talking about stuff and just getting information out there and having a platform to just talk about stuff with people, like having a conversation. Like this stuff is like, I just want to have fun with doing this. I don't want to be stressed out with making content and like making money right now. I just want to have fun doing this first off, and not like make a chore out of this and not have pressure doing this. You know what I'm saying?
I think you're on the right track with how you want to approach that, and I think that it is the right step into understanding that, hey, you know what? Instead of just worrying about making money or trying to get a deadline off of content, I'm just going to do this for fun. And I think that if you continue that path, you're going to have a very fulfilling journey into this content creation space, right? Because I think oftentimes, passion has to be, an important aspect of it, because guess what? When you have passion, hard work is easy. When people ask me, right, hey, how is it that you're able to train the way that you do in the gyms, do all these crazy workouts or this and that? I look at it like this, right? I look at it like it's no longer a chore for me to do that. It's no longer a hassle for me to do that. In fact, I love doing it to the point where it's not a hassle. So now working hard doesn't seem like hardly working at all, because you really love what you're doing and you're just going through the motions. And I think that is the optimal state of arousal that you really want to be in whenever you're trying to do something, or whenever you're putting yourself in a new space of future goals and whatnot.
Yeah, no, 100%, bro. Yeah, like I'm like, you're absolutely right. Like this is the right mindset to have going into this, and I'm aware of that. And yeah, like it's just like, yeah, it's awesome that there are that there are like a bunch of different topics that that would be interesting to talk about. I'd definitely be open and interested in learning about different topics that I'm not necessarily into right now as well. Like you mentioned some stuff on throughout this live that I've heard of that are that stand out to me. So yeah, when it comes to because like you're just very knowledgeable about a lot of things. Like you're like you've lived on this earth for 39 years, so I can only imagine the knowledge and the experience that you've accumulated over your life. So yeah, like I'm
naturally, yeah, that just comes with the territory, right, of being this old, but at the same time also going through life with different experiences. So yeah, you're absolutely right, because I was once that 20-year-old that hung out with 40-year-olds, and I thought the same. Was like, wow, you have a very interesting life trajectory, especially because you've gone through different eras that I haven't gone through, right? Like the 1980s or 90s, where I was very young or was not old enough to really do anything, in comparison to guys that are, let's say, in their 50s right now, that were on and popping during that time frame.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, that's really, yeah, that's really what it is. And you know what? As you get older too, you'll notice that you're going to gain more experiences about things. But I tell you what, the one thing that I do notice about you, you're very mature for your age, right? It's almost like you kind of have an old soul in a way.
No, bro. I've been told by so many people that I not only am I mature, but I have wisdom beyond my years. I'm not the type of person
soul.
Like I like to be I like to think that like I'm relatively humble and stuff like that, and I don't like I don't like okay, don't get me wrong, like everyone has an ego, everyone has to have an ego, or else you're not gonna be able to get through in life. But like, yeah, but I can honestly say that I agree with what people say about me having wisdom beyond my ears. Like, okay, there are times where like especially with how I act online and the comments I put out there, I act like a child. And sometimes I can even like sound like a child, like with the way my voice sounds and with the way I kind of talk fast and shit. And like sometimes I say immature stuff, but like if you actually get to like know me and understand me, you'll see that I'm very mature and I have a ton of wisdom. Like I have wisdom beyond my ears. Like I have a very intelligent outlook on life. And yeah, like you're obviously like it would take. I don't even know if it'd take an intelligent person to even realize that. Like, but like you're an intelligent person, so you can see that on another level.
Yeah. You know who else you sound like? You sound sort of like what's that guy's name? Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit. I don't know if you're familiar with him. You kind of resemble his voice in a way.
I don't know who that is, and I don't know what Fresh and Fit is.
Okay, yeah, he's a content creator. He does like these red pill things. He's that tall black dude that gets all of these girls in a seat and they just, and he just basically obliterates them with, feminist debates and all that.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yo, shout outs to Giuliano Argentino, no verbal tax MMA. That's one of my biggest allies in in this YouTube space right now. Shout out to him and congratulations to you in your 50,000 subscriber. I think he's now up to 52,000 subscribers right now. So shout outs to Argentino, no verbal taps MMA, my fellow California brother. He's also a former tri-state guy who moved to California. So shout out to him on that. Thank you for tapping into my live stream. So yeah, man, I got some big streamers tapping in with me today, man. I had MMA holes tapping in with me. Argentino, no verbal taps MMA tapped in with me. And we got a future star character unlock right here, Mahfouz Abdallah, who is going to, start up his own channel. And you know what? And I like a lot of the knowledge that he has with MMA, with the amount of time that he's been watching MMA since 2019. I thought that he would be a great addition to this preview show. And we sort of agreed this morning or this afternoon that, hey, you know what? We're going to get together and do a preview of this show. We were just going to originally do the preview to this show for the main event, but then here we are. We got caught up in different tangents, which is great because we just literally created great art out of this whole entire segment right now. So Argentino says, "Sup, Kyrie? My prediction videos for 3 featuring Good Noodle MMA is dropping in a couple hours." All right. So for everybody that's tapped in, check out the prediction video for Giuliano Argentino, No Verbal Taps MMA. Look for him on the comment section of this live chat right now, because I'm obviously doing this live chat on my phone, not on my StreamYard, so I don't know how to pull up his comments right up here. So, but yeah, it's right on the comment section, so you guys can check out his channel and whatnot. I also got a prediction video as well that I have the full entire card. I have timestamps in it, so just look at my video section, UFC 312 full card, whatever card or whatever fight you want to see right there. It's going to have timestamps for all the fights. So if you want to look at all the fights, it's there. If you want to look at just an individual fight, I have it on. I have it right on the timestamps for every single card, top to bottom, starting from the first fight all the way down to the last fight and the main event of the evening with Dricus and Sean Strickland. So yeah, shout out to everybody that's tapping in. So now, what did you think about Conor McGregor mentioning that that Irish boxer was a carpet licker. Yeah, I think we were going to talk about it a little bit more earlier, but we got into different tangents. But
Yeah,
just to focus on this a little bit, what do you think about the comments that Connor made right there? Like, obviously, go ahead.
You did get into it a bit by just saying, yeah, this guy is just like he just crashed out. Like he's not the same person he once was when he was actually motivated to like be successful in life, because like he's already reached a point where he already got what he wanted. So now he's just like it's obvious, bro. Like he's just a fucking like rapist cokehead who with like a ridiculous ego, and he'll just fucking say anything now, like regardless of whether it's for attention or whether he actually thinks it. Like he's not someone who, like even though okay, like you and I were not really he doesn't even know who we are. Like we're nothing compared to him. But I still don't even care to even give someone irrelevant like his attention. Like people like Connor and Colby, I've talked about them too much already for like they're both shit in this day and age. Like I've talked about them more than I wanted to. Like I talk about like these irrelevant people more than they deserve it, to be honest. Because yeah, like these are guys who should just fade into obscurity. Like
yeah, and I think Connor has already overstayed his welcome in MMA. Don't you think?
Yeah, but by far, yeah. Bro, and the thing is, okay, so with Eric a trilogy, so okay, obviously Connor's one of his boys, so like so I knew like before, like so when him and Chandler was scheduled to happen, like I knew before the fight fell through that they were not going to fight, and that was because of Eric trilogy. So yeah, I knew the fight was not going to get scheduled again after that, and that just like that made me lose all respect for all the little respect I had for Connor by that point, because I'm like, bro, like what the hell, like you're gonna fuck Chandler over to this extent? Because bro, like Chandler, he like think what you want about him, but like he's someone who's like worked hard for everything he's ever gotten in life, and he deserves more than he's gotten. He's always got the short end of the stick, and he just fucking like bro, bro, like it's just like just thinking of what Connor did to him, bro. It's just a shame. Like Chandler deserved that fight, bro, and yeah, like it's just like, man, Connor just a fucking scumbag, bro.
Well, now Connor has a fight with Arman Sarukian coming up.
No, Chandler does.
I'm sorry, yeah. I'm sorry, yeah. Chandler has a fight with Arman Sarukian coming up in April 12th. By the way, that's 1 week before.
Is that official? Because I don't think it's like I think it's in the works, but I don't think it's official yet.
No, that's official. That's official because Arman wants to hop in there straight away, right?
No, but I haven't seen like ESPN MMA or like the UFC page posted about it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. They will announce it. Post-fight tomorrow. Watch, they're gonna announce it.
Okay, yeah. You're right, because I remember. Yeah, okay. So they usually wait until people do announce big fights. So, and also,
because they don't want to take the focus away from this fight yet.
Yeah.
And the fight is still tomorrow, so yeah, they don't want to take away any focus away from it. They want to give it the proper attention that it deserves. But yeah.
And also, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. You want to say something?
Oh no, go ahead. I was just going to mention something that Chael Sonnen said here, but go ahead first.
So okay. Fuck. Just say what Chael said. Just say what Chael said.
Okay, so Sean Strickland apparently sparred with a fan at UFC 312 press conference. I'm not sure if that's the press conference or the open workout. I think the open workout, because he's wearing a completely different shirt here.
Yeah, no, he's talking about the open workout because I know that for a fact because I saw it.
But why did he title it Spars fan at UFC 312 press conference? I think because
I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so no problem. I'm gonna play this from Chael real quick, just on audio form, and then I'm gonna react to this video as we.
Ready for those ultras? Well, we're quite a high level. What's up, fight fans? We're heading all the way to
What's up, fight fans? We're heading all the way to Sydney, Australia.
A fan on stage. Did you guys see this? Every dog gets one bite. Every dog gets to make a mistake where you let them know. You can't do that. We don't do that here. We don't bite. Me over here. Okay. I gotta be told.
Oh, wow. Okay, so there's actual footage here. All right. So what Chael is talking about here is that there's been fans that have been allowed to go back and basically work out with fighters during open fight week, open workout during fight week, and yeah, this is a result of it. So Jorge Masvidal, I think during the BMF card, Jorge Masvidal had a few guys fight on stage as well, sort of spar it out. But yeah.
I gotta be told, but LA, this has been going on since 2011. The first time that a fan got welcome onto stage into Let's Spar. And I had this happen to me. If you saw this video, it's very important that you saw the video because this fan is going hard. This fan is not smiling and laughing. But you can imagine how the pro fighters, his face is lit up, he's smiling, he's moving at a slow speed, he's not really coming back, he's just blocking.
Okay, so what Chael is concerned with about this whole thing is that this guy is dead serious when he's sparring Sean Strickland. Now, you think about this. This is sort of like his big moment right here, right? He's a fan. He doesn't really train on a normal basis. Doesn't really understand the etiquettes of sparring in a gym, right? Like, you can't go out there and really try to hurt this guy or anything like that. But for whatever reason, this guy is going way harder than what Sean Strickland would be expecting. Well, let's carry on and continue what Chael has to say here.
The thing that you got, you're kind of moving around a little bit, you're getting this experience, and whatever this is, and whatever we're going to do with it on social media, to make this make sense, for the marketing team to allow this person.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just reacting to Chael.
Whatever it is that we're going to do with that, which from 2011 to present time is a grand total of nothing. There's not one ticket that you've ever bought because you saw a marketing piece where dude was on stage. There's not one show that you know the start time and the date you happen to watch it, told your friends are because what got your attention? A fan sparring a fighter. From 2011 till now, they have never done one successful thing with that footage. But goddamn, they've done some bad stuff with it. I can't believe it's happening. When it happened in 2012, the gentleman was challenged. This was supposed to be like a.
So Chael Sonnen said that he's done an open workout back in 2012 with a fan, and I think the message that he's trying to convey here is that it kind of went sour. So let's find out what that is.
Bro, Chael Sonnen, bro, like.
What was that?
The thing with Chael Sonnen is like when I and this is actually tying to my introduction to MMA because like I told you I'm not exactly a WWE crossover because I didn't start watching directly through WWE, but like if I wasn't a WWE fan, I wouldn't have been an MMA fan. I know that, but okay. So Chael, he obviously was like a talker and stuff. So like he's actually he's one of the first things that I found entertaining about MMA, at least when it comes to the talking side. But like over the years, he's just become so clickbaity and rage baity, and he's just kind of like a troll and like he just becomes so unreliable that I just stopped caring about anything he said. Like I honestly started finding Chael annoying, but
I can't say that I blame you for that, but I think one of the main features that Chael has going on with his content is sort of like a shock jock type of vibe. If that makes any sense.
I get that, but when you do it over and over and over again, the shock value, it loses its edge. Like
Yeah. I think at some point, right, you got to start reinventing the wheel in a different way.
Yeah.
But let's hear more what he has to say on this real quick.
Go in and do it. position where he wanted to do it. A tight clinch. I can't remember if somebody was talking to him or even if I said, hey, give me this. Let me show you this position.
Okay, so the open sparring session that Chael is describing here, he said that this guy had put him in a tie clinch, and let's see where that goes from here.
Can't quite remember how we got there. I just remember when we got there, he began throwing knees at my face at full speed.
Oh, wow. So the guy was throwing knees at Chael's face at full speed. So this is what I mean, right? A lot of these guys are getting a little too excited. They never trained before. And by the way, here's another thing, right? A lot of these guys don't think that they can hurt you because you're a UFC fighter. He could take it. You know, kind of like little kids, right? You know, if you've ever, had a kid or if you've got a son or whatever and you're playing around with them, you at least you don't think that they can hurt you, right? Or at least for the most of the times they can. They certainly don't think they can hurt you, so they go full speed and blast on you. You know what I mean? And that's sort of what's going on here with Chael.
Back and forth. Just like you would. I must have been a really good coach for whoever told him to do this. This guy was a good listener. He's around the neck. And he starts throwing knees at the thing to where I'm having to block and come in and defend the whole thing while smiling and laughing like I'm not putting out an effort.
At least you don't think that they can hurt you, right?
And when that happened, and when I looked over to the team, they did nothing. They did not stop this. They didn't know fighting well enough to know what they were looking at.
Yeah, so in other words, when that fan put him in that tie clinch, they didn't know what they were looking at. So, all right.
They didn't know what looked like that guy just kneed our main event in the face was actually him kneeing our main event in the face. Like, not for nothing, but this is what happened. And then you get the guys that come on and they're not playing around. Like, this isn't something fun. This is their ego. The guy that did this with Strickland, first off, was going very hard. He was going inappropriately hard, which you will do if you're...
Chael is showing footage of showing the open workout with with Sean Strickland and the fan. This fan looks like he's probably like 5'4", very short guy. Looks like he's Middle Eastern, probably Lebanese, I would assume, because there's a huge Lebanese population in Sydney. So, and here's another thing, something that I know about Arabs and Lebanese, bro, they are aggro-aggressive, right? So, I don't know, man. I don't think it was a good idea for Sean to be sparring with some random Arab kid who probably doesn't train MMA, and he's going at a full blast, not understanding.
Sean's just a fucking retard, bro. Like, he's a clown, bro. He's just a bro. This is another thing about Sean Strickland I didn't like, because like he was at one point he was like, okay, like the thing is, I mentioned to you that I was a Colby Covington fan at one point. So like Colby, like obviously all that stuff, but I thought he had like some sort of, I thought he had heart, was kind of a good guy. I thought he had some sort of authenticity to him, and then I realized later on that he was just a total fraud the whole time. And Sean Strickland was someone who called out Colby on his bullshit, and I actually thought Sean Strickland was like the authentic version of Colby Covington. And then like later on, and Sean was real at one point, but then after he beat Prado, he just his popularity skyrocketed, and he basically essentially became what he hated, and he just started becoming like this fucking person who collaborated with influencers and just did whatever he said and did whatever he could for attention, bro. Like he's just someone, he's just a clown, bro. Like that's another reason why I want Jenkins to beat him, just so he fucking like fucks off and fades into obscurity after. Like I'm tired of this clown, bro. Like I still like him, but like he's just kind of a clown now. Like he's kind of the fraud that he calls like even if he's right about the people he calls frauds, he's a fraud himself. Like that's how I feel about Sean Strickland.
Yeah, there's a lot of hypocritical aspects of Sean's methodology and how he looks about the world, right? And there's just a lot of inconsistencies. But also keep in mind, I mean, the guy grew up in a very abusive home. He's clearly damaged.
Yeah. Him and Bryce Mitchell both, bro. Like, yeah, those guys did not have good upbringings. But yeah. And another thing, Sean. But hold up. So before you played the Chael thing, like we were talking about something. What were we talking about?
I don't know. You had to go somewhere. I believe you had to step off for like 30 seconds, and then I just started playing this.
No, you were playing the trail thing before I stepped off for 30 seconds. Like, because I wanted to say something, but I forgot what I wanted to say. Fuck.
Okay, yeah, just let me know when it comes to mind. But let's hear what the rest of Shale has to say about this. But yeah, just let me know when it comes to your mind, okay?
All right.
If you came into an MMA jam back in the Team Quest day and you don't have your mouthpiece, you're going home for the day. You're not sparring. If you don't have gloves and appropriate headgear, you're going home for the day. That was true except for one guy, and that's how it should be, except for one guy. And that one guy was the heavyweight champion of the world, Randy Couture. You could go with him if you didn't have a mouthpiece, because he would never hurt you. Randy, being the world champion, was in complete control.
Wow. Okay, so that is an interesting assessment by Chael. He said that when he was training at Team Quest, the only guy that you were allowed to spar with if you forgot your mouthpiece was Randy Couture, because he knows how to spar with you in a way to not hurt you. And I think that is the difference between sparring with a professional versus sparring with some random idiot in the street that, is really just trying to get clout out of you for whatever reason.
So, did you know that?
What was that? Yeah, what were you saying?
It's okay. Obviously, Chael trained at Team Quest with Randy and Dan Henderson. So, did you know that Randy would always fuck Chael up in the gym?
Did he know that Randy would always?
No. Did you know that Randy would always like? I'm not saying like he'd hurt Chael bad. I'm just saying like, did he know like every single time they trained, Randy would beat Chael? Did he know that?
Like, what do you mean? Did he know that? Like, what would he know about that? Like,
no. I'm asking, did you know that? So like, Chael was obviously training at Team Quest, like throughout Randy's whole career, and every single time they trained, Randy would get the better of Chael. Did he know that? Did you know that? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, did I know that he would get the better of Chael? Well, I mean, I've never seen him spar before like that, but I would assume, what is this? Marcos de Souza says, Alex Bejerra with the Brazilian flag. All right. Shout outs to Brazil. Shout outs to all the people in Brazil that tap into my channel. I don't even know if you guys understand anything that I say, but I tell you what, you guys understand the language of MMA, and I think that's all that you really need to understand in this channel is the enthusiasm for MMA. But yeah, so okay, going on with Chael right now.
Good. They don't have that control. That's a learned mechanism. One of the reasons that Sean Strickland was able to look like Floyd and do some of this silly stuff is because he was so good and he had control. But that guy was not playing. On that guy's face, nowhere was that for fun. If you look at the effort that was put out and the level of exhaustion that fan got to, that shows you this wasn't fun. It's not meant to be for fun. You don't play fighting. It is without question the stupidest thing that I have ever seen. In our sport, this is the number one stupidest thing I've ever seen, and I have now seen it for 14 years. And not to mention, there's some guys you don't play with. Sean Strickland is one of those guys. So while Sean was being very nice by Sean's standards, Sean was hitting that guy a lot harder than that guy signed up to be hit, particularly when Sean was going to the body. He was going to the body to slow the guy down. When you have a sparring partner that acts a fool, if you're much better than him, you will let him know in a certain way. You don't have to just end the workout and say, hey, you're not skilled enough, go with some other guy. You don't have to do that. You also don't have to knock him out. There's other ways where you can get control of that guy, where you can slow him down. So if you take two full speed shots at the face, which is what the guy threw, then so Sean let one go to the body.
Okay, so what happened was this fan, by the way, your side of the microphone is a little windy. Can you lower that down a little bit?
Wait. Sorry, say that again.
I hear a lot of wind on your side. Yeah, just just try to or mute that if you're not talking, because it's a little distracting.
Oh, okay. I don't hear wind. That's weird.
No, not when when you're talking, it doesn't come on. But when you're not talking, I hear the echoes of the wind. Are you outside?
No, I'm in my house.
Oh, okay, all right. I don't know what that is, but okay. So what I was saying with Chael, what Chael was saying here was that this kid hit Sean in the face clean, right? You know, hit him with a clean shot to the face. And you know what? Sean didn't expect that because, look, again, these are not professionals. They don't know how to work with you where you're just working on technique, right? They're in there really trying to gain their clout. Like, this is your moment. You're in there with the champ. You know what I mean? Like, that's so he hit him in the face a few times, right? And so Sean had to, hit him in the body one time to like let him know what's up. So let's finish up this video with Chael.
I go about 60 or 80%, but it was still way harder than you ever should hit a fan in the body. Way harder. And the people that organize this know so little about the sport that while this is unfolding, they don't stop it. This is weird, but to a very high level. And this is high level weird for absolutely no purpose that has ever been shown. Never, not once, has a successful or meaningful marketing piece ever been.
All right. So another thing that I thought was really interesting that he brought up here. Australia is not a strong MMA country. It's a strong MMA country in a sense where you have strong fighters that come out of there and decided to organize their own gym. But as a country, as a whole, in the government and everybody that is the overseers of the sport of MMA, they don't understand it. They don't understand what they're looking at. So when they sanction this whole entire workout to allow this fan to get in there with Sean Strickland, they really don't know what they are looking at when all of this is going on. You know, they don't understand the extent of how hard this kid is trying to hit Sean. And then on top of that, they don't understand the extent of Sean trying to slow this guy down and hitting him hard in the body, because then after he hits him once in the body, according to this footage that I've seen here, he went and basically fell to the ground like any normal person who got, hit to the body with a good hook. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of negligence here in what Chael is saying. So, all right, let's continue and finish this video.
In any platform that you can even remember that was worth a damn that had to do with this. There's no point in doing it. There's not a contest. It's not even used for marketing. It's not, hey, let's put 1,000 names in and we're going to raffle and we're going to do all these things. It's a way of like collecting data. There's none of these things. Some weirdo gets pulled out of a crowd, gets gloves, and gets put on stage with Sean Strickland. That weirdo got exhausted.
He said that weirdo got exhausted.
Exhausted doing things that you like. You don't get exhausted doing things that are fun. That's not a feeling somebody tries to get to. You will get there when you don't want to be there. Because you're scared. Because you're under attack. Because you're trying to win. And he was doing all of those things. And it was inappropriate as all hell. And I would just love an explanation. I'm open to learning. I'm open to being wrong. Maybe in Bangladesh you're posting this on a .com. I don't know about it. You're actually getting viewers. All I can tell you is in America, this experiment has been tried. It's failed. It failed again yesterday in Australia when they put a fan on stage to fight Sean Strickland.
Yep. Well, so thoughts on that, right? Random fan getting a chance to get in there with a UFC fighter. Is this dangerous? Is this negligent? Or is this just a fun experience or not so fun experience, according to Chael Sonnen? Let me know your thoughts on this right now.
I think this whole thing is like retarded. I think Sean Strickland's a clown. I think that this should not have been allowed. But like I will say that from the fan's point of view, like the fan who got allowed to do this, like it's definitely not an opportunity that he would have wanted to pass up. So yeah, but what was that about Bangladesh though?
Oh no, he was just saying that he was just using Bangladesh as a random country that, oh, is this video going to be posted on to, somehow I don't know, discuss, etiquettes of sparring or something to that extent.
Oh,
Yeah. So nothing specific about Bangladesh. It was just, kind of like saying bum F Egypt, type of phrase. You know what I mean? Like I'm stuck in, random bum F Egypt or something like that. They're not necessarily literally seeing Egypt or anything, but they're just like trying to convey a message of a random country that they are running into or having this particular discourse with. So yeah.
oh, okay.
But yeah, go ahead. Continue on.
Yeah, like I don't know why this was allowed. To be honest, like, do you know how this could have been allowed?
Well, it's allowed because of the fact that the Australian government, again, they're not very experienced in MMA, right? And then you also got to understand this is the same government that made everybody isolate themselves, including MMA fighters that were trying to get ready for fights.
I'm surprised that Sean Strickland, like, bro, why is this? Okay, now I'm honestly surprised. Like, was Sean Strickland going all out on this guy, or was he going easy on this guy?
Sean was going easy on this guy until this guy decided to go a little bit harder on him.
Oh, okay. So then after that, he went all out.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, after Sean got hit in the face with a clean one, Sean just decided, hey, you know what, I'm gonna hook you right into the body, and he dug that hook right into the body, and and dropped him to kind of let him know what's up. Like, hey, don't be up in here, trying to go extra hard.
Okay, yo, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually on Sean Strickland's side for this, but at the same time, he never should have let a fan do this. He's in the wrong for that. He's a bitch for that.
Well, here's the thing, right? Is it him that organized it, or was it the organization or the party that's involved in that particular vicinity of that particular moment of time in the open workouts?
I don't like. I'm pretty sure he could have said no if he wanted to. So, but okay, yeah. Either way, I'm more on his like. Okay, like I'm definitely not against what he did for like I think the fan like okay. While I would not like okay, if I was there, I definitely would not have passed up the opportunity to at least I don't think I would have passed up the opportunity to like be on open workouts with Sean, but I think I would have known my place and not fucking tried to fucking show up like show myself up in front of him, but like yeah, so in that sense, the fan definitely got what he had coming. Like you just can't be doing shit like that. But
yeah, and look, if this kid wanted to look good, it's not like this kid trained on a daily basis to where he knows how to get in there and look good without really hurting Sean. Because again, he's not a professional. He doesn't understand any of this to that degree. So therefore, he's not going to operate in the same matter of etiquettes that most fighters would fall under.
Yeah, good point. But
and I can't blame this kid either because remember, right? Like he's just a fan. This kid doesn't understand the sport the way that people like me and you do. He probably works, a normal 9-to-5 job or has some sort of career in a certain field, and this was his time to shine. And again, this is a world that he's probably not really used to because let's be honest, right? Most of these people that go to the open workouts, that go to the press conferences, and even the ones that spend thousands of dollars on front seats, a lot of these guys are casuals. I mean, is that kind of fair to, make that assumption and that assessment or what?
I think it's fair to make that assumption.
Yeah. So he didn't know any better. So it's hard for me to blame him, even though I think that what he did was stupid. But I think what he did was stupid on the level of assumption that, let's say, we're dealing with somebody who is, what do you call it? A casual. or just an NPC. I mean, let's just be real. Like he didn't. Yeah, man. The kid was only trying to have fun, but he doesn't know how to have fun in this kind of world. Like you see, sparring can be fun if you know how to not hurt your buddy. And it can be, a very educational experience. This just was not one of them, unfortunately. This is one of those situations where he was way over his head, and then Sean had to react. You know what I mean? Like boom, one shot to the body. You know what I mean? Like one of those body shots that Canelo hits. His opponents with. I think he hit Rocky Fielding with that same shot. He hit Callum Smith with that same kind of shot. But yeah, man.
Man, Sean Strickland, bro. He, man, I am like, I don't even really know what to say about this guy, but it'll be great to, because you and I both think he's gonna lose. So I just I'm just wanting there to not be another fucking decision again, because like this second fight, I don't want to see a third fight, and I don't want to hear any more of his fans bitching about something robbed or shit like that. You'd say you dislike Sean, right?
I mean, I would say it's right up there. Yeah, he's not exactly the type of guy that I want to hang out with, even though there may be some things that can, be in common with our way of thinking. But then there's a lot that is completely the opposite of the way that we think also. So, that factors into my decision making of how I see him as a person. So, yeah, and not one of my favorite people out there, but he is a great fighter. He is entertaining, and he's going to be a great opponent for Kamzat in a big money fight at that.
True. Okay, you have a good point there, bro. Imagine if Pradesania somehow was imagine if Hamza was not inactive for all this time, and he was able to get to a title shot against Pradesania quicker. Like that would have been the biggest fight in probably middleweight history. If those two guys faced.
Right. Yeah. And it never came to fruition, unfortunately.
It would have been a horrific mismatch, but it still would have been the biggest fight, in terms of money.
Oh, hands down. Because those guys right there, man, I gotta tell you, they are, it would have been big money because look, the trajectory of where Adesanya was at the time, man, I'm telling you, it was absolutely on superstar level, right? Like he was in all of these mainstream websites and all of these mainstream outlets all over the world, not just in America, but also in New Zealand, Australia, and elsewhere. He was a global superstar.
Yeah, no, you are right. It's crazy. Yeah. Now all these people who at one point in time, not too long ago, were super big shit. Now now they've fallen off, and some have even just faded into obscurity. It's crazy.
Who in particular do you are you mentioning that has faded into obscurity?
Well, no. Some people have just fallen off, not totally faded into obscurity, but just how okay, because I remember how I started watching in 2019. So for example, Jorge Masvidal, he was the biggest star in 2019. He was literally the biggest star UFC had. He's the only fucking guy outside of Conor, Brock, Ronda to sell
a million or like more than a million pay-per-view buys on his on his own, you know? Like people were not fucking paying to watch fucking Kamaru Usman fight in their first fight. Like they were paying to watch fucking Jorge Masvidal fight for the title. So like that was the draw. So like yeah, Jorge Masvidal, he was huge at one point, and he kind of did fade. I'm not into total obscurity, but like he did fade quite a bit, and then fucking like before fucking losing to Jorge Masvidal, Ben Askren was pretty hot shit for a short period of time, and then he obviously faded not too long after. Kamaru Usman, like he actually became pretty big at one point. He didn't fade into obscurity, but like he's fallen off quite a bit. And yeah, even Israel, like he's fallen off as well. I can just think I can think of more probably. Like I remember when Peter Yan, bro. Well, people thought he was gonna be like I don't know, bro. Like people thought he was gonna be like a fucking GO contender, and then like look what happened. Like it's not like he's shit now, but he's not as crazy as he once was. And Charles Oliveira is my all-time favorite fighter, but like yeah, he's not where he once was either. He still had a good point in his career, but he's not where he once was. Yeah, just a lot of these fighters, man. Like it's yeah, it's crazy, man. Like yeah, like I don't even know. Yeah, man. Like it's just crazy. Like at one point, you're like fucking like you feel invincible, and then like not too long after, you're like your ego's like you've been humbled, like your ego is down. Like that's what like the reason I'm saying all this is because we were talking about Israel Adesanya, and
yeah,
like the thing is, bro, like remember, like this was
Go ahead and continue. Real quick, I'm gonna mute up. Real quick. Yeah, but go ahead and continue. I'm gonna mute up real quick. Okay. Just go ahead, continue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like, it's yeah, it's easy to be like. Like I don't even know exactly like what I'm trying to even really get at. Like I guess like never take what you have in life for granted, and especially like when you moments, just fucking like cherish them, make the most of them, because yeah, you're not gonna fucking be at a great point forever, or at least at that same exact point forever. So yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying, and that's the one bad thing about reaching a certain height, is because eventually you'll fall off, and then you'll just feel like more shit because you realize that you were once at such a big height, and now you're falling off. Now you're just like you're you're like now like you are at a more like
a humble state.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like
a more of a humble state. Yeah. That's a good point that you made about Israel Adesanya, right? Because I saw a meme that said back in 2020 he was 20-0, and now what is his record now? From 20-0 from 2020 to 2025, he is now
1-5, I think. Yeah, like so, like okay, hold up. Or no, because in 2022 he, I know in 2022 he faced Jared Cannonier at 1. So okay, hold up. So okay, no, but since losing the belt to Alex Perez, okay, he lost to Pereira, beat Pereira, lost to Strickland, lost to DDP,
24-5. He's 24-5 now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so he's 1-4 in his last 5 now. So yeah, like yeah, it is just fucking crazy to see how people can just fucking fall off. Like yeah, man, it is.
Keone Miller says, hey, what's up, my man? But yeah, that's really what it comes down to, isn't it? You know, it really just comes down to the fact that, you know, you have a very limited time and space in being able to compete in the sport. And especially if you make it to a championship level, man, that right there is temporary to the max. You know what I mean? That's a temporary situation. So, you know, Yeah, man. You're right. You can't take any of this for granted, right? I'll tell you one of the things that Uriah Faber has told a lot of the fighters out here in Team Alpha Male, right? You got to imagine this guy has cornered a lot of people. He's been to a lot of fights. He's had a lot of fights himself. And I'll tell you, right? He said that if you lose a fight, don't let it get you down. Enjoy the experience that you are witnessing or feeling in that current moment of time. And I thought, you know what, that makes sense, man, because you know what, I've been in hotel rooms, I've been in fight venues where a fighter loses, and man, it is just nothing but a dark cloud in there.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, well, why not be happy? Okay, maybe you lost, but maybe your opponent, maybe you lost, but maybe your teammate who's on the same card won, right? Enjoy that. Keanu Hiller says here, Gilano followed and notifications on my brother. That's mass. Okay, awesome. Okay, so he's talking to Guillermo and Gilano and his prediction video that he's going to have come out. That makes so much sense in the aspect of life. It's universally great advice, Keanu Hiller says. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, man. Where does Sean Strickland go from here if he was to lose? That's what I'd like to know, right? Because
so I've heard rumors about Rob versus Kaio, but honestly, though, Sean Strickland versus Robert Whitaker, that'd be a banger fight.
Ooh, yeah.
Because
you know what? They haven't really crossed each other's path yet, and that makes sense.
Yeah, like they're two top guys who haven't fought each other. And also, like, honestly, bro, like, okay, Pereira's champion at 205, but like Sean Strickland at 205 against like anyone outside of him would, I think it'd be interesting. But honestly, like, okay, Sean was also saying this after the first DDP fight. He was saying that he, or maybe like this was definitely around the time of the first DDP fight, if not right after. But I think he was not going to be fighting for much longer because of the thing is he spars a ton and so like he's in the gym sparring a lot, and he also like obviously has a lot of fights under his belt, so he wants to preserve his brain a bit, so he's not going to be fighting for too much longer. So even he's going to be going away, not like he's going to have to retire eventually too. So like. Yeah, I know Sean Strickland does not plan on being around for too much longer, but that's
Keanu Hiller says if Strickland loses, this is what did he say here? He said if Strickland loses, he should go down in weight. He could afford to cut some extra weight. Strickland Bilal would be an underrated fight. Well, that is if Bilal is no longer champion, but if Bilal is champion, it would be very difficult for Strickland to get a fight down there. And
no. If they were to fight, bro, Bilal should move up. Honestly, I think even okay. Sean would murder Colby, or at least like he dominate Colby, but because Sean doesn't have the style to murder someone. But but honestly, I can see him murdering Colby. But anyway, my point is that'd be even though the fight would not be amazing, it'd at least be a fun presser to see him and Colby fucking talking about it. But because Colby did express interest in facing Sean at 185. It seems like at 170, any chance he has of getting anything close to title would be bad, but. I know Colby versus Sean at 185. I know UFC would be interested in making that fight happen just because.
Keone Hiller says Kamzat is the future. Middleweight is dead in the water. LOL.
Well, I actually think middleweight is I was not enjoying Fradesanya's reign. That's the thing. I actually like the post Fradesanya era much better. So yeah, take that for what it's worth. But yeah.
Well, during the Adesanya era, I made a video where I said that 185 is a stacked division, and people slaughtered me for it because they're like, "Well, how can you say that?" Because the recency bias was predicated on the fact that, hey, you know what, Israel Adesanya was a dominant force, and he doesn't even have wrestling. How is this guy the dominant force? So that's how people looked at it. And how can you say that it was a stacked division? Well, now Israel loses, and then Sean, the guy who beat Israel, loses, and now it's a back and forth. And then the Alex Pereira fought him a few times, won, and then lost, and now he's back as the 205 GOAT right now. So.
Wait, hold up. Are you saying Alex Pereira is a 205 GOAT?
Well, not in comparison to John Jones, but GOAT as in modern status away from John Jones.
Oh, man, I think even that's like the thing is, okay, I'm sure you've seen my my hate comments towards Alex Pereira, like yeah. So like I told you before in the past, like I told you before on our call with Ali earlier in the day, that I am like I dislike the great majority of Muslim/Dagestani fighters, but the only ones I like are Magomed Ankalaev, Ikram Aliskerov, and Shavkat Rakhmonov. And yeah.
Oh man, can you imagine Rumble versus Pereira? Oh yeah, man. You know, shout out to Rumble, rest in peace to that brother. But yeah, man, that would have been a good fight for sure, man. You know, it's just an unfortunate the way Rumble had gone out like that. That's just out of nowhere. But yeah.
But
R.I.P. Peony Hiller says.
Yeah. Oh man. But so like I was saying, Magomed Ankalaev, Ikram Aliskerov, Shavkat Rakhmonov. Those are the only Muslim/Dagestani fighters I like, and a big reason that I like Magomed Ankalaev is just because like I really like. I don't think he's like a humble guy, but he at least doesn't have like a delusional fan following, like a cult following, or like a massive fan base following for a Dagestani, which is surprising. But who
doesn't again? Ali Askarov, you said?
No. Magomed Ankalaev. So
because it's only preliminary right now.
Yeah. So the only three fighters I like who are like Muslim or Dagestani are Magomed Ankalaev, Ikram Aliskerov, who got knocked out by Robert Whittaker at the first Saudi Arabia card, and Shavkat. No, not Khamzat. Shavkat. So
Ali Askarov got knocked out by Khamzat.
No, Ikram Aliskerov got. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He did get knocked out by Khamzat earlier in his career before UFC. Yeah.
Lance, Tyler Lance says, brother, fix it, please. Fix what? Are you watching TV? Are you where you're at?
No.
Oh, I don't know. It says like fix what, brother? Because I don't know. I think there's an echo or something, or I don't know what their fix. Tyler Lance, tell me exactly what you mean by the mic has a weird after echo. Okay, yeah. So that's what it is. There's a weird after echo. Yeah, it's bad water sounding echo.
Bad water sounding echo.
I think it's coming from me. You know what it is? Yeah, it's unfortunately coming from me. Hold on. Let me see if I can try something here. Hold on. All right, how about now? How about now? Is it better every time you talk? Is it every time that I talk? Wow, that's super weird. It didn't stop. It's still going. It's the other guy. Oh, you're saying it's me, or Bill has it, brother? You said the other guy. When you mean other guy, me, or this other screen right here?
He's talking about me, probably, if he's saying the other guy. But like, yeah, but like, I have no clue what he's talking about, because there's literally no like what he's talking about. Water? Like, there's no water running anywhere.
It stopped. Okay, he said it stopped. Okay, good. Okay, so it stopped. It after every time you talk might be the other guy's mic, both unplug mics and then plug it right back. Well, I'm on my phone. I don't have a mic per se. I think he's on his phone. No, it's Kyrie. Okay, yeah. Okay.
I don't want to get too off track though, because I was talking about something. Okay, yeah. Ikram Aliskerov, is the guy who Robert Whittaker and Khamzat Chimaev both. Those are his only losses in his career, and like
Interestingly enough, he's the one fighter in Khamzat Chimaev's career who Khamzat could not overpower with wrestling. He actually defended Khamzat's wrestling perfectly. His Achilles heel was his chin. Khamzat was even though his wrestling canceled Khamzat's wrestling out, Khamzat was able to knock him out on the feet.
Yeah.
And then Robert Whitaker took that blueprint from Khamzat and basically did the same thing Khamzat did. But yeah, so but yeah, I don't want to get too much into Ikram. I'm just saying like that's who Ikram Al-Kheer is, and so him and Magomed Ankalaev and Shavkat Rakhmonov. Those are the only three Dagestani / Muslim fighters I like. And so the thing with Magomed Ankalaev is he I honestly do not get super humble vibes from him, but he at least doesn't have like most of the other Dagestanis. He at least doesn't have like a ridiculous, obnoxious following that would make me want to root against him. And like Alex Pereira, like he has a very delusional following, and I know that most fans are actually hating on Magomed Ankalaev. So yeah, that's what, and I do think Magomed Ankalaev beats him as well. So that's why I want to see Magomed Ankalaev beats him. And honestly, bro, if Magomed Ankalaev beats Alex Pereira, he'll become one of my favorites for sure. Like just because I hate Alex Pereira, bro. And yeah, I don't think like I feel like Alex Pereira, he's been rushed too quickly to actually to truly become like one of the goats. You know, like he would not make my top 10 of all time. Even with all he's accomplished in a short period of time, like I think yeah, he's top 20 for sure. Arguably top 15, but no, he's not top 10 of all time. Like I think people are too quick to based on my criteria at least. Like I know with your criteria, you would have him as high as 4, but based on my criteria, I think yeah, I'm not as impressed with him as every. Yeah, regarding Alex Pereira, bro, like he I do truly believe he's been ducking Magomed Ankalaev for a long time too. What are your thoughts?
I believe so. I think there is a bad style matchup there that a lot of people don't want to take into consideration. And Keanu Hiller says here, I agree. Alex is still young in his career, but he is absolutely on a GOAT trajectory. Okay, so we're gonna wrap this up soon. You know, we've been on for approximately now. Let's see how long we've been on now. So me and you have been on for almost 5 hours now.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah.
So
it's crazy. I was telling you originally 5 minutes, and now we're at 5 hours.
5 hours, yeah. There you go. Right? How about this? Your first ever podcast, you did 5 hours. By the way, Keanu Hiller was asking on the chat, "Who are you?" And well, let me explain. It's Mahmoud Abdullah. He
wait, hold up, wait. Wait. So like is what do you call it? Like I don't give up too, but because like the thing is like I'm sure that the followers of the channel
are like who you are. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. I'm sure that like the followers of your channel, like they're great people and all, but I just wasn't sure how much you were gonna say about me. That's just what that's why I'm like hold up. Yeah. My name is okay. So my name is Mahfouz Abdullah. I am I'm from Canada, and I met Kyrie on social media. We've been talking about doing videos for months, and we just didn't get to doing anything until today. And yeah, we finally got to do something today, and it's been great. Like I've been wanting to do stuff like this for a while now, and so I have a group chat on social media, and me and a bunch of other people were planning on starting like an MMA podcast / YouTube channel. And so like I got together with a bunch of these people, and then I remember that Kyrie is someone who I've been about doing this shit with for months. So then I added him to the group chat with these people, and then me, Kyrie, and one of the people from that chat were on call earlier today. And then we were thinking about doing it like the thing is I wanted to do a Strickland DDP preview with the people on my channel, and I really wanted to get something out of the way. So like I figured because we were already on call with Kyrie, like maybe we could just do something for his channel. But then like things went wrong. So then I'm like, you know what? Let's just do this like when you get home. which he said, which Kyrie said would have been 4 hours from then. He ended up getting home a little bit later than he than planned. So but by then I was feeling a little bit sleepy, and also my phone was on low charge. So then so then like I said, yeah, let's do this quick. Let's make this 5-10 minutes. Also because I know that people in this day and age have short attention spans, and I wanted to make sure that people would listen to the full thing that I spoke about. But yeah, after getting on the podcast, after getting on this live, I was just having a lot of fun. I got more awake, more alert, and I do have 2 phones. So after the original phone I was on went out of charge, I just got the other phone, and I'm on this phone right now. And yeah, well, we've just been on the live since. But yeah, that's basically who I am. And yeah, I hope that answers your question. I gave a lot of detail, but yeah, you'll definitely see me on these more in the future. Like I'm definitely not going to be on every one of these, but I know for like big events and like previews for sure, I'll do this. And there's definitely a chance that I'll be on the live show for Saturday for the pay-per-view. But yeah,
you're going to be on it twice. You know why? Because I've now just decided that before the event starts, I'm going to be playing it. I'm going to replay this channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're going to replay this video?
The whole thing, 5 hours beforehand, and then, do the whole entire fight stream.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah,
and
so
in one video. So 312 is going to consist of 5 hours of this and then 8 hours of their event. So it's going to be a 13, 14-hour stream.
Jeez. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I've done these before. The last stream I did was 17 hours. I've done 14-hour streams. I've done streams where I did a boxing fight, 2 boxing fights, and 1 MMA fight in one day. This is how you get out there, man. You go out there and you grind, because the more that you're on and you're live, the more that people are going to catch you.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That is a good way to put it. But also in the future though, like I would like to be like, let's actually make content for your channel where we're not always on lives, because like ones where we like videos where we can actually just like record something and not worry about like what people have to say on live, and maybe like if we don't make what we want to make, we can like edit some stuff out and then make like a very good video. Like for example, like something like your video on the physical your
so
video.
These, listen, I know that we're you also have to keep in mind that we're also live. So all of these, we'll keep that discussion for the private settings between you.
Okay.
But what we'll do, we'll end the last 7 minutes of this right now, talking about Tatiana Saurez and Weli Zhang, because I know there was somebody earlier in the chat that asked if we're going to talk about the co-main event. I know that this whole entire stream was only going to be focused on the main event, but we also got into it with other fights as well. But
wait, can you ask if that person who asked is still on the stream though?
They probably, but if they are, they're probably watching idly, maybe with their headphones on while they're working right now or wherever they are in any part of the world.
Okay, so if you were asking about this and you're on right now, please say something in the chat.
Right, because we're about it right now. So, I'm going to tell you what I think, and then I want you to tell me what you think if we can kind of coincide with with the same line of thought in this fight between Tatiana Saurez, or maybe something different. But I see Weli Zhang rocking her very early, but Tatiana weathering the storm and ground controlling her the whole entire time. So it's going to be a bloody fight. What fight does Weli Zhang not have where it doesn't get bloody or it doesn't get exciting? This one won't be any different, but the wrestling prowess of Tatiana Saurez is going to shine through here.
Sean Strickland was talking about Tatiana like fucking guys up in the gym, bro. Like she got this, bro. Like I don't even know if Weli even rocks her, to be honest. I can see Tatiana just dominating this the whole fight. for as long as it lasts. Like, I'm not interested in this fight at all. Though I'm not even gonna watch it. Like, I'm literally just gonna be screwing around, and then when the main event comes on, that's when I'm gonna turn the stream on.
Okay. All right. Do you see a scenario where Weli rocks her in any kind of way?
I mean, sure. Like, I wouldn't count it out, but like, it's not like honestly, like I don't know, like, okay, I will say, like, especially because Tatiana's not fought for a while, and okay, regardless of whether people want to believe it or not, ring rust is real. So like, she's been out of the game for a long time, and yeah, like if she loses, I believe it would be because of ring rust, and if she even has like a decent amount of trouble, I think it'd be because of ring rust. But like, I do think that I do believe she'll come with like next level hunger, next level fire, and I do think she'll. I do okay. I favor her to win. That's all I can say. But again, I'm not interested in this fight like one bit. Yeah, like Zhang Weili is very good, very very good. But like I don't know, like Tatiana Suarez, like she's like I don't know, like I think style wise and just like I don't know, like I feel like she is like just what I heard about her fucking dudes up in the gym, bro. Like and Sean Strickland, bro, like he hates women. Like, when have you ever heard him gas up a woman? But he was gassing Tatiana up at the press conference, bro. Like,
They train together.
I know, but still, like that's still like notable that he's like gassing up a woman and saying like she fucks up dudes in the gym. Like that's a lot for someone like that.
What that is and I'm not doubting Sean, because Tatiana is a very talented fighter, but a lot of that is also just, you know, bravado or putting on for your teammate.
Right.
You know, I think. But yeah, I think that all sides point to Tatiana Suarez. I think that she has all the skills to win this. And I think that if there's any chance of her winning, it is predicated on the fact that Weili Zhang may be very in the rest of the department, at least in comparison, somebody with the pedigree that Tatiana Suarez has. So, guys, I want to thank everybody for tapping in. That is literally all that we have for this live stream right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, do you have any handles that you would like to share with people out there right now in terms of you know, where they can possibly join your chats, or where, you know, they can find you on like Facebook groups or something like that?
So right now, like I definitely want to appear on your channel more and more regularly, and hopefully get to know some of the people who appear on your stuff before I actually give stuff like that out. Just because in the past I've had to deal with a lot of like I don't know, like a lot of just random shit and stuff. I know that from listening, to I haven't been reading the chats, but from listening to what your interactions with these people, a lot of them, the great majority of them, I'm sure, are great people. Like, maybe there's been like one or two negative people, but yeah, the majority of them seem like great people to me, and I'm looking forward to seeing them on more lives. I just want to get to know people, your followers, a bit more before I actually like give stuff like that out. Because remember, I'm not doing this to like build a following or anything. I just want to have fun doing stuff, making content, and all that stuff. That's my goal. That's my only goal for right now. Well, it's not even.
Well, I want to leave it with this, right? You've seen the followers of MMA, right?
Yeah.
And it's that very negative. I mean, you know, this is not to trash him in any kind of way. It's just that, look, negativity brings attention, and that's just the kind of attention that he brings. And as a result, it's a kind of energy that they're going to give back to you. You know, I don't get that with my audience, because obviously I try to come as a mature person. I try to approach things in a very mature and, you know, and very gentleman-like way. But at the same time, I don't take any BS from anybody. And if we got to get down on some gangster stuff, you know, I advise you on that as well. And I think that there's a good enough amount of people out there that respect that, you know, about anyone, not just myself, but yeah, you know, from what I've seen and what they've seen out of me and what I've shown, and what I've displayed to everybody else around the world. So, guys, thank you once again. Don't forget to tap in right here, live stream reaction for UFC 312. You never know who's going to pop up. Zayn Musa Boxing, a very, a staple in this channel. Now, Mahfouz possibly going to show up. Dave Tavares, one of my homies from the Pretty Lie Ugly Truth podcast. Who else? Obviously, Leon, that's out. We're beefing now. So, but on any regard, that is all that we have. Mahfouz, thank you so much for tapping in, guys. Like and subscribe. Come back for the live stream Saturday, and I will see you guys in the next one, inshallah. You got it.
Yeah. Just one more thing. So yeah, like today we did not get to speak about the whole African debate between DDP and Izzy, but that's fine because I actually wanted to speak about the whole thing with Adesanya and DDP for another video because we could actually make another video for that because I have a lot to say on that. And another thing, obviously there are other things I have. There are other interest hobbies that I have outside of MMA where we could maybe make videos for in the future. But yeah, that's all I got to say for now.
All right. Well, with that, we're signing off from Sacramento all the way to Canada, and to all those that are going to be watching live in Sydney, Australia. Remember that fight. So he's very durable. So he's going to be in. All right. Well, welcome to UFC 312. We're going to go through the entire card from top to bottom. Now, I don't normally do a full card, but if it's a very good card, I'm going to do it. This is a hardcore fans alike. So let's start from the top to bottom, but let's start from the very bottom all the way to the main event. So let's get this cracking. All right. So the first fight of the evening, we got Naim Jarrell taking on Park. Now, look, Park has knockouts. He's undefeated. Very similar to Doho Choi, but very technical with a counter shot. I see him winning this fight. Even though Naim Jarrell has the longer reach, he has a little bit less durable, very wild in the way that he swings. Sort of like a real slugger type of fighter. By the way, this fight is taking place in Sydney, Australia. By the way, a very beautiful part of the world. Very beautiful bay, water, urban land, everything that they got going on. And this is the fight location that we got going on for this weekend. Great beaches and all of that. So it's going to be live right here this weekend. As I just gave you right now, my first prediction of the fight. I'm going to go with Park by knockout, probably somewhere in the first or the second round. So moving back from Sydney, Australia, obviously this is going to be local time, Saturday, February 9th on a Sunday during their time. So just keep that in mind, whereas it's going to be a Saturday in the United States. So there it is, the main event right there, all the way down. We're going to go all the way from top to bottom, taking a look at every single one of these cards, taking every single one of these fights, and starting from the prelims all the way to the main cards and all the way to the co-main and main event. So the next fight we got coming up, we got Quillan taking on Unshu Jubili. Now, Jubili was the first Indian to have made it into UFC, right? Lost to Mike Bretter. Maybe just a UFC jitters had something to do with it. He's got great wrestling. Now, it says here on Quillan's record, he's 1-0. I'm going to assume that's kind of faulty because you never know what kind of records these guys have in the particular region of the world that they live at. So I looked it up. His record is actually 9-2. Now, he's got a good pace, decent grappler, but I'm going to say that Jubili is the experienced guy, but
this is one of those situations where experience doesn't really override overall skill. And I think Quillan is going to have the advantage over Jubili here. Jubilee's been on a losing streak. I mean, he's had one loss coming into the UFC, obviously, but we'll see if he stays on his level. Now, if Quinlan's going to win, I'm going to probably have to go by a decision. I don't know if I can see him finishing Jubili, especially if Jubili decides to fight back with some wrestling. So next fight coming up, we got Jonathan Micalff taking on Kevin Josie. Now, Kevin Josie's battle-tested, few UFC wins. I believe he fights a lot like Izzy, the way that he fights, if you notice, right? He's fought Brian Battle. So he's got some good striking in him from what I've seen out of the fight with Brian Battle. Now, John Metcalf, very inexperienced. This is obviously his UFC debut out of Australia. Just like what I mentioned earlier with Jubili, he's probably going to experience some form of UFC octagon jitters. So I'm going to go with Kevin Josie on this one. Next fight coming up, we got Ronzhou taking on Cody Steele. Okay, Cody Steele is the guy on the... Who is Cody Steele here? Hold on. I believe... Yeah, Cody Steele is the gentleman on the left, and yes, Ronzhou is the guy on the right. Okay, so more likely a first-round KO for Cody Steele. I mean, Ronzhou is one of these road to UFC guys, very inexperienced, just somebody that they were trying to bring in here. Look, this is a fight for Cody Steele to win. Now, here's the most interesting fight of the entire card that I really wanted to get to, right? For the first time ever, you got two UFC debutants with two former champions, and not only that, two former champions that clashed with each other, okay? You got Colby, Thickness. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but yes, his name goes with Colby Thickness. He trains with Volkanovski. Now, Alexandre Topuria, guess who he trains with? You know the last name, none other than the 145 champ. It's his brother. I see him with a first-round KO in this. He's fought a lot of can crushers, fought people with losing record. He's said to have been better than his brother when it comes to the boxing, right? And they both have great boxing, but they said that he's even better in MMA. Now, Cody has faced better competition, has weathered storms, obviously trained with Volk, well-rounded, has also trained with the likes of Craig Jones. So you got to wonder what kind of athleticism, what kind of grappling he's going to display here, and what kind of grappling he's going to offer to the likes of somebody like Alexandre. I think Alexandre is one of these people where even if he loses this fight, which I don't see him losing, and I'm going to tell you, right, even if any of these guys lose this fight, they still have an opportunity to come back. So keep that in mind. There is still an opportunity for these guys to come back. But I think that this is going to be Topuria's night. And I just think that he's the better fighter. He's got the better team. They've even proved it with a fight between Volkanovski and Topuria. Yeah, I'm going to go with Topuria once again on this one. Now, the next fight coming up, fight number 6, we got Wang Cong taking on Bruno Silva. Now, Bruno Silva is a bit of a juggernaut compared to Cong, right? Now, Cong has, how do I say this, a very positive attitude in the way that she uses the boogeyman role, wears it in the face paint, okay, and has one of these women Joker vibes. By the way, has a good 1-2 punch, but I think Bruno Silva is going to be a lot more well-rounded, a lot more experienced, and just like most women's fights, I think that this is going to a decision for Bruno Silva. Next fight coming up, we got Vyacheslav taking on Tom Nolan. Okay, so Vyacheslav is a guy on the right, Tom Nolan is a guy on the left. Vyacheslav was dominated by Chase Hooper, but we all see what kind of good fighter Chase Hooper is. Now, look, not much of a grappler, but again, well-rounded compared to Tom Nolan, right? And here's the thing about Tom Nolan and why I'm going to go with Vyacheslav in this one. I'm going to Vyacheslav because there's a serious weight cut issue that Tom Nolan has to face. Very brutal. By the way, brutally got KO'd in his UFC debut. Has to maintain wrestling here in order to sort of get him back into the cage. I don't know, man. I think Vyacheslav is going to have the better adjustment in this one, right? I see him edging out a decision on this one. And look, Tom Nolan is good, but man, listen, it's just a serious weight cut issue that he has going on. And I can sort of picture him having some serious problems as the fight goes on, right? And again, it's sort of an argument for a lot of people to move up a weight class. So now, moving on to the card, we got Jack Jenkins versus Gabriel Santos. Now, being got his shoulders separated by Marscal, right? Jack outstruck Marscal, but had a good output on that fight. And in this fight, I think there's going to be a home field advantage, right? Good kicking game, good gas tank, which I think he's going to win by a decision based on that. Gabriel Santos is coming off of a win. Yeah, I just think the gas tank for Jack Jenkins is going to be too much. So I'm going to go with Jack Jenkins on this one. Next fight coming up. Very exciting fight, right? Jake Matthews. Did you guys know Jake Matthews has been in the UFC for literally 11 years of his whole entire career? If you can really put that in perspective, right? Very experienced fighter at a young age, 31 years old, came into the UFC when he was 19, had almost a 50-50 UFC record, had up and downs, experienced decent grappling. Okay, wins a lot with grappling, good counter, 73-inch reach, can outbox him on the back foot and is very slick. Now, Francisco Prado, a little less well-rounded, less experienced than Jake Matthews, likes to march forward and relies a lot on his chin, which I think if Jake Matthews decides to fight this very methodically, I think he's going to win by a decision on this one, edge this one out. I think the chin of Francisco is going to be too hard to put away. I think that there's going to be few exchanges or opportunities that Jake Matthews is going to see as a submission here. And yeah, I think that's where ultimately this fight is going to go by a decision. So next fight coming up, how about this? We got, what do we have here? Jimmy Crute. We got Jimmy Crute. Okay, taking on Rodolfo Bellato. Okay, I'm going to go with Bellato on this one. Will create a lot of highlight moments in this fight, okay? He's got a good clinch, great dirty boxing. He's going to be very dangerous in a clinch, Rodolfo. Okay, he turned the tide and KO'd El-Kheer, if you remember, right? Real Beast had a great comeback against El-Kheer, if you remember that fight. So he's very durable. So he's going to be in a very exciting fight. Now, as for Jimmy Crute, he's a great grappler. Okay, he's KO'd Alonzo Menefield coming off of a long layoff. Okay, I think that his chin has healed after that. And here's the problem, right? I think maybe he's going to use the grappling to sort of ease his way into this fight. I don't think he's going to try to get into a firefight in any kind of way, but man, Rodolfo is all up and ready for the firefight. And I think that's where he really needs to take this to somebody like James Crute, who's been recovering and just coming back from a serious injury and having his chin healed after he had gotten, KO'd and coming off of a layoff, I suppose. But I don't think that is going to help him in any kind of way. I think the rhythm is going to be on the side of Rodolfo. So I'm going to go with Rodolfo with probably a KO in this fight at some point, going at a back and forth. So next fight coming up. Now, how about this? This is the debut of Tallison Texeria. Not much we know about him, but look, Justin Tafa is very explosive, which will lead to an early KO finish in the first round. That's just how this fight is going to go. Now, I don't know why a UFC debutant like this is way up in the pay-per-view, but hey, by the end of the day, it is a hardcore fans fight. There's great fights in this card, competitive fights. This just isn't one of them. And Justin Tafa is going to get this one done real quick. Now, going into the co-main event of the evening. Okay, so we got the co-main event of the evening, okay? I'm going to believe that this is a 50-50 fight. I think this is going to go to a decision. But who is it going to go to? We're going to find out in just a second, okay? Now, they say that Tatiana Saurez is the female Khabib, sort of a hype job, perhaps, by a lot of people. They say that she barely fights because of a lot of these injuries that she had going on. Now, she had cancer therapy treatment that she had to go through, has been very inactive, but at the same time is very fresh, not as damaged as Weli Zhang. So you can kind of see why this is a 50-50 fight. Now, look, Zhang is very fast, very explosive, very skilled, tremendous in the skill gap versus other fighters. Maybe except with this one, maybe her Achilles heel is wrestling, but very active, okay? And the damage that she can cause hits very hard. Tatiana Saurez really needs to take this to the ground and take her there, keep her there, and don't let her up, at least up until she finishes her in some kind of way. But that's the only way that I see her winning this. As for Zhang, man, compared to the other females, she's very hard hitting, and it's going to be very difficult to deal with that. It's a very tough fight to score, very tough fight to decide. But I'm going to go out of the limb, and I'm going to give Tatiana Saurez the benefit of the doubt as the new undisputed women's 125 champion. I believe this is 135 or 125, I believe. Okay. Yeah, I think that she's going to take this one by a decision. So moving on to the main event of the evening, Sean Strickland versus Dricus du Plessis. Now, we've seen this fight already. Strickland, from the first fight, good takedown defense, always good takedown defense. No one can hold him down. Low output, very reserved. And by the way, this is going to be a very similar fight in the first. I think Dricus is going to win by a decision. He's finished Adesanya. The wrestling is great. It will be a factor, the pressure style and mixing it up. It's going to be a razor close fight. And not only that, Dricus and his team, they game plan to perfection. Dricus will win due to conditioning. Okay, have you seen the type of training modules that Dricus has going on? I mean, it is absolutely unconventional and borderline illegal, but it's South Africa. They come from a very, very rough place, very rough part of the world. And as a result of that, that training is going to sort of show. Strickland reflects a lot in his in the type of training and the type of environment that he belongs in as well. You want to know why? Check this out. There's a lot of great gyms in the United States, a lot of great gyms in Los Angeles, a lot of great gyms in Vegas. Sean trains in all of them, and he doesn't mix around doing drills, doesn't just lay around with guys rolling around or doing whatever, or just shadow boxing or hitting the bag. No, he goes straight into the sparring. And I think that helps going into fights. You see how accurate he is. That has something to do with that. But I think the game planner and the one with the strategy in this whole entire card, in this whole entire fight, well, yeah, the whole entire card, it's Dricus du Plessis. They just plan fights down to the fullest. And I see that with his team. I see that with anybody that's with him, that's with his camp. And I see that with all of his fights and all of his preparation. Now, look, the criticism that Dricus du Plessis sort of gets a lot is that he is sort of, how do I say this, very sloppy in the way that he approaches the fight. But guess what? I think that sloppiness comes from somewhere. And I've mentioned this before. You know what it is? The sloppiness comes from the fact that he trains in very extreme conditions. So if you're trying to throw a straight punch or you're trying to throw a kick and it's supposed to look technical and beautiful, the way that they throw it in Thailand, the way that they throw it in the Taekwondo scene in Korea and Japan. And the reason why it doesn't look anything like that, the reason why he doesn't look like Anthony Pettis throwing these kicks is because of the way that he trains. He trains to hurt you. He trains not to look pretty. And I think that's what ultimately is what makes him very successful, very dangerous, and very awkward at the same time. But I think the wrestling is going to be a factor in this fight, just like it was in the first fight between them. And as a result, I think Dricus du Plessis is going to come out as the winner on this one. So that is all that I have for this one, guys. Don't forget to check out Fight Week. It's going to be Sunday, February 9th for everybody in that part of the world. But out here, it's going to be Saturday, right here on UFC 312 in California, in the USA, in the West Coast, and around the world. From Sydney, Australia to everyone and beyond, we're going to be there watching. So for everybody out there, don't forget to like and subscribe. And don't forget to tap in for UFC 312 live stream right here on this channel, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA. I will see you in the next one. I will see you at the fights. And that is all that I have for this one. Inshallah.
Wishes? Hit me. An alien. That's an alien.
Hang with Dustin Poirier.
You thinking what I'm
Let's
thinking?
go.
You and I should get in there. Is that funny?
Oh wow, it is all over just like that. Derek Chisora has won the fight.
The real mic on there right now. They are waving it off. Yeah. Derek Chisora getting a little pre-live stream right now. We will be live soon with the first fight of the UFC. Let's see how this turns out right here. Hello, Shivham. The first Jubili fight. Yeah, I believe that's probably going to be the second fight. So stay tuned right here and keep it locked on this channel. All right, guys, can you believe it? Derek Chisora just won, and we are about to witness the first fight of the UFC coming up. So stay tuned. Right now, this is live for UFC 312, and it is now official. Let me put up the screen for that. Let's get to it. All right, everybody, welcome to the UFC 312 live stream. See you in the first fight. Hey, everybody in the chat, let me know what you guys think about the SoFi music we got going on. Does it give you a little bit of a old school BT Sports, Sky Sports feeling? Sort of like, oh man, we are ready to commence battle tonight. Yes! All right, here we go. The UFC broadcast has begun. All right, and we are just awaiting the first fight of the evening. Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe. And also, write on the comment section below, let me know where you are from. What part of the world you're at, and rep your city. All right, first fight of the night, we got two lightweights. Let's get it. So for all of those that were in the chat from India that are wondering when Jubili is fighting, he's fighting right now. So stay tuned. All right, so Jubili is walking out to the cage right now. Let's get ready. All right, it is close to game time right now. That's why I kind of had to switch up the flow on that one real quick. All right, there's Bruce Buffer ready now, both of them. Sean better win, bro. I'm counting on him. Gary Kark says. All right, so Jubili is being announced. All right, here we go. Round one. All right, here we go. Round one. 450, 449, 447, 446. A kick by Quillan misses. Whoa, he just slapped Jubili right there. That was literally 17 seconds. He just slapped him, and Jubili is still holding on to his life as he is holding on to him in a single leg and doesn't realize he was just been knocked out for literally 18 seconds into the fight. 18 seconds into the fight, he gets knocked out. That is crazy. That is crazy work. Let's look at this replay right here. And then just right here out of nowhere, he ports it in, boom, right there. It was literally out of nowhere. All he needed to do is just drop his hands one time, and that was it. That was all she wrote right there. Jubili is out. Jubili is out cold after 18 seconds. Let's hear the official time on this one right now. It is officially 19 seconds. Yeah, he literally took him out of nowhere, man. Wow. All right, so just waiting on the next fight. Obviously, when you get a 17-second knockout like that, ultimately what's going to happen is they're going to run up the clock. They're playing Tatiana Saurez's highlights right now, basically playing old footage and cutting time. That's what you do, right? It's a 17-second knockout. You had literally 15 minutes to fight. Realistically, one fight in each broadcast is worth about 30 minutes. So each fight realistically is 30 minutes. 15 minutes of the fighting, 15 minutes of the commercials in between the rounds and in between the fights. So a little perspective for those that want a little media insight on that. Yeah, the video package that you're probably watching right now on Fight Pass, they're really building a lot of drama behind it as some sort of like comeback Rocky story. So Zayn, are you shocked by the Derek Chisora performance?
I tell you what, bro, I'm not. You know, if everyone saw my prediction video, they would have seen I predicted Derek Chisora to win this fight, bro. I'm just so over the moon, man. You know, Derek Chisora is a legend of the sport, and he's been a heavyweight for 18 years, bro. At the age of 41, bro. You know what I'm happy about? The odds makers, the bookies, everyone was writing Chisora off, and people that actually know boxing, like me, they knew Chisora would pull it off, you know, and they gave Chisora no chance. So that's why I'm really happy, and I'm happy he won the fight, bro, because he deserved to win that fight, bro. You understand?
Yeah, he absolutely did. It was a classic case of just sheer perseverance and hanging in there over time.
Yeah, bro, for real. He said that, you know, this was gonna be his last two fights. He's got one more fight after this, but bro, my God, did he box really well there, you know? And that was one of his best performances in recent times I've ever seen, bro. Wow, man, I'm just lost for words, bro.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, and then at the same time, it seems as if the world should be surprised.
Yeah,
I don't know if that kind of makes any sense, but it's sort of
well,
you know,
the whole world, most of the world, bro, they were writing Chisora off, you know. So it is a surprise to most of the world.
Yeah, man. I mean, he boxed beautifully there, right? Like, I mean, he did a great job, man. And then he knocked him down in the last round. On top of it, oh man, that was great. Speaking of which, there was there was like a 19-second knockout in the first fight, so that was that was pretty interesting to witness. You know, first fight up. There were all these people from India that were actually in this chat earlier, right?
Oh, yeah.
They were asking about, hey, when's Jubili's first fight? They literally stayed up to watch. Well, I don't know what time it would be in India, but whatever time it is, they were up to watch this guy, and here it is.
Okay. Well, what's happening in the UFC, bro?
Just that's the first fight right now, and then the second fight right now is Jonathan Micalff is up right now. So we're on to the second fights right now, and on and popping, you know, as always, you know.
Bro, I've got a lot to ask you, man, in terms of what's been going on in boxing and stuff, man. I want to know your thoughts, bro.
All right, yeah, for sure, man.
We heard about this fight deal with Canelo and Turkey. What do you think about it, man?
Hold on, let me set this up real quick. Just trying to set up.
No problem, bro. Take your time, man.
All right, so all right, so the Gervonta Davis had a little issue with Turkey, right? And then when Gervonta Davis had that issue with Turkey, it seemed as if Turkey can only work with a limited certain type of people. Obviously, he does great business with Usyk. He does great business with Tyson Fury. He does great business with Francis Ngannou. Now he's doing great business with everybody. What name in combat sports that's relevant is he not working with? But there are exceptions to some. And I think the Jake Paul fight, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the Sheikh is just like a lot of very elitist boxing fans, right? Often dismissing somebody like Jake Paul, saying something to the extent of like, well, you know what? You're just a YouTuber. You should go and fight Mr. Beast instead.
Yeah, I remember him saying
That's
that.
kind of where he sees him as. So it's kind of it's a bit of a weird spot.
Well,
you
bro,
know?
he's got a point though, bro. Like at the end of the day, like Jake Paul is not a proper boxer, and he's calling out Canelo. Realistically, bro, if Canelo was to get in the ring with him, I'm not being disrespectful to him or not, but Canelo would absolutely maul him, bro. It will be a joke fight, bro. You understand?
Yeah.
So like, Jake Paul, I respect what he does in terms of he's given the popularity to boxing. But when he gets in there with a real fighter, we've always seen him fight like over the hill fighters, like close to their 50s. Like look at Mike Tyson. Once he gets in there with a real fighter and that fighter teaches him a lesson, he'll know not to disrespect the sport of boxing again, bro. In terms of who he's fighting, there's no competition there. You understand? They're there to lose. You understand? They're there to make him look good. But once he fights a real fighter, I guarantee you he's gonna lose that fight. I'm giving him credit. I'm giving him as much credit as possible because, like, you know, he's beaten some athletes, but not proper boxers, like the active ones right now. For him calling out Canelo, like, it's just absurd. Obviously, that fight would make sense financially for both parties, but in terms of Canelo's legacy, like, it wouldn't look good. You know, Canelo can always fight Jake Paul. Do you understand? So the fact that he's turned down the big money fight for the legacy and what Turkey's saying shows you that Canelo's a man that takes his legacy seriously.
Yeah.
Because let's keep it at 100 here. Yeah. If there was another boxer that was given the Jake Paul fight, they would take that fight because it's easy money. But Canelo here, he's taken the harder route. So you got to respect that because he could go in there with Jake Paul and make twice as much money as he would with Turkey. Let's be real. But Canelo is a man that, you know, respects the sport of boxing, and he's got integrity. You know, he's got like a lot of loyal fans. And personally, for me, I didn't when the talks of him and Jake Paul came out and the Terence Crawford fights off, I was disappointed, bro. But you know, I'm glad that he cleared it up and he didn't go for the fight because, you know, honestly, as a Canelo fan, like, it would have been sad to see the Jake Paul fight instead of the Terence Crawford fight. Because we're hardcore boxing fans, bro, and Crawford versus Canelo is a big fight for the big boxing fans. You understand?
Yeah. Better to get that out of the way first, you know, I
Exactly.
suppose, you know, so.
Yeah. So that fight, I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm glad that Turkey and Canelo have signed a 4-fight deal. You know, and talking of a 4-fight deal, Hamza Shiraz might be one of Canelo's opponents. You understand? So that's massive, bro. That is massive in itself because, you know, I'm linked to, you know, I've got a good connection with Hamza, you know, and his family. So, you know, I'm really, at the same time, I'm really happy for them if they do get the fight because, you know, getting a Canelo fight is financial. It's a payday. Like he says, everyone wants a payday. But the way he's gone about with interacting with Canelo Alvarez, being respectful. The thing with Canelo is he likes people that give him respect due to what he's done in boxing. And he's done a lot in boxing. He's a 4-weight world champion, but people don't give him the credit that he deserves. And it's one of those things where when he leaves the sport, then you will finally get the credit he deserves from the other boxing fans. But, you know, I'm happy that Hamza Shiraz could be another opponent for Canelo Alvarez. So that's big news, you know. And Turkey introduced Hamza Shiraz to Canelo at the Ring Magazine Award. And he mentioned that he's an idol, you understand? And he mentioned that he wants to get the fight with him. But he done it in a respectful way, whereas Benavidez, he was disrespecting Canelo. And that's why Canelo, he can do whatever he wants, Canelo. Let's be honest, he's at that stage where he's the face of boxing, bro. You see how Canelo and Turkey, when they got involved, when they finally met, everything was sorted out. You understand? But we can see at the Ring Magazine Awards, there was an aura about Canelo. Do you understand? and you can see he's at the front of the picture with Turkey, and that's the first time they've ever met. So, you know, that speaks volumes about Canelo's place in boxing right now. You understand?
Yeah. So we're in the first round right now with Jousset and Micalff. So far, just been, you know, a real striking match, back and forth, just exchanging kicks at each other constantly.
Yeah, just keep the commentary going, Kyrie, because I'm not inside my house. Once I get inside, then I can properly start watching. But I'll be inside shortly anyway. But keep the commentary going if there's anything that happens.
For sure. That's all that was going on, mostly for, you know, those 4 minutes, 5 to 4 minutes of that fight was just you know, a constant back and forth of just exchanging kicks and you know, just range fighting between them. Not a lot of takedowns, not a lot of clinches, just So we're on to the second round coming up next. So I think that Canelo ultimately is going to be looked at as a duck either way, especially with Jake Paul, but then even worse also with David Benavidez, because I don't know if David Benavidez is a priority in that particular name.
Bro, let's keep it 100, yeah? No one's ducking Jake Paul, you know? Jake Paul would get murdered. If anything, if Canelo was to take the fight, he would embarrass him within 1 or 2 rounds, bro, and it would be over. Because he hasn't got the experience Canelo has, bro. You understand? Another thing is him, the narrative of him ducking David Benavidez. That's questionable. It's arguable, you understand? Because David Benavidez is at light heavyweight now. He's moved up. So he's no longer at super middleweight. And he could be fighting the winner of Beterbiev and Bivol. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what's likely now. But in the future, you never know, man. At the end of the day, people can say whatever they want about Canelo, but at the end of the day, he's the one that's making the most money in boxing. You understand?
Yeah, he's doing something right in that particular regard, isn't he? You know, I mean,
right. So let's keep it 100. Everyone calls out Canelo, bro. Everyone. So he can't be ducking everyone, bro. You understand?
Yeah, as well as they should be calling him out. You know what I mean?
Bro, they all want the payday. They want the money, because if they get a fight with Canelo, like, let's look at Billy Joe Saunders, for example. Like, he was working his ass off
right now.
Bro, he's not even fighting no more because he got that Canelo payday. You understand? He hasn't fought in years. He said he was going to come back. But once you get that sort of money, you lose the hunger.
That calf right there. It's real hard, straight right hand on that one. Yeah, man, that's it. A lot of people, you know, really get just, you know, content with the money that they make out of the Canelo fight. And Billy Joe Saunders is the absolute quintessential example of that.
Yeah, facts. Don't get me wrong. I do want to see the Benavidez versus Canelo fight. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to see it. I really do want to see it. But at this stage of Canelo's career, let's be honest, like, he's way older than David Benavidez. And, like, if you were in Canelo's shoes, would you fight a young, hungry lion like David Benavidez, who's coming there to take over your legacy? Do you understand? So, you know, at the end of the day, Canelo's like at the high end of his career right now. And you know, David Benavidez, he's a formidable fighter, and you know, I'm not gonna downplay his accomplishments, because the last couple fights he's looked really good, man. So I give David Benavidez credit, man. But I think it might happen. You just never know. Canelo, I wouldn't say Canelo's a duck, because there was a time where people were saying Canelo was scared of Triple G, and then out of nowhere he ended up facing Triple G like 2-3 times. You understand?
Because he saw something in Triple G that was, you know, that was worthwhile pursuing in terms of, because you know what it is, man. You know, the most successful boxers have always contemplated their time and space winner to fight someone, and Floyd is, another quintessential example of that.
Yeah. No, I understand that. That's true.
Canelo
You're right.
is following suit in that same, in that same line of trajectory.
No, I
And
understand.
that right now in Metcalf, still the same constant back and forth with the kicks. Obviously, Jousset got the knockdown earlier, and here we are. Round 2, 2:35 left in the second round.
But yeah, bro, like the thing is, like, I can't wait for the other fights to come on this month, February 22nd, Really looking forward to that day. Arthur Beterbiev versus Bivol as well.
That's going to be a fun one. That's going to be a good fight right there, that one, for sure.
Yeah, and we'll try to get the live one on that day as well, man. It's just a shame that I'm gonna be away, man, but we'll sort something out, man. I definitely, inshallah, man. I definitely want to tune into that, man. Because I've got my money on the line as well, so I've got Hamza Shiraz to win, so yeah, man. Hopefully he does me proud, man, and I think he will. Huh? He's gonna be a world champion, inshallah.
And you know what? Even better if he's done it with a Canelo.
Canelo?
Yeah, man. I mean, imagine
Canelo.
if he's the one that gets another upset at Canelo.
That would be crazy.
Jousset and Metcalf trading right now. 1-2 shots.
No, at the end of the day, yeah. If he gets that fight, he deserves it. It's like, Turkey got 4 fights with Canelo, and I think, obviously, Hamza and Turkey have got a good relationship. But you never know, that fight could happen,
Yeah.
And, he's already been offered a fight with Canelo. I think Canelo offered Hamza Shiraz a fight already. But that shows you how highly Canelo thinks of Hamza Shiraz, because if he leaves it later, then he's gonna see that Hamza's got a better chance,
Yeah.
But it's gonna be a good fight regardless.
It would be a tough fight for him right now, regardless.
Definitely, I just think that the experience of Canelo might be a factor, But at the end of the day, you never know. The youth of Hamza Shiraz might prevail,
Yeah.
That's the interesting thing about the fight. Yeah, man. I hope Canelo and Hamza Shiraz get the fight, man. Because, I feel like Hamza deserves it, man. And if he fights Canelo, he's going to get paid a ridiculous amount of money, And, we've heard about his story in the past. He came from nothing, So, he deserves it. He worked hard, and why not? Why not? Huh? He's been respectful to Canelo, which Canelo wants. Yeah, man. I don't.
But I don't think being respectful towards Canelo is always going to get him, the fight in particular, right? Especially if Canelo thinks you're a bad matchup for him.
Yeah, that's true. But at the end of the day, I think Canelo.
Because look at Tom Aspinall, right? Look at Tom Aspinall. There was a point where they sort of accused John Jones of ducking, and he said that he didn't want to fight him because he's disrespectful. But then John has fought a lot of people that has disrespected him, and I don't, it's, I mean, it's like one of those things, so you never know what Canelo is in the mood for. But again, the Gennady Golovkin example is a prime, marker of that.
Yeah.
Body kicks between Jousset and Metcalf right now, going at it in the third round. 344, 333, 341 of the third round right now.
Honestly, though, man, What do you think of this 4-fight deal with Canelo and Turkey, man?
Yeah, I think it was only a matter of time that they were going to do it. And I think that the Sheikh was going to have very lucrative deals for Canelo. I think these fights could lead up to like $1 billion for Canelo, just these 4 fights alone.
Yeah, for real, man.
You know, $1 billion deal. It's literally $1 billion deal. Just think about what he pays the soccer players, right? And if you would like to take a guess, what sport do you think these guys respect more in terms of what they are willing to pay more, not what they think makes more money, because it doesn't seem like that's really an object for them, right?
Yeah, money is not a problem for them.
Right, because think about it. A lot of these fights that they now put on can be free to consume on his YouTube. You know, that's really a guy that doesn't care about royalty checks out of that fight.
Yeah.
Because usually when you got a fight like that, it's put into the vault of ESPN, of Sky Sports, and if you're going to see it, it's going to be under a replay or a broadcast of that company. Kind of like what HBO Boxing did back in the days, right? If I missed it the week before, right, the next week they're going to replay it. That's what HBO Boxing did back in the days, from what I remember growing up in the East Coast.
Okay.
You know, I'll watch like an HBO premiere every Saturday. They'll have like a new movie that they're premiering for HBO, and then right afterwards they got, you know, World Championship Boxing, HBO, the excellence of boxing. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
You know what I mean? Like that's what you would experience as a kid in the 90s. And, you know, obviously, you know, a lot of the stuff that they had on Oz and The Sopranos, I mean, it was just haram to the fullest extent. But, you know, it is what you got exposed to as a kid, you know?
No, I agree with you, man. Yeah.
All right. So this whole entire fight, really Muay Thai kickboxing battle between them. And, speaking of Muay Thai, nice knee by Metcalf right there by the end of that clinch exchange. Another head kick by Metcalf. And Jousset, the Frenchman, taking on the local Metcalf. All right, 8 seconds left into the fight. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right.
I tell you what, Kyrie, it's a shame though, man. It's a shame that I wish like Turkey was involved in the sport years ago, because you would have seen the best of Canelo then, and back then he was definitely taking more risk because he was in the prime of his career. You understand? But it's just now that he's gone a bit older, he's obviously not at that stage where he's at his best anymore. He's still great, don't get me wrong, but we can see a slight sort of decline in how much output he puts. You understand? Before he was knocking guys out, the last 5 guys that he's fought, don't get me wrong, they're decent competition level. He hasn't been knocking them out. The Canelo that I knew, that was when he was younger, he would have knocked all of them guys out. John Ryder, El-Kheer, Edgar Berlanga. He dropped them, don't get me wrong, he dropped them, but he didn't finish them. That's how I know that he slightly declined, you know. But it happens. Like he's had over 50 fights in his career, you know? So it does take a bit of toll on you when you are fighting top level competition up until the last few years, you know. And I think the fights with Golovkin, they took his toll on his body, you know. When you're in there with someone like Golovkin who punches like a mule, you know, bro, it's gonna take a toll on you, regardless.
You know, you do have a point there when you said that it wouldn't be better if Turki Al-Sheikh came into boxing a couple of years ago. I absolutely agree. At the same time, you also got to understand, well, wouldn't it be great if the Saudis were around during Sugar Ray Leonard, or we can go even back further into Sugar Ray Robinson? You know, that is a fact as well. But I think that Canelo was sort of in this very interesting generation to where he was young enough to fight Floyd at a very young age, but now he's old enough and still seasoned enough to be part of an era that unarguably is probably the most exciting in terms of how boxing has ever been.
Facts, bro, man. It's just a shame, innit? That's what I'm saying, because everyone would have been paid the correct amount of money, and boxing would have been like a place where everyone fights the best, you know? There's no excuses for it, you know?
Yeah, for real.
But it is what it is. Right now, big shout out to Turki Al-Sheikh, you know? We've always got to big him up because he's making the best fights happen and he's looking after the fans and everyone in the sport. He's made boxing great again, you know? That
All right. So the next fight coming up right now is Ronzhou versus Cody Steele. First, let's go over Jousset versus Micalff. So they're, again, very Muay Thai kickboxing type of fight. A lot of body kicks, a lot of high kicks that they threw at each other, and they were basically going at it like how I would describe as a kickboxing version of a Rock'em Sock'em Robot, right? And then I think Micalff rocked him a few times, knocked him down, which ultimately I think is what won him the fight. But either way, that fight could have gone to either man, but not mad at the decision for Jonathan Micalff. Well deserved. And on to the next fight right now, Ronzhou versus this guy, Cody Steele. But what did you see the undercards of the Derek Chisora Wallin?
Yeah.
Talk about them for a little bit while I step out for a second.
No problem, bro. So we had like on the undercard, we had a few fighters. We had like Nathan Heaney. We had who else did we have? We had Jack Rafferty. Also, we had Derek Chisora's cousin as well. Fight. We had Walter Fury, who was Tyson Fury's cousin as well. He won the fight against an opponent, a 4-rounder. You know, but ideally, you know, what separated the fights from each other was competition level, man. Like, we had some upsets tonight as well. Nathan Heaney, he was meant to win tonight. He got an upset by a French fighter that knocked him out. I can't remember the name. You know, it was some long name, but yeah, forgive me about that. But yeah, there was a lot of upsets tonight. Derek Chisora was the biggest one. And I predicted that. If you go on my YouTube channel, I predicted that Derek Chisora would win this fight. He was a huge underdog. Yeah, for your boxing prediction, tune into my channel as well. But big up Kyrie for the UFC. You know, he's the one for the UFC. You guys always check out his content. He's got good content and he speaks a lot of sense, you know, a lot of controversial subjects he talked about, but you know, in actual fact, it all makes sense when he breaks it down. So big shout out to Kyrie, and you know, I'm always happy to be a guest on the channel, man. You know. So yeah, you guys need to get behind Kyrie and follow his stuff, you know, because he's always bringing you the best content and always giving you the live watch along when he doing the UFC coverage. You know what I mean? But yeah, Sean Strickland's fighting tonight in the UFC. Duplessis, I think he's fighting Duplessis. I don't know too much about them, but Kyrie will tell you. But yeah, man. Look out for 22nd of February, though. I've got a few predictions on that for the boxing. So that will be good as well. You know? Look out for my guy Hamza Shiraz. He's fighting on the 22nd of February. He's gonna be a world champion. The world title fight is the opportunity. He's going in there with a dangerous Carlos Adames. But I'm more than confident in Hamza Shiraz pulling this off and becoming a world champion. He's gonna make me proud, man. So yeah, tune in and watch that event. Arthur Beterbiev for Bivol on the undercard. Hamza Shiraz for Carlos Adames. Great fights if you're a boxing fan on that night. And check out my Arthur Beterbiev vs Bivol 2 rematch prediction. The first fight I predicted Arthur Beterbiev would win, and that's what exactly happened. It was a close fight, but Arthur Beterbiev won the fight, in my opinion. It was very close, though. Hence, we're getting the rematch. I've given you that prediction on my channel as well. And I feel that Beterbiev will win that one as well. Yes, bro. Yeah, so we're just talking about the undercard. We had
I heard everything. That's why I had my headphones on. You know,
okay.
That's the thing with my show is that you know, even if I'm not on live, like, because you know, I play a lot of replays. You know, if you notice, right? You know, it keeps it going. You know, it keeps you in the algorithm.
I like
the live streams. Yeah, because you know what? Here's the thing, right? Like, when you just start out as a YouTuber, not everyone is going to see all of your older stuff or all of the stuff that you do. And then sometimes that's going to get overlooked. So, you know, why not put it during a time when the algorithm is really, gearing towards your way, especially during a fight night, because, you know, like when fight nights happen, man, the algorithm is just, a big help towards us. So, you know, I try to take advantage of that as a result, and and I try to show my work on on other things, that maybe other people may have missed out on. So
you put out great content as well, man. I enjoy your show as well. And exactly like you said, the algorithm is at an all-time peak at that time when these events are going, like on this live as well. So it's a great way to put out your old content that people haven't seen before. You understand?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And people need to understand that this YouTube game is not easy. So you've got to give yourself credit because you put out a lot of content, and a lot of people fall off the game because they don't have the discipline to keep going. They don't see results. You know what I mean? It's like
sometimes a creative juice can really sting you. Like, oh man, there's not a lot of events going on, or there's not any news cycle going on. So then, sometimes your creativity can, experience a sense of stunt a little bit.
Yeah, facts, bro, man. And you know what it is? Like, you can see you're very passionate about the UFC and the subjects regarding what's happening in the current events. So, yeah, people should definitely tune in, bro.
Yeah. All right.
But I'm always happy to be a guest on your channel, bro, man. I appreciate you giving me the time as well,
Oh man, yeah, no doubt, man. You know what I mean? This is great. You know what? If we weren't doing this online, we would do this in real life. So you know what? Why not just capture the reality of us as being homies? While we do some work, right?
Facts,
and speaking of work, here's Cody Steele and Ronzhou now ready to go to work. 4:45, 4:40. I'm sorry, 4:55, 4:51 of the first round right now. Cody Steele looking like he wants to change levels, and Ronzhou's holding his jab up right there. Again, sort of in a feeling out process. with each other right now, very much mirroring each other in in their jabs that they're trying to throw out there. But Cody Steele looks like he's ready to change levels just by the way that you're looking at his hip movement. Usually, one of the things that's different about MMA striking in comparison to, let's say, boxing or Muay Thai is that there's a lot of level changes involved. You often notice how each fighter will try to either stand high up or they'll stand really low, meaning they're ready to go shoot in on a takedown on you, try to grab your leg, or they're ready to fight tall, ready to box you up, but then ready to wrestle you at the same time while they're switching those levels. So that's what I mean by constantly switching levels. And the jab, a lot of people say in boxing that the jab can take you around the world, right? Meaning that it can really take you to the top of world championship level, and it can. But what a lot of people also miss in MMA is that the jab also helps not only in the striking of MMA, but also the aspects of level changes and faking or trying to shoot in for a takedown, which is what Cody Steele just did right now, right? He used that jab to fake. As soon as he made that fake, he went down a level, and then he got himself to the ground and basically shot in for either a choice of his single or double leg takedown, whichever comes first. Now they're scrambled back up on the feet right now with under 3 minutes left into the first round. And Cody Steele with a good leg kick on Ronzhou. Now, Ronzhou doesn't seem to have a first name or last name, right? So that's an interesting aspect of him. Kind of like Prince, right? He's artist formerly known as Prince. You know what I mean? That's all that you really get out of Ronzhou. Or maybe it's a first and last name combined together. But yeah, here we are, halfway into the first round right now with Cody Steele and Ronzhou.
Bro, yeah, bro. Who's fighting tonight then? So far, and who's gonna fight in the next couple fights?
So let's see. A whole bunch of names, for the hardcore fans.
Right.
Hold on, let me wait. Listen, I'll tell you after this fight because this fight's going on right now. So here's Cody with the jab again, threatening those level changes. There's the overhand right by Cody Steele, sort of walking him down. And Ronzhou, there it is. Now he circled him right into that. He shoots in for a takedown, stuffs the takedown attempt. Ronzhou. Whoa, he just rocked him right here. Good shot by Cody Steele. Now Cody Steele is looking for the finish. But Ronzhou sort of dismisses. Oh, but now he's rocking Cody Steele. Look at this. A sudden turn of events. Oh, wow. Ronzhou is now going at Cody Steele. He's looking for the finish right now. Wow, yeah, these two are throwing down right now. Oh, wow, 1-2 shot by Ronzhou that caught him right there. A stinging 1-2 shot. Cody Steele goes for a 1-2 shot of his own, misses. All right, 10 seconds left into the first round. Oh, wow. They're both teeing off on each other, and that is the end of this round. that's one of those fights that's a hard round to score right there.
Okay. How do you have it now so far?
I might have to give that one to Cody Steele, the first round. So for all those that are tapped in and watching at the same time, and you just saw that round, I'm going to give that one to Cody Steele. All right, here we go. Round 2. Oh, he just rocked him on that one. Ronzhou is looking to finish Cody Steele right now. While Cody Steele was winning out of nowhere, he rocks him. Now he's looking to finish him. Oh, look at this. Cody Steele out of nowhere after getting rocked, now looking for an ankle lock. Catches him out of nowhere. See, this is the thing about ankle locks, man. Once that guy, oh wow, okay, he's almost got it. Yeah, once they get you on the ground, you can never know. You can never expect it, especially if you're not defending it in the right time. They can catch you with those heel hooks, and now Ronzhou is trying to fight off this position. All right. So while we're on the Cody Steele and Ronzhou fight right now, Hamza Shiraz's fight is still on for the 22nd of February, right?
Yeah, it's all going on for the 22nd of February. There was a little bit of a scare because Carlos Adames, he wasn't able to get his visa approved or something to get into Saudi. I think that's all sorted out now. All been confirmed by Hamza Shiraz' father.
They're like visa issues. The Saudis are like visa issues. Let me talk to your government really quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like let's get this sorted out. Like, all right, what's going on? Why can't this guy get a visa? We need him. We need him to fight. We need him to, get his ass beat. Try his very best in a very competitive fight.
Inshallah, yes.
You know what I mean? Like, no, I don't think it's a competitive fight. I just think that they need a body and, speaking of body, man, Cody Steele, Ronzhou was trying to remove his head out of his body on that one. Ooh, nice one. 125 left into the second round.
Who are you giving this round to so far? How's it looking?
I might have to give this one to Ronzhou.
Okay. I like the unpredictability,
Yeah, especially when you have two very highly unpredictable. Two fighters are wild. Oh, that was some good shots right there. $11 seconds left into the second round right now. All right, so third and final round coming up. All right, here we go. All right, so another Ronzhou. All right, so both men just throwing hands right now. It's almost like as if they just agreed to have a boxing match, right? What we're seeing right now is, let's say if you were playing the UFC video game with your friend, right? And then you just both decided, hey, you know what? We're just going to throw hands with each other and not throw any of the kicks or both of the takedowns. But yeah, let's just see what happens if me and you just throw hands and nothing else. And that's what you're realistically seeing in this fight right now. All right, so Ronzhou's really up in the volume on the head strikes right here in the third round. Okay, good job by Cody Steele. Yeah, Cody Steele really needs to work here. You never know how the judges are seeing this. And Ronzhou's knocked him down a few times, really upping the volume. And, oh, wow, look at this. Good little footwork display by Ronzhou there. Ronzhou is daring him to brawl with him for the next few seconds. Sort of like a little Max Holloway justification moment. He dared him to walk into a firefight. Okay, wow, they really are both obliging each other right now. All right, what a fight, man. Good fight between them two. This video that Jake Paul has where he's dressed in a mariachi hat,
I saw
where
that.
he's trolling Canelo. Did you see this?
Yeah, I saw it. He makes me laugh, man. He's fucking funny, isn't he?
Did you see it?
I saw it, yeah. and he pulled out the dough. The dough, he said, "Hey, Canelo." He referred to the dough as Canelo as well. Fucking funny, man.
All right.
Are you back, Kyrie? Yeah.
Yep, I'll be right here.
Give me 1 minute.
Monumental day of fights has only begun, they said. All right, let's see. is going to be a very exciting one because it's going to be the students of Volkanovski and Ilya Topuria going at it. So that's the significance of the next fight that is coming up.
Is Topuria a potential Islam Makachev opponent, mate?
Yeah, they're in the talks of it right now. They're literally in the same process as where Canelo and Crawford are at.
Hey, you think that's a reality to happen next?
I can see it. Because who else is Islam going to fight?
Yep.
He's not going to move up at 170 because Bilal is there. And he's probably not going to go up there until Bilal leaves or gets the throne in some degree. So, Ilya is the only one left.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if Islam decides to retire after he beats Ilya.
Islam retires.
Yeah, I think he will. Especially if Usman is going to come into the UFC.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So now Usman gets a turn at the lightweight strap. Like on that type of tip, you know?
Yeah, it's a shame. It's like a shame that Makhachev wasn't undefeated as well, man.
Say that again?
It's a shame that Makhachev wasn't undefeated because I think he's a really good fighter, man.
Yeah, he is. But you know what? That's just the nature of the sport, isn't it?
Yeah. No, you're right.
And look at the guy that beat Islam Makhachev. He got cut from the UFC.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What was that about?
Huh?
What was that all about?
You know, you accumulate losses, you know, and it happens, right? It's a very unpredictable sport. The same things that can put you in a winning streak are the same things that can put you in a losing streak.
Yeah, UFC really good sport, man. Very competitive, man. But sometimes the UFC fighters with the worst record beat the best fighters as well. It's just kind of unpredictable, man.
Yeah, man. You know, you don't get your hand held in the UFC.
So what's your prediction for this fight, though? The next fight, Tommy?
The next one. I'm gonna play it right now. Right. For the first time ever, you got two UFC talks with two former champions, and not only that, two former champions that clash with each other. Okay, you got Colby, Thickness. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but yes, his name goes with Colby Thickness. He trains with Volkanovski. Now, Alexandre Topuria, guess who he trains with? You know the last name, none other than the 145 champ. It's his brother. I see him with a first round KO in this. He's fought a lot of can crushers, fought people with losing record. He's said to have been better than his brother when it comes to the boxing, right? And they both have great boxing, but they said that he's even better in MMA. Now, Cody has faced better competition, has weathered storms, obviously trained with Volk, well-rounded, has also trained with the likes of Craig Jones. So you've got to wonder what kind of grappling he's going to display here and what kind of grappling he's going to offer to the likes of somebody like Alexandre. I think Alexandre is one of these people where even if he loses this fight, which I don't see him losing, and I'm going to tell you, right? Even if any of these guys lose this fight, they still have an opportunity to come back. So keep that in mind. There is still an opportunity for these guys to come back. But I think that this is going to be Topuria's night. And I just think that he's the better fighter. He's got the better team. They've even proved it with a fight between Volkanovski and Topuria. Yeah, I'm going to go with Topuria once again on this one. Now, the next fight coming up, fight number 6, we got Cong taking on Bruno Silva. Now, Bruno Silva is a bit of a juggernaut compared to Cong, right? Now, Cong has, how do I say this, a very positive attitude in the way that she uses the boogeyman role, wears it in the face paint, okay, and has one of these women Joker vibes. By the way, has a good 1-2 punch, but I think Bruno Silva is going to be a lot more well-rounded, a lot more experienced, and just like most women's fights, I think that this is going to a decision for Bruno Silva. Next fight coming up, we got Vyacheslav taking on Tom Nolan. Okay, so Vyacheslav is a guy on the right, Tom Nolan is a guy on the left. Vyacheslav was dominated by Chase Hooper, but we all see what kind of good fighter Chase Hooper is. Now, look, not much of a grappler, but again, well-rounded compared to Tom Nolan, right? And here's the thing about Tom Nolan and why I'm going to go with Vyacheslav in this one. I'm going to Vyacheslav because there's a serious weight cut issue that Tom Nolan has to face. Very brutal. By the way, brutally got KO'd in his UFC debut. Has to maintain wrestling here in order to sort of get him back into the cage. I don't know, man. I think Vyacheslav is going to have the better adjustment in this one, right? I see him edging out a decision on this one. And look, Tom Nolan is good, but man, listen, it's just a serious weight cut issue that he has going on. And I can sort of picture him having some serious problems as the fight goes on, right? And again, it's sort of an argument for a lot of people to move up a weight class. So now, moving on to the card, we got Jack Jenkins versus Gabriel Santos. Now, being got his shoulders separated by Marscal, right? Jack outstruck Marscal, but had a good output on that fight. And in this fight, I think there's going to be a home field advantage, right? Good kicking game, good gas tank, which I think he's going to win by a decision based on that. Gabriel Santos is coming off of a win. Yeah, I just think the gas tank for Jack Jenkins is going to be too much. So I'm going to go with Jack Jenkins on this one. Next fight coming up. Very exciting fight, right? Jake Matthews. Did you guys know Jake Matthews has been in the UFC for literally 11 years of his whole entire career? If you can really put that in perspective, right? Very experienced fighter at a young age, 31 years old, came into the UFC when he was 19, had almost a 50-50 UFC record, had up and downs, experienced decent grappling. Okay, wins a lot with grappling, good counter, 73-inch reach, can outbox him on the back foot and is very slick. Now, Francisco Prado, a little less well-rounded, less experienced than Jake Matthews, likes to march forward and relies a lot on his chin, which I think if Jake Matthews decides to fight this very methodically, I think he's going to win by a decision on this one, edge this one out. I think the chin of Francisco is going to be too hard to put away. I think that there's going to be few exchanges or opportunities that Jake Matthews is going to see as a submission here. And yeah, I think that's where ultimately this fight is going to go by a decision. So next fight coming up, how about this? We got, what do we have here? Jimmy Crute. We got Jimmy Crute. Okay, taking on Rodolfo Bellato. Okay, I'm going to go with Bellato on this one. Will create a lot of highlight moments in this fight, okay? He's got a good clinch, great dirty boxing. He's going to be very dangerous in a clinch, Rodolfo. Okay, he turned a tide and KO'd El-Kheer, if you remember, right? Real Beast had a great comeback against El-Kheer, if you remember that fight. So he's very durable. So he's going to be in a very exciting fight. Now, as for Jimmy Crute, he's a great grappler. Okay, he's KO'd Alonzo Menefield coming off of a long layoff. Okay, I think that his chin is healed after that. And here's the problem, right? I think maybe he's going to use the grappling to sort of ease his way into this fight. I don't think he's going to try to get into a firefight in any kind of way, but man, Rodolfo is all up and ready for the firefight. And I think that's where he really needs to take this to somebody like James Crute, who's been recovering and just coming back from a serious injury and having his chin healed after he had gotten, KO'd and coming off of a layoff, I suppose. But I don't think that is going to help him in any kind of way. I think the rhythm is going to be on the side of Rodolfo. So I'm going to go with Rodolfo with probably a KO in this fight at some point, going at a back and forth. So next fight coming up. Now, how about this? This is the debut of Tallison Texeria. Not much we know about him, but look, Justin Tafa is very explosive, which will lead to an early KO finish in the first round. That's just how this fight is going to go. Now, I don't know why a UFC debutant like this is way up in the pay-per-view, but hey, by the end of the day, it is a hardcore fans fight. There's great fights in this card, competitive fights. This just isn't one of them. And Justin Tafa is going to get this one done real quick. Now, going into the co-main event of the evening. Okay, so we got the co-main event of the evening, okay? I'm going to believe that this is a 50-50 fight. I think this is going to go to a decision. But who is it going to go to? We're going to find out in just a second, okay? Now, they say that Tatiana Suarez is the female Khabib, sort of a hype job, perhaps, by a lot of people. They say that she barely fights because of a lot of these injuries that she had going on. Now, she had cancer therapy treatment that she had to go through, has been very inactive, but at the same time is very fresh, not as damaged as Weli Zhang. So you can kind of see why this is a 50-50 fight. Now, look, Zhang is very fast, very explosive, very skilled, tremendous in the skill gap versus other fighters. Maybe except with this one, maybe her Achilles heel is wrestling, but very active. Okay, and the damage that she can cause hits very hard. Tatiana Suarez really needs to take this to the ground and take her there, keep her there, and don't let her up. At least up until she finishes her. Oh, snap. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't even realize I was mute. Okay, so now it is literally 1 minute and 30 seconds down. So it is 3:23 into the first round between Ilya Topuria and Colby Thickness. A lot of feeling out process in the first 1 minute and 30 seconds. As I was saying, this is a very high-level debutante fight, because both of these guys are students and both of their coaches are current and former world champions right now. So very significant in that regard. Oh, there you go. Sorry.
That's all right, bro. How's the fight going?
Pretty good so far. Just hold on. I had my screen on me. Okay, so now we got Ilya Topuria with 2 minutes down, 2 minutes and 17 seconds down in the dominant clinch position on Colby right now, pushing him up against the fence. Now they are back squared up, 209, 207, 206 of the first round. Again, very high-level UFC debutantes that is happening right now. Two students of two former and current world champions at 145, and both of these guys contesting this matchup at 135. There's an overhand right by Topuria, the brother of Ilia Topuria, apparently known as the better Topuria, right? One of the he just blocked Colby thickness right now with a thickness. No pun intended. And now he's transitioning into the back. He's got a body lock. He can either continue pounding away or go for a submission here. He continues pounding away, but they're back squared up. And it looks like he's going to look to really knock this guy out. This guy has very good boxing, Zayn. I see what a lot of people are saying now about the Topuria brothers having very good boxing for Spanish MMA fighters.
Yeah, apparently they can box, innit?
Yeah. Look at the way that he did Volk and, among other people. All right, so some kicking offense into part of thickness right now, but for whatever reason, doesn't really affect Topuria as much. Sometimes some kicks are not as effective on someone, especially with a certain lack of force that may be thrown upon it. All right, 15 seconds left in the first round. I'm going to have to give... Oh my goodness! He just German suplexed Colby thickness right now. The brother of Ilia Topuria just German suplex Colby thickness right on his head.
Crazy.
Bro, that was the best suplex I ever seen in MMA.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Wow, man. He spiked him on his head, bro. Instead of the German suplex, he gave him the Georgian suplex. The Georgian Spanish suplex. Volkanovski, you know that it's coming, but you're freezing. Ooh, look at that German suplex. Oh. Daniel Cormier said that in a wrestling match, that would have been considered a pin because both of his shoulders were down and it was covered, and that's basically all you need to win or finish a wrestling match is a pin. Ooh, nice leg kick by Ilia Topuria's brother. He looks like a Dagestani. He looks like he's like in the wrong family. You know what I mean? Because Ilia Topuria looks like one of those, Spanish soccer player looking dudes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, Zayn?
Yeah, facts. He does.
Like he's got that look about him, right? Ilia Topuria, but his brother, he looks like a straight up fighter. Like, like he looks like what a fighter should look like. That's why I say he looks like a Dagestani. He just looks like a Dagestani with tattoos, which is weird because obviously, they're like hardcore Salafi. They, they don't, function like that.
Yeah, facts.
That's Topuria's brother, bro.
Crazy.
What's up, man? Look at this dude. He's like, cool. You train with Volkanovski, but I live with Ilia Topuria. He's like, big difference. Big difference in level, brother. Big difference, he said. I live with champion. You roll with guy and you go home. This guy, he go with me and he say, hey, you don't eat this. You don't watch this. No. You don't do nothing. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, this dude, Colby Fitness, being that he's Australian, he goes home, to his homies, probably lives by a beach. You know what I mean? Doing, God knows whatever. You know what I mean? Like living a life of a hippie, like experimenting with like different drugs that Australians get at. And then meanwhile, here is Ilya Topuaria's brother. Like, no, brother, we wake up, we train. Oh, but they also they look like club going types. So they look like those types of dudes that, also club, on the weekend, put on their tight shirts, their track suits, all that. You know what I mean? Like rolling their, M series BMWs, blasting techno. Like that's Ilya Topuria and his brother right now, as we're witnessing Ilya Topuria round number 2 against.
Is Ilya Topuria undefeated?
In the UFC, I believe he is. Yeah, I think he may have had a loss. No,
I think
I'm sorry.
He's
undefeated. Yeah. What am I saying? Yeah, he's like 15-0. My homie is 15-0. Yeah, he's undefeated. He got that. Ilya Topuria's brother is as well that's fighting right now in the 135 division. He's got this very McGregor looking tattoo in his back. You know that thing that McGregor puts on his back? The little cross thing, and he's got that same thing, but so does Ilya. Like, these dudes grew up idolizing McGregor because you got to think, right? Like, McGregor is now like the older generation. You know what I mean? And these guys are like the generation before him, like the dudes that are like in their, mid-20s now. They're like the new guys, right? But now they're beefing them, and McGregor gets at Topuria all the time online. And Topuria told McGregor, I don't want to hang around you because you have black energy. Like, meaning like he's very, like dark-minded.
Okay.
In the accounts of Ilya Topuria. Or right now in the accounts of this Topuria right here, he's outstriking Colby thickness with thickness. Yeah, he's very fast. Ilya Topuria's brother. And Volkanovski on the other side. Probably saying to Colby right now, hey, you gotta hit him back. If you're not hitting back, we're done. That's what he's saying him right now. You gotta hit him back. What? Oh no, that's from a different stream. I'm reading that chat. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Fight. Nice high kick by thickness right there. Body kick. by Colby's thickness. Now he's switching stances at the same time. He shoots in for the takedown, only to get stuffed by Ilia Topuria. Now Ilia Topuria has the back of Colby after those ground scrambles. Very good wrestling on the part of Topuria. Man, Zayn, his brother, is so well-rounded. This guy can box. Not only can he box, right? Like, he's well-rounded at boxing, right? Like, meaning that he can jab you up, and then he can also throw bombs at you, overhand rights, hooks, uppercuts, right? So he's also well-rounded in boxing. He's also well-rounded in grappling. Like, he can German suplex you, he can control you with the clinches, and he can maintain ground position if he needs to. And maybe has some suspicions of his sleeve that wants to show us later on. This dude is well-rounded all around, right? You know how some people are well-rounded? He's well-rounded at the single sports where he's even more well-rounded at. Makes sense? Oh, I think you're muted thing. All right, so now he's got a front head lock. He'll get some Topuria. Now he's got the back of Colby. And again, if Colby loses this fight, understand that this is not indicative of who he is and what he can do to other 135ers in his division right now. Like I told you, this is the most high-level UFC debutants you will see. This is like Rookie of the Year fight right here. That's the best way to put it. Oh, very nice. Oh, wow, here we go. Look at this very awkward position that Colby is in and the way that he's trying to Alright, so now Ilia Topuria is going to look either a mount position or from the side control and arm triangle choke. All right, looks like he's in a full mount, no full guard position right now.
What's happening, bro?
Yeah.
I'm going to tune in now.
Right now. Yes, Ilia Topuria's brother in top control position right now. All right, so now
Topuria's winning this
5 seconds left into the. Oh, you're tapped in right now.
Yeah, third round.
Oh, you're already on the third round. Huh?
Yeah.
You said you're already on round third round?
End of round 3.
Oh, okay.
Can see where you put the ball properly.
All right, here we go. The moment of truth. All right, Topuria. Big ups to Topuria on that win. I mean, he was just overall well-rounded fighter. I think this guy deserves UFC shot. All right, fantastic performance by Alexandre Topuria. I was trained camp for Uriah Faber, and this night I'm Dominic Crute. Him and Michael Bisping are going to streak like one time this season. For real, this is a true story, by the way. He was a streak fight at a Burger King. Because they were arguing about how Dominic Crute can get to Michael Bisping and a streak can get to. All right, next fight coming up. All right, let's see how I compare. Cong taking on Bruno Silva. Now, Bruno Silva is a bit of a juggernaut compared to Cong, right? Now, Cong has, how do I say, there's a very positive attitude in the way that she uses the boogeyman role, wears it in face paint, okay, and has one of these women Joker vibes. By the way, has a good 1-2 punch, but I think Bruno Silva is going to be a lot more well-rounded, a lot more experienced, and just like most women's fights, I think that this is going to a decision for Bruno Silva. Next fight coming up, we got Vyacheslav taking on Tom Nolan. Okay, so Vyacheslav is a guy on the right, Tom Nolan is a guy on the left. Vyacheslav was dominated by Chase Hooper, but we all see what kind of good fighter Chase Hooper is. Now, look, not much of a grappler, but again, well-rounded compared to Tom Nolan, right? And here's the thing about Tom Nolan and why I'm going to go with Vyacheslav in this one. I'm going to Vyacheslav because there's a serious weight cut issue that Tom Nolan has to face. Very brutal. By the way, brutally got KO'd in his UFC debut. Has to maintain wrestling here in order to sort of get him back into the cage. I don't know, man. I think Vyacheslav is going to have the better adjustment in this one, right? I see him edging out a decision on this one. And look, Tom Nolan is good, but man, listen, it's just a serious weight cut issue that he has going on, and I can sort of picture him having some serious problems as the fight goes on. And again, it's sort of an argument for a lot of people to move up a weight class. So now, moving on to the card, we got Jack Jenkins versus Gabriel Santos. Now, being got his shoulders separated by Marscal, right? Jack outstruck Marscal, but had a good output on that fight. And in this fight, I think there's going to be a home field advantage, right? Good kicking game, good gas tank, which I think he's going to win by a decision based on that. Gabriel Santos is coming off of a win. Yeah, I just think the gas tank for Jack Jenkins is going to be too much. So I'm going to go with Jack Jenkins on this one. Next fight coming up. Very exciting fight, right? Jake Matthews. Did you guys know Jake Matthews has been in the UFC for literally 11 years of his whole entire career? If you can really put that in perspective, right? Very experienced fighter at a young age, 31 years old, came into the UFC when he was 19, had almost a 50-50 UFC record, had up and downs, experienced decent grappling. Okay, wins a lot with grappling, good counter, 73-inch reach, can outbox him on the back foot and is very slick. Now, Francisco Prado, a little less well-rounded, less experienced than Jake Matthews, likes to march forward and relies a lot on his chin, which I think if Jake Matthews decides to fight this very methodically, I think he's going to win by a decision on this one, edge this one out. I think the chin of Francisco is going to be too hard to put away. I think that there's going to be few exchanges or opportunities that Jake Matthews is going to see as a submission here. And yeah, I think
What is this woman fight on, bro?
yeah, this is a women's fight right here. Cong versus Bruno Silva. It's a bit of a pro wrestling character, this one, right? She goes to weigh-ins dressed as Joker, stuff like that. Meanwhile, Bruno from Brazil, no nonsense, just in here, ready to knock her head off if she could. But I predicted this one's going to go to the decision.
Yeah.
It's just a little difficult for women to finish each other, right? Including even Clarissa Shields. Look at her in boxing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a little difficult for her to finish people. I mean, not recently. You've seen the knockout that she had last Sunday.
That wasn't a knockout. It was a knockdown.
Oh, okay.
It went the distance. It was like literally the last seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was a great knockdown though. That was a brilliant one-punch knockdown. She finished literally the first one. If there was 10 more seconds, she would have got her out there. You're right. I thought that was a man, you know, the Chinese woman looked like a man. But yeah,
It looked like a young, like a boy or something, you know?
yeah, man. Couldn't tell.
All right, here we go. Bruno Silva, Wang. Nice leg kick by Brazil. 445, 443, 442 of the first round. So that's unbelievable that the Derek Chisora fight is an IBF title eliminator.
Yeah, so he's either gonna face Usyk, Daniel Dubois, Anthony Joshua. Now I know who he should pick, but that's just my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he did fight Usyk, and he did quite well. He did all right, you know.
He did all right.
But maybe against Daniel Dubois, that would be. I mean, wow, yeah, that could be an interesting matchup as well.
Well, at this stage of his career, I don't want to see him get hurt, to be honest. I think Daniel Dubois will be a step too far due to Daniel Dubois' youth. I think that won't be a good matchup for him personally. I say Joshua. Chisora versus Joshua, that's the fight right now. Trust me. That's a winnable fight for him as well. I think he can beat Joshua, you know that.
Oh, good swing.
Oh, this is a good fight, man.
Oh. Yeah, Wang has got pretty good boxing here.
Yeah, I see that. He's poking that jab out. He's feinting a lot as well.
Yup. Oh, nice high kick right there, or at least the attempt of it by Wang. Brazil resembles Serrano a little bit.
A little bit, isn't it? Yeah.
Serrano, yeah, she's got one MMA fight. I think no, three. I think she has 3 MMA fights. Serrano.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Ooh, nice side kick right there. I like that one by Weli. I'm surprised she did not repeat those side kicks to the gut, Wang. Those work. If you volumize those and you connect one time, I mean, you can form a habit of really connecting over and over again, which will eventually debilitate your opponent's breathing patterns.
Crazy. Good fight, man.
Yeah, it's a good contest here.
Very competitive as well. It's not all one-sided, is it? Who do you think is actually winning it, though? Is it Wang?
Wang, yeah, I'd give it to Wang. I think both of these ladies have already showed each other the maximum power that they are capable of. Oh, nice front kick right there by Wang. Speaking of front kicks, you're going to see a lot of that from Sean Strickland later on tonight. Ooh, nice one. Look at that. Did you see the way she just manhandled her on that one?
Yeah.
Like, the way that she threw her, there was no particular technique behind it, just absolute raw force and aggression on her part.
Yeah, it was fucking alright.
The deep kicks, the front kicks. I want you to look out for those from Sean Strickland tonight. You're going to see a lot of those coming from his side. He's going to throw a lot of front kicks. And you know what? This is a very underrated technique because a lot of the Muay Thai instructors that I've gone to have constantly emphasized this. It is literally the jab of MMA and Muay Thai. And you know what? It's even longer than a jab because guess what? You can use it in an MMA fight, whereas in boxing, obviously that's out. So the longest stick that you can throw at your opponent is your actual arm yourself.
Okay.
But you see Wang is sort of implementing that right here. All right, so here we go. Next round coming up.
Yeah. Wang looks confident. I think she's going to win this fight, man.
She's doing a lot better than I thought. I honestly had Bruno Silva winning this one just based on UFC experience alone. But yeah, let's see. All right, good kick by Wang. See, the thing with the Chinese, right? The way that they strike, they have developed this modern way of striking. I think from Weili Zhang and also from the Leech, the guy that Kamzat had fought. They sort of developed this style of hard kicking, like front kicks and side kicks to keep you at bay. Something that they learned at Sancho, which is Chinese kickboxing that involves trips takedowns.
Okay. Yeah, no, they're good, man. Even the women fighters, they tend to be really.
I must say, yeah, the ladies, as of lately, have been really upping the level in. Well, I'm honestly the striking. And tonight, the co-main event with Tatiana Saurez, they call her the Mexican female Khabib. She was one of the best female wrestlers to come out of our high school. She was going to go and compete in the Olympics, but she got diagnosed with cancer.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and tonight she's fighting the Chinese Ivan Drago of women's fighting. You know what I mean? Like, well, what a story, right? which is Weli Zhang. She has a very similar striking style as this Wang right here. Not in the stance, not in the way that she holds her hands up, but in the way that she throws the hard kicks. Her and Zhang are Weli are very similar in that style. So yeah, look out for Weli to fight similar to this lady right here.
Yeah, Wang is gonna win this fight, bro. No doubt about it.
Yeah, it looks like it's heading in that direction. And I'm very surprised because I really did have Silva winning this one. You see, Zayn, this is why, man, this is why I don't gamble, my brother. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of fights that,
That's fine. I didn't gamble on this, so I'm not really fussed,
Oh, no, I know. But I'm saying if I did, I would have absolutely thrown Brazil in a parlay. I swear to you. Like,
no way.
Know what I mean? That's
Really?
one of the locked fights that I thought.
No way. What, against Wang?
Yeah,
Wang
man.
looked pretty good, man.
Because, well, you know what? She didn't look like this before. Like what you're seeing right now, you would think, because if you've never seen her fight before, you would think this is her normally. Something changed, something different here. I don't know. Maybe she took some, very positive Chinese vitamins. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, these kicks, they look rapid and and very,
good, man.
They're very good, bro. I'm telling you, man. You ever seen Joe Rogan kick on the bag? Oh, bro, listen, it looks devastating, and with good reason, because the brother takes a testosterone replacements.
Okay.
And so what I'm saying is that Cong kicks like Joe Rogan. Okay, like that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you that Cong kicks like Joe Rogan. That's why I'm very surprised of how this fight is going.
Right. Bro, I should have put the fucking house on Derek Chisora, man.
Yeah, but you know what? That's the thing. You never know, man. Because think about this, right? What if Derek
I had a big feeling, bro.
Huh?
Bro, because I knew Wallin, he couldn't do nothing, really and truly. Like Derek Chisora, the momentum was with him, man. Oh my God, Wang is absolutely smashing it right now. Oh,
bro, he came to this, right?
oh my God,
understand this.
she's taking the piss.
You never know. Hey, does Derek Chisora have kids?
Yeah, he's got kids.
Sure. All right, so check this out. Imagine if today he got into an argument with his kid and it vehemently affected the whole entire trajectory of his
that wouldn't have happened because this was such a big stage for him. Career defining.
I'm telling you, you would be surprised of what craziness a lot of these fighters go through before their fight. Darren Till, when he fought in New York in 2019, he was close to not fighting that day. Yeah, because he missed out on his medicals, right? But luckily, guess who was a guest in this fight card? Donald Trump. So Trump was like, all right, what do you need? He's like, well, I need a doctor's approval. I was like, no problem. I have a doctor, a traveling doctor with me. Go see him. And then just like that, bro, listen, he was dealing with all of this hours before a fight. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you didn't get your medicals done. a
Yeah,
few
that's
minutes
mad.
before your fight.
No, you're right though. You're right though. They go through a lot.
But he ended up winning that fight though by decision.
Mm.
And yeah, so that's what it was. You know what I mean? Like it literally
But,
took presidential
yeah,
doctor to get him cleared because he wasn't going to be able to do it in time. Like, can you
yeah,
imagine? Like, that's what you're dealing with. You got to sign shit a few hours before you fight, and then you got to read it,
yeah. No, I hear what you're saying, but
and then
me,
they gotta check you out. You know,
yeah,
like it's like it's a lot because he came in to fight week that New York on a Thursday. Imagine, right? You're an English fighter. You got a New York fight card, and you're coming in on a Thursday.
yeah, that's true. It's kind of
So that
mad.
means you come in, you do the media that you missed, and then you weigh in the next morning. And that's literally within the next few hours that you step off the plane on that Thursday.
That's crazy, bro.
And then when Darren got out the airport, he's like, the first thing he says to a UFC camera, I do what the fuck I want. I'm like, no, you don't. Man, it's just because you couldn't get on your flight because you had visa issues. That was another thing, too. He was trying to clear up some visa issues because guess what? Guess who he was managed by during that time? You know that Irish fella. You know who that Irish fella is, huh? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
He was with them dudes. You know what I mean? He was with the Irish Suge Knight, bro.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? That's who he was with. That's who his management team was. He was with all of them.
Yeah, I remember.
He was with all that. And so, if you're with all that, then, you're going to have some issues. The U.S. State Department is going to be suspicious of you. And so now you got problems getting over here. So, no, it's not, I do what the fuck I want. It's because, you hang with gangsters, mate.
Hmm.
Like, hey, Darren G? Do you know this? He's like a gangster or a former gangster, social media influencer in Liverpool. You know him?
Yeah.
Darren
I've heard of
G.
him. No, I don't know him.
He's a fucking grass. Darren G.
Scouser,
He's a fucking grass, mate.
innit?
Right? The dude's a grass, bro. He glorifies snitching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Take him
That dude's
seriously.
a weirdo, bro. I used to think he was cool. Like back in the day, like I would see him like, oh shoot, okay, they got this, Liverpool dude, and they got, really interesting accents and all of that.
Mm.
So I was like, all right, and then I started, delving into his content, started to find out what he's really about. And then on top of that, oh man, it gets worse, bro. He's anti-Muslim.
Oh no.
You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Darren G. You know what I mean? Yeah, Darren G. Needs to get packed out, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Like straight up, man. You know what I mean? Like that's Darren G, bro. It's just some new, the recent content that I've heard him say, about Muslims.
Yeah, fuck him, bro.
He's like,
Anyone
mate,
here
there's only one religion that's trying to dominate everybody. That's what he said, in his thing.
Full of shit, man. He just lost.
And then when he gets called for being a snitch, he's like, grass, what you mean, grass, mate? You have no idea? Grass? Who you calling a grass? You're a grass. Oh man, for real. We got to get Whack 100 to pull up paperwork on him, but he's already exposed as a snitch, so there's nothing really to expose there.
Yeah, in fact. Wang is dominating this.
Oh, there's one spinning heel kick right there, but maybe one too late by Brazil.
Ooh.
Ooh, spinning elbow, but then Wang gets the takedown at the end of the third. Wow. Awesome job on Wang. Yeah, really awesome job on Wang.
Oh.
Ooh, good one.
Wanted Brazil to win, but yeah, Wang was just too good, man.
Yeah, she really was, man. She really was. The kicks were so strong. The takedowns, the aggression. You can't deny
Yeah,
her. Yeah, this is a good performance by Wang.
yeah.
Darren G. Yeah, man, he snitches on everybody, bro. All the stuff that he does on his YouTube, he talks about Patty Pimblett, um, just stuff that nobody really needs to know. Like, I get it. You know what? Okay, if you're gonna put it out there, all right. You're gonna put it out there. I mean, why am I not gonna listen to it if you're gonna put it out there? But why put it out there? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, do we really need to know, who Patty rolls with, and and this and that? He just says a lot of reckless stuff. You know what I mean? I was like, oh snap, because that's how I kind of found a lot of his content. Like, I knew of him, but I didn't know, like, he was consistent with doing content, and so he did stuff on Darren Till. He did stuff on Patty, and yeah, man, he just says a whole lot. You know what I mean? A whole lot much that that I don't think anybody needs to know that's not of that world.
Okay.
He kind of like overstays his welcome into some of the things he mentions.
Uh,
But yeah, that's Darren G for you, mate. He's a fucking grass. You fucking grass, Darren G. All right, here we go. The Tom Nolan fight.
Borchev.
Yup,
What?
this dude trains out here in Sacramento.
Is it Borchev?
Yeah, I'd be seeing this dude at the gym, Borshoff.
Oh shit. Hold on, yeah.
We'll be at the 24-hour circuit. The gym right next to the Golden One Arena. Doing some circuits
Okay.
and this and that. And yeah, he trains with Team Alpha Male Uriah Faber, who's obviously there tonight in his corner. The legend and the UFC Hall of Famer Uriah Faber. I'm gonna pull up his picture right here with me and him in his official UFC debut, because a lot of his fights in the WEC, they ended up counting as UFC fights because they got bought out by the UFC. But this was his official UFC fight. I'll pull this up right here. this is me training at Team Alpha Male. I think like the first day that I trained at Team Alpha Male, that was like 2010. This picture right here, So yeah, man, that's why I'm not afraid to get into a scrap with dudes 6'5" and up. These are the type of training partners that I had, the type of guys that I spar with, the type of guys that I wrestle with. Man, I'm you're in there with guys that size and that athleticism. You're ready for anything. And then this is me and Uriah, 2011. Yeah, this is 2011. So this is who's coaching. Is this? Yeah, Boraschev. This is who's coaching him tonight. Right here. So.
Okay. Sick, bro.
Yeah, Hall of Famer too. He just became a Hall of Famer. I think. What do you call it? This year, I think. Yeah, they gave him Hall of Fame. Status this year. So.
Okay.
This is where the fight is taking place at right here, Sydney, Australia.
Nice.
Yeah, man. That's the thing with Australia, right? They're a big country, but they don't have a lot of people. And then there's also a lot of land that's uninhabitable in that part of the world.
That's true.
All right, here we go. Vyacheslav.
You think Tom Nolan's gonna win this fight? It says Boraschev been beaten 4 times.
I don't know, man. This is I think this is going to be a tough matchup for both guys.
Yeah. But he says it on the screen from Sacramento.
Yeah.
That's
Just
your
down,
place, isn't it? Where you're from, isn't it?
like literally just 5 minutes from here.
Oh, fair enough.
Even outside the gym, I see Uriah everywhere. Like whether it's like at random restaurants or at Trader Joe's, at the groceries. It's yeah, man. It's I guess if you are in the world of MMA, which is a pretty big world here in Sacramento, you pretty much know everyone in that community. Sort of like you, like look at the boxing community you guys have in London. We sort of have that same thing in Sacramento. Very similar. In fact, that's why when I saw the little get up you guys had going on in London, and and I figured out who you were, and I was like, oh, wow, okay, this is what they got going on. This is their culture over there. Boxing is their culture, as MMA is the culture of Sacramento. Straight up.
Yeah.
All right. So round 1 between Tom Nolan and Boraschev. Vyacheslav, the Russian, training out of Sacramento, California, represent. We got a lot of Russians here too, a lot of Armenians. I got into it with an Armenian like a couple of years ago because, well, let me just say this, right? In college, I used to write, you know what I mean, for a price. You get what I mean? Like, hey, do this essay or do this assignment. Sure, no problem. Name a price, boom. This Armenian, his homeboy wanted to intervene and said, nah, I don't think this work is this much. I'm like, the heck it is. You know what I mean? Like, you had some of the homies roll up and like, but basically set it straight. Like, all right, let's go with what we agreed upon, but that's what it is. You deal with some very tricky, Armenians, Russians, and Ukrainians out here in Sacramento. They got their own little program too. Out here, Russians, Ukrainians, and Armenians, and they got their own little conflict with each other too, just like everybody else in the whole California system. Meanwhile, Tom Nolan is getting the back of Vyacheslav right here, looking for a rear naked choke. All right, good elbow from that. Ooh.
Damn, it's not looking good, man. Shit.
No.
Oh, you got the. Has he got it? He got the rear naked choke.
Oh wow, north south choke. He's looking for
Wow.
north south position, but now he's out of there. Now he's looking for. Oh wow. Oh, elbow from the top. I know we're probably closer to the Pacific Ocean. Well, we are in the Pacific Ocean in California than anywhere else in the United States, but still, Sacramento to Australia is still a long flight.
Yeah,
Like we're
that's a lot.
talking like almost damn near 20 hours. You know what I mean? And even more so if you are flying from the East Coast. Oh, but even worse if you're flying from England. I think that's the longest flight in the world is
Yeah.
England to Australia.
Yeah, that's a long flight.
You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Like, we're closer because we're the West Coast in the Pacific Ocean, but you guys are like in, like the middle of Earth. You know what I mean? And like Australia is on the other side of Earth. But what's crazy about that is that, it's a British territory. That's why, the Australian flag has the Union Jack up in it. Because UK ran that thing. That's the thing with Australians. Like white Australians are the ancestors of British criminals that were exiled. Yeah, so the Aussies are definitely not the Pierce Morgan type of Brits. Ooh. Ooh, nice front kick. You see that? That's why front kicks are very like they're very hyper emphasized by old school Thai trainers because they work, especially if you want to gauge your distance at your opponent, like really get them out of the way. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Come on, Vyacheslav. All right, front kick. Oh, good counter by Boraschev right there. He catches the kick, throws it down, and then throws a low kick to offset the balance of Nolan. Come on, Boraschev. You got to get at him like he's Armenian who owe you money.
Mhm.
Yes, brother, you owe me money. I destroy you now. You pay me. This bullshit pay is no good. You give me more. You know, and then sometimes if it's not that, they be arguing about because you know a lot of Armenians and Russians and Ukrainians, they own a lot of you know, like auto body shops. You know, they're really big into, you know, car modifications and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, nice elbow right there. All right, good body kicks right here by Nolan. Oh, there's a little slap attempt right there by Nolan.
Oh. You see the knee? Oh shit.
Oh, nice spinning attacks right there by Nolan.
He's going for the takedown. Oh
Nolan
shit.
shooting in for a takedown. Very good balance by Boraschev. Oh, but eventually. Oh, how about this? Nice reversal and control of his thigh right there. But yeah, good attempt of trying to keep it. But unfortunately, yeah, Borashev's down, trying to scramble back up. Now here comes Nolan attempting a guillotine. Now a front choke. Now a north side choke from the previous position in the last round.
Oh shit. Well done, Porsche. Go back up.
Oh, he caught a knee right there coming in as he's bobbing and weaving. Oh, spinning back kick attempt. Another one, 2 in a row. I normally would not. A third one. You know what? I don't recommend. I don't like that. But sometimes it does work, but who knows, right? It really is dependent upon different situations. I don't like throwing spinning back kicks over and over again because they sort of diminish the element of surprise. Like the point of spinning attacks is to create an element of surprise. Usually, when you see somebody spin, you don't know what they're liable to do. And then that's oftentimes if you do it quick enough at the right sequence and at the right foot placement, you can really catch somebody without them even seeing it.
Damn, man. Nolan's putting in work right now.
He is, man. Yeah. Yeah.
The third round, man.
All right, third round. Here we go.
Come on, Boraschev.
Yeah, so what Boraschev cannot allow him to do in this round is fight the range game, right? He has to really step in Mike Tyson style or Max style and just close range, or really beat him up with some dirty boxing and close range clinches. And then here comes Tom Nolan now shooting in for a takedown. Very good sprawl by Boraschev.
Oh,
up kick kicks right there. Ooh. Those can really knock you out too.
Yeah, facts. It looked like it hurt him. Oh, shit.
Oh, wow. From the bottom. Very creative by Tom Nolan. All right, nice head kick right there by Tom Nolan.
Oh, that was close.
Oh, that was a good head kick right there. Oh, hold on. They're asking for a time here. What's going on? Oh, yeah. It hit him right there. Yeah, it's really below the belt. A little Usyk, Daniel Dubois situation going on here, but all right, here we go. Back at it. Now under 3 minutes left into the fight. Now you see the aggression that Boraschev is going at Tom Nolan right now. That's what he should have done very early on. And the reason why he should have done that early on is to really offset his range that he is often trying to look for, especially in the striking department. Whereas Boraschev really needs to strike him up close and personal. All right, yeah, he has to remain in this side control position right here.
Fuck. Nolan's fucking crafty, man. Damn.
Yeah, and even on the bottom, he's very active even on the bottom.
Yeah.
Not letting up whatsoever. There's Uriah right there.
Damn. Oh, he's got a cut.
Oh, this
Hey.
guy's bleeding. Oh no.
He's just funny, bro. He just smacking the shit out of Boraschev right now.
Oh wow.
This is funny, bro.
I know.
Oh shit. He's banging him as well.
Good ground and pounds here at the end. For both guys, including Tom Nolan on the bottom. Like very Tony Ferguson-esque in the way that he throws from the bottom.
Oh shit. These guys are going at it, bro. Oh shit.
Oh, going for a leg lock here very late. All right, and that is the end of it. That is the end of that fight.
Bro, he was whacking the shit out of him on the floor.
Wow, yeah. Tom Nolan got that one. He got that one. I'll be very surprised if they give it to Boraschev, but we'll see. And by the end of the day, it is what the judges say.
Yeah. Oh shit, that was a good fight.
Thank goodness I still have some coffee, man. Oh my God, man. I'm so pumped right now. And you know what? The main card is about to come up. We're not that far away from the main card, Zayn. It's awesome, man.
Yeah. Watching, bro.
And of course, Australia is known for its surfing scene. Here we go. We're going to find out the official decision. What's up with Boraschev wearing, a Christmas hat? It's a little too late for that right now.
Nolan got it.
Yeah, standard, right? Do you agree, disagree with that decision?
Yeah, I agree, man. Oh man, I wish he won though.
Yeah.
It was
Tom
quite clear.
active in his approach to that whole entire fight. Extremely active, man.
Yeah. Damn, he's landing some mad shots as well, bro. Fucking hell.
Yeah, he's talking about his flow state. I know exactly what he means by that. The way that he was operating in that fight, it was like all cylinders were firing, and it showed. It showed in his activity level, and then on top of that, just the constant creativity that he was going around with, throwing kicks from the bottom and just um, continuously staying consistent with the low kicks as well, I think was really helpful in this fight. So, big ups to Tom Nolan on that one.
Who's fighting next, bro?
Jack
Jenkins.
Jenkins. This is a good
Gabriel.
fight versus Gabriel Santos. By the way, yeah, this is a good fight right here.
I think Santos is gonna win.
Yeah. Let's see what I said for this fight.
I don't know though. I don't know nothing about them. I'm just saying the
Jenkins
face value.
Gabriel Santos. Now, being got his shoulders separated by Marscal, right? Jack outstruck Marscal, but had a good output on that fight. And in this fight, I think there's going to be a home field advantage, right? Good kicking game, good gas tank, which I think he's going to win by a decision based on that. Gabriel Santos is coming off of a win. Yeah, I just think the gas tank for Jack Jenkins is going to be too much. So I'm going to go with Jack Jenkins on this one. Next fight, very exciting fight, right? Jake Matthews. Did you guys know? Yeah. I think the gas tank may be a factor for this fight.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's just what I'm going with right now is the gas tank. And ultimately, you look at the Tom Nolan fight just recently that we saw, right? That's literally everything that we are talking about that may happen in this fight as well. Pressure, constant volume, and sometimes that's really all that it needs and what it takes to beat the other guy. Because sometimes, even if the other guy is really good or if the other guy is very technical, sometimes volume can really offset that rhythm, especially if the fighter relies a lot on rhythm. So that's sort of just what we saw out of the Nolan and Boraschev fight, and I think we might see the same for this fight with Jack Jenkins right now. This is the fight that is coming up right now. Can't believe it. Yeah, this is already the end of the prelims. Going by so quickly, these cards, man. All right. Well, shout out to everybody around the world that is tapping in. Do not forget to like and subscribe as you guys are now tapped into the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. And not only that, we got ourselves Zayn Musa boxing dosage right here tapped in. Don't forget to tap into his channel as well for all boxing predictions, storylines, news, and everything else in between. And of course, we got you right here for the live stream for UFC 312 Australia, Du Plessis versus Strickland Part 2. So what do we got right now? We got Jack Jenkins now walking out into the cage. You know what I think, man? Kendrick Lamar is performing tomorrow in the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
The UFC tonight is the international Super Bowl because obviously, I think if I would look at the analytics of the people that are watching right now from around the world, I would be willing to bet a lot of these people are from, non-American countries. And that also include Britain, right? Because Americans right now, their main focus is not MMA or fighting or anything like that. It's the Super Bowl tomorrow. But for a lot of us MMA fans, like this is our Super Bowl right now.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You know what I mean? But that's what's great about the UFC. You have several Super Bowls, like in a year. You know what I mean? It's like you got the Champions League, you got the Premier League, and then you got the E Cup, the EFL Cup. What else? The Euro League, all of that. So. But here we go, Jack Jenkins and Gabriel Santos. Barbary, Brazil. All right, straight out of Melbourne, Australia. Out of Melbourne, Australia, my name is Jack Jenkins. All right, here we go. Rich Mitchell as the official referee of this matchup in round one. All right, round one, here we go. All right, let's see if Jack Jenkins can implement his vast cardio and constant volume on Santos. Nice leg kicks by Santos here.
Good fight, bro.
Very good fight. Oh, good one. Good leg kicks right there. Oh! Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere.
Damn, you was right. Jack Jenkins.
Out of nowhere.
He's a beast, bro.
Out of nowhere.
He just knocked him out.
Whoa, that was out of no. Oh, look at this. Jack is looking to get the finish. But look at Santos holding on. Oh, wow. But look at this. Out of nowhere. This triangle choke. What? Man, just like what you were saying earlier, right? MMA is a very unpredictable sport, and it can just, turn in a blink of an eye.
Very unpredictable, bro. Well, he's got the triangle choke back now.
Oh, wow. Let's see if he tries to pick him up to slam him. He's going to try to pick him up and slam him. Or maybe he's out. Oh, this is tight, man. This is tight. Jack Jenkins is being very... Oh, he's out. He's out. That's very good. That's very good. Very good defense on the part of Jack Jenkins. So he rocks him, beats him up. They end up on the bottom, only for Jack Jenkins to be in danger of a triangle choke. And now they're back in the full guard position, battling it out for either transitions or control time on the top of Jack Jenkins right now. There it is, knee in those clinch positions. Santos has a wizard locked right around the right arm of Jenkins. Oh, wow. Now he's the one that rocks Jenkins.
Oh, shit.
And he tries to shoot in on Jenkins. Oh, he takes Jenkins down into the half guard position. Now we have Santos in the half guard position. So what Santos wants to do in the half guard position right now is either advance, transition, or remain. And in MMA, I keep saying this, but a half guard position in MMA is very valuable. In straight grappling competitions where there are no punches involved, this isn't really the most ideal position you want to be in, because grappling constantly emphasizes to either pin your opponent down or to basically lock in submissions on them. And you got to constantly advance different positions to do that, or advance yourself into best positions to do that. But in MMA, the half guard position is so valuable that you can literally use it to stay on top and then land punches and knees and elbows from that particular position alone. It's a very interesting position to use in MMA. That's why a lot of people don't transition. You know what? Jack, 10-9. It's not a 10-8 for sure, but it's 10-9. Yeah. I'll give it to Jack 10-9.
It was close, though.
Very close, yeah. Very close fight. Very close round. But I just think Jack...
Yeah, I think we'll give it to Jack.
More.
I agree, yeah.
All right, next round. Yeah, he drops him right here.
Cool.
Here we go, round 2. Ooh. Oh, nice head kick right there by Santos. Ooh, nice head kick by Jenkins right there. I swear, this is the most exciting sport in the world. This and boxing, of course.
Right.
And it is fights like this that remind you of that.
Mm-hmm.
Think about this, man. Jenkins was winning out of nowhere. He was threatened with a serious choke. He could have also slammed him as well if he wanted, right? That is, if he had enough energy. I've seen guys pick guys up and slam them like that. Um, I got in trouble in jujitsu class one time for doing that because they didn't want to do that because obviously it was a safety issue. You know, you really can mess somebody up.
Yeah.
But but it was there. I mean, like I'm thinking, like we're training, right? Like if you don't want to get
Yeah.
slammed, then don't put yourself in a position to be slammed.
Right.
I mean that's the way I look at it. But some gyms, I get it. They have their own policy, and
Mm.
they want everybody safe. And by the end of the day, you know what? It's better to have a safe sparring than a sparring that messes you up, that ultimately just damages you before you can even fight.
Yeah, facts.
You
I
know,
think
so
that's what it is, bro.
yeah. So I'm
Mm.
yeah. But main story is that the slams are there. Like if you go for those triangle chokes, which by the way I was very susceptible to. Very early on when I started training in jujitsu, right? Because wrestling, even though I had years of wrestling, jujitsu is very different.
Yeah.
I wasn't trained to like defend people that were trying to choke me from the bottom or anything like that. But obviously 10 years later, doing jujitsu now for over, like 10 years, I'm a little more, understanding of
No, I
these.
saw your bag work, bro. It's good.
Was that?
I saw your bag work, bro. On your
Oh, in the
Facebook,
street
bro.
too. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, even on the stream, it was good, man. You seem like you got good combinations. You know how to switch it up. You know how to, use your footwork. Huh?
Yeah. Footwork and then transitioning, basically being able to use
Switching levels,
to transition into wrestling
like your
phases.
kicks as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
years of taekwondo, and then and then competing in Muay Thai out here. In 2010, what a lot of people
Yeah,
may know or may not have known was that the Muay Thai scene out here
yeah.
was a very high level, even at the amateurs, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's why, yeah, man, and I was competing in that a particular era of Muay Thai out here.
Mm,
So it was great, man. Very high level striking, and that's ultimately where I really cultivated a lot of my skills from, was from that particular era.
mm.
I got to work with the same Muay Thai instructor that Uriah Faber had early in his career, and then eventually that's when I started training with Uriah and his team, and started learning new stuff there. So
Sick, bro.
one thing that's interesting about Team Alpha Male style of Muay Thai was that they know how to mix up a hard nosed Muay Thai with good footwork. Because usually
Yeah.
Muay Thai hard nose is just like a flat footed Mexican style of Muay Thai boxing.
Okay.
But MMA, you got to have good footwork because you can't afford to give an inch to your opponent to even touch you.
Right.
So MMA defense has to be even harder than boxing defense, I think. But even though there is a certain technical level that you have to be very proficient at in boxing to, yeah, to sort of like get used to yeah, get used to like blocking a certain way or forming good habits. right? That's the thing with boxing, right? You got to form very good habits, you know, in order to really fight at the highest level. Whereas with MMA, you can get away with a lot of bad habits. And the main event guy tonight, Dricus du Plessis, is a quintessential example of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he looks sloppy, but it works. Like, his style may look, you know, not all that appeasing, or, you know, it doesn't have like the pretty kicks like, you know, like you see me do or anything like that. But man, you know, his stuff works, and when it works, it hurts, and you know, when it works, it hurts, and it may put you in a hearse.
You see what's going on right now? Fucking hell. Dos Santos doing the madness. See it, bro.
Oh wow, yeah. Wow, he rocked him out of no. Wow, wow.
But yeah, carry on.
No, yeah, no, that's all I was saying, you know, about that was yeah.
Bro, Santos looks like he's gonna win this round, and
Yeah.
I think it all depends on this round, you know.
Yeah, this has gotten really competitive. And you know what, man? What a lot of people have been saying, including myself, was that this is a hardcore fans fight delight. Because when I search all of these guys' you know, regional fight records, boy, let me tell you, right? They had some really like highly decorated regional careers. A lot of the guys that are in this card. So it's like sometimes the UFC will bring mid-card guys from regional scenes to fill up cards, but these guys are like champions from like other regions.
Okay.
You know, and that's one thing that is highly you know, underrated about this particular card, I think.
Shit.
He tapped. That is the biggest win of his career, indeed. Yeah. He got him, man. That was, wow. That was amazing.
Shit.
Oh, look at that right there. The front kick. See? What was I saying earlier, right? What are some of the main things that Thai trainers constantly emphasize, right? In you know, in the technique work, are front kicks. What did Santos there do? He hit him with a front kick, and then he followed up with the choke. And there he is talking to Michael Bisping right there.
What?
Yeah, I'm like, please don't get Michael Bisping involved. Like, please just, you know, enjoy your victory and don't get Michael Bisping involved, because if you get him involved, boy, he will. You know who Michael Bisping is? He is the Carl Froch version of MMA. I swear to you, because he will remind you of the 80,000 that were in attendance that night. He will remind you. He is, and you know what? And they're both Polish Brits. It's so funny. They probably are related. They don't know it.
Yeah, facts.
You know what I mean? Like, they're probably related and they have no idea. But Michael Bisping, he constantly, I swear to you, inserts himself in fight interviews. Like, he'll interview a fighter that just got done fighting, right? Well, when I was fighting, this is what I did. When I was fighting, I would call out this guy. You're not calling out anyone. You know what I mean? Like, like that's what he is. You know what I mean? He's the Carl Froch of MMA. But God bless Mike, though, man. He's an interesting personality nonetheless. And so is Carl Froch. You know what I mean? Like he's funny. But I just wish he wouldn't let Tyann Booth punk him like that. You know what I mean? Like how you let Tyann Booth punk you. Like I get that you're like, all big and mighty now. Oh, this is like beyond your your scope or something like that, or just beneath you.
Yeah.
But raise up on him a little bit. You know what I mean?
Facts, bro.
Yeah.
Who's fighting next?
Main card, Jake Matthews.
Okay.
Yeah, tough loss for Jenkins, especially being that this is his home crowd and whatnot. But yeah, that's the name of the game.
He got the choke though. That choke was strong.
Yeah, man. I think ultimately, if you get caught in a choke like that, I think you have succumbed to that position knowing that you've really just have been tired and now you can't fight it off anymore. Because if you're at a certain level, right, of proficiency in grappling, like you know how to defend that. However, as they say, tiredness makes a coward of us all, right? So if you're tired, you're going to be susceptible to those things. That's why Khabib's team, they constantly emphasize on grappling cardio. Because there's boxing cardio, there's kickboxing cardio, and then there's grappling cardio, but then you also got to consider MMA cardio.
Yeah, facts.
And those are like completely different gas tanks just based on the
stamina. Yeah, the stamina must be crazy, bro.
It is, man. It is. But hey, look, that's why you have to come up with crazy training methods in order to train.
Right.
That's what surprises me when I see guys that actively compete in MMA, but only like hit the bag and spar. Like you got to do more than that. You got to do more than just hit the bag and spar, and that goes with boxers too. If you want to fight at like a high level, you really have to increase your conditioning, and not only that, find creative ways to make your style functional to your conditioning. Like in other words, are you a counter fighter? Are you an aggressive fighter? Are you the type of fighter that would rather kick back a little bit and then wait for a counter shot, or would you rather fight volume, or would you rather fight highly defensive or highly offensive? You got to be able to decide those things.
That's true. Yeah.
And so man, MMA is so if you want to do MMA correctly, it's very complicated.
Yeah, I can imagine, and you need the stamina as well, bro. It's quite intense, for a high intensity, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, for real, man. I think like MMA athletes, they're something different, bro. Like in terms of working out and that, they must have a really hard regime,
Yeah.
So that's why you gotta give it up to them, man.
For real.
Because of how fit they are as well,
sport. It's the hardest sport in the world, I think. And even other combat athletes outside of it would probably agree with that as well.
Yeah, it takes a big pair of balls to step in there, man. The octagon. Yeah. Facts, bro.
But this lady right here, Tatiana Suarez, I'm excited to see
Yeah,
her.
it's a ladies fight, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, Tatiana Suarez, the female Khabib, as they call her.
Is she that good, yeah?
I mean, dude, you're called the female Khabib. You know what I
That's
mean?
crazy.
Like they called. Well, you know what? They didn't call Ronda that, although they would have probably called her that at the time. But she was more famous than Khabib at the time. You know,
Yeah.
it was only
I
Khabib's time
remember.
3 years later.
Yeah. When did you notice about Khabib? Did you notice him when he started his career?
2011. And then
Uh,
he came into the UFC in 2012. You know, and then I got to go to AKA, you know, I got to see him out there 2013, 14, and then sometimes 16. So it was yeah, you know, I
that's
heard
great.
about him on Sure Dog, and then I got to see him in person in train in AKA. And I always knew that dude, it was like when he broke the UFC's takedown record, I knew that there was nobody that was going to stop him.
Oh, is it?
You know what I mean? Like I just knew, like there was nobody that would have stopped Khabib, especially when he got like the 20, you know, takedown record.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a
true.
very insane feat to accomplish.
Yeah, especially in the UFC. But
Yeah. All right, we got Jake Matthews coming up next. Connor, I started noticing him in 2013.
oh, is it?
Mhm.
Well, when did that rivalry come with Conor and Khabib?
So what happened was they were friends at first, right?
Yeah.
But when Khabib was trying to get a shot at the 155 division, Connor came out of nowhere after beating Aldo and wanted to get a double championship thing going on, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, as a result of that, it was sort of like an interference, right? Like Khabib felt like Connor was interfering. So he called him a chicken, confronted Artem, and next thing you know, they get into this beef, and it led to the biggest fight ever in UFC's 155 division, if not all of the divisions in the UFC, the biggest fight ever.
Crazy.
So that's what led up to their rivalry. And now Artem is suing Connor. How
Is it?
weird is that?
Hey, Artem Sakurian.
Yeah, Artem is suing him
Oh, he's suing him. What?
because he's saying that he is the one responsible for giving Connor the idea of proper 12.
Okay.
Like, obviously, we're not alcohol drinkers, but you remember how hot proper 12 was last year? Everybody was talking about proper 12 or this and that. It was all over your face, at least in every combat sports space. Every PVC boxing, every Matchroom boxing, every Queensberry boxing. He was all over the place.
But,
And then every corner store that I would run into, they'd have like a proper 12 truck. And now all of that is gone, like, you know, like that. So you done effed up, Connor, but you know what? Alcohol is a curse from Allah anyway, and that's kind of the reason why he fell into, you know, that situation.
but happens, doesn't it? Tatiana Suarez next, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're
Looks
gonna find
good,
out
bro.
if it's all hype or if it's all real. All right, here we go. UFC 312 ready to go. Jake Matthews has been in the UFC for literally 11 years of his whole entire career, if you can really put that in perspective, right? Very experienced fighter at a young age, 31 years old, came into the UFC when he was 19, had almost a 50-50 UFC record, had up and downs, experienced decent grappling, okay, wins a lot with grappling, good counter, 73-inch reach, can outbox him on the back foot and is very slick. Now, Francisco Prado, a little less well-rounded, less experienced than Jake Matthews, likes to march forward and relies a lot on his chin, which I think if Jake Matthews decides to fight this very methodically, I think he's going to win by a decision on this one, edge this one out. I think the chin of Francisco is going to be too hard to put away. I think that there's going to be few exchanges or opportunities that Jake Matthews is going to see as a submission here. And yeah, I think that's where ultimately this fight is going to go by a decision. So next fight coming up, how about this? We have here Jimmy Crute. We got Jimmy Crute, okay, taking on Rodolfo Bellato. Okay, I'm going to go with Bellato on this one. Will create a lot of highlight moments in this fight, okay? He's got a good clinch, great dirty boxing. He's going to be very dangerous in a clinch, Rodolfo. Okay, he turned a tide and KO'd El-Kheer, if you remember, right? Real Beast had a great comeback against El-Kheer, if you remember that fight. So he's very durable. So he's going to be in a very exciting fight. Now, as for Jimmy Crute, he's a great grappler. Okay, he's KO'd Alonzo Menifield coming off of a long layoff. Okay, I think that his chin has healed after that. And here's the problem, right? I think maybe he's going to use the grappling to sort of ease his way into this fight. I don't think he's going to try to get into a firefight in any kind of way, but man, Rodolfo is all up and ready for the firefight. And I think that's where he really needs to take this to somebody like James Crute, who's been recovering and just coming back from a serious injury and having his chin healed after he had gotten, KO'd and coming off of a layoff, I suppose. But I don't think that is going to help him in any kind of way. I think the rhythm is going to be on the side of Rodolfo. So I'm going to go with Rodolfo with probably a KO in this fight at some point, going at a back and forth. So next fight coming up. Now, how about this? This is the all right, here we go. Jake Matthews coming in here trying to show new wrinkles to his game, a very improving boxing game and always an evolving grappling game on his arsenal that he's always had. Obviously, great submissions on the bottom and on the top. And also a newly convert to Islam. So shout out to Jake Matthews for that one. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Zayn?
Yeah.
Oh, you there?
Watching, yeah. Yes, my bro. Saurez is coming in now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, man, it's a bit late here. That's
Prado, not Saurez, but yeah, Francisco Prado was coming in, and yeah.
no, it's just some Argentinian fight coming in now.
Yeah.
Crazy. Who's he?
Yes. The new
Francisco Prado.
From from that region. Obviously, a very well-known region for soccer, but also well-known for boxing. And now they're trying to get their foot into the world of MMA. And they got a few guys, up in there. Ponzinibbio, one of the well-known names from that region. So,
Okay.
all right, main card now coming up. All right, everybody around the world, do not forget to like and subscribe. Also, check out Zayn Boxing Dosage live right here on this channel, and also check out his channel for boxing predictions, news, and events, and everything in between. Here we are live for UFC 12, Sydney, Australia, live from around the world, being covered not only in Sacramento, California, right here in Northern California to that Northern Cal slang, but also all the way out in London, the southern side of the UK, South London.
Appreciate that. Yes, bro. South London. Who's Jake Matthews? Is he good?
Yeah, Australian. He's already an 11-year veteran. Right? And he was in the UFC when he was 19 years old. And so it's quite interesting that he's fighting this guy who was 22 years old, sort of like this young prospect very early in his career, and sort of like an image bearer of himself early on during his time. Or in the beginning of his UFC career. So 11-year veteran, and he's only 31 years old. Francisco Prado is a 14-fight veteran and he's only 22 years old. Sort of in the same career line trajectory that Jake Matthews was at when he was coming up.
Okay.
But when Jake was younger, obviously he was fighting at a lower weight class, and he's sort of growing into this new weight class at 170 for himself right now.
Okay. It'll be a good fight.
Yeah, we're in for a good fight with this one, though. This is going to be a high-level fight. A good opener for the pay-per-view, too. So if you went for this pay-per-view, you're really getting a bang for your buck for this one. Although, a lot of people will have a lot of criticisms on the next cards coming up. The next fight's coming up in this card, you'll see. But for now, this right here, Jake Matthews and Francisco Prado about to be announced by none other than Bruce Buffer. It's time. Australia. Francisco Prado just classified his fighting style as street fighting. That's why Bruce was like, yeah, this man is a street fighter. You know, like sometimes they'll announce you as this man is a boxer and a wrestler. Here we go. Round one, Jake Matthews.
Round one. Let's go.
Good 1-2 shot by Matthews. Yeah, that's an interesting observation by DC. He said that Jake Matthews' punch goes where it's supposed to be and it goes back where it's supposed to be. So in other words, what he means by that is once he throws that jab, he goes back into his defensive position right away. He doesn't hang out there or, open or expose himself for too long. He goes in the offense, he goes back into defense, and that's ultimately the best way to really strike for MMA. Be in and be out of the way. That's the best way to mitigate damage because you know what? Like in boxing, right? You have such big gloves where you can protect yourself with those gloves as a shield. Whereas with MMA, there is very small gloves. There's very small chances of making a mistake. And the high-level ones are the ones that know how to, really keep all of those intact at all times, or at least most of the times within a high frequency of consistency.
Yeah. For sure, man. They're definitely smaller gloves.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Some good uppercuts and dirty boxing here by Jake. Yeah, Jake Matthews is definitely displaying a much faster rate than Prado. Nice way of swiping that kick away. Front kick right there by Matthews. Low kick by Prado. Nice kick exchanges here by Jake Matthews. Oh, nice roundhouse kick right there, but a good block by Prado. Now, sometimes what a lot of people don't understand about blocking kicks is that it can hurt your arms as well. See, your arms are not exactly the best block for heavy shins coming at you, which is why I say that one of the most highly emphasized aspects of MMA is defense, because you can't even afford to have somebody kick you the wrong way where your like wrists or your arms take the butt end of that damage.
Oh.
Oh wow, exchanges right here are wild in the last 20 seconds. I'm going to have to give round one to Jake Matthews, and look at that, finishing it with that roundhouse jumping kick right there. Oh, and then there's a 1-2 shot where he's pushing forward on Jake Matthews. Number one. What do you think?
Yeah, Matthews, bro. Damn. Matthews look good, bro. Yeah, I'll give it to Matthews that round.
Yeah, hands down, Matthews got that one.
Yeah,
he got it.
Action shot.
All right, here we go. Second round coming up. Oh, good one. Good one by Jake Matthews right here. Yeah, now Prado's got a really bad cut in his nose.
Damn, man. That cut looks bad. Well, it's not that bad, but you can tell.
Yeah. Yeah, Matthews is doing a very good job of backing him up, man. Because usually it is Prado that is the aggressor, and Jake Matthews is doing a very good job of offsetting him. You know, and again, I knew that his boxing was going to really be the factor here. Just beautiful, straight punches that he's going at Prado with.
Facts, bro. He's definitely winning this round as well.
He's catching a few of those low kicks. Getting a little comfortable with the boxing stance too. And that's the thing with being too comfortable in just keeping a boxing stance, is that you can put a lot of pressure in the front leg to where it makes the kicking it a lot easier to damage you. See, and there it is. There's another kick right there by Prado. He has to really watch out for that and be very cognizant of taking those kicks there.
Mm-hmm.
but their significant strikes right now looks pretty even. 38 versus 35 for Prado. Still a little bit even.
Yeah.
Now they're in the clinch positions right now, right up against the cage. Yeah, that's interesting. He said that one of the things he's trying to channel is his young inner aggression. And I think it's really important to understand that. Like, have the same aggression, enthusiasm that you had when you were younger, but also use the wits and the new knowledge that you gained as an older gentleman or as an OG of the game. And Jake Matthews is absolutely an OG of the game right now and the UFC. Very legit. Obviously, 11 years in the organization, right?
Yeah.
So he basically grew into the UFC.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that can be a good or bad thing, depending on who you ask or depending on the career trajectory of the fighter. But here we go. We got about 35 seconds left into the second round.
How would you score this round? Matthews again?
All right, so the corner of Prado is urging him to go for a single leg takedown every time they get to the fence. How about this? Ankalaev finally getting that Alex Pereira fight. You like this?
Hmm?
This is on Ramadan, I believe, because
Okay.
yeah, this is in the middle of Ramadan, bro. Because Ramadan is the 28th this month, and that's only now a couple of days into Ramadan.
Yeah.
So it's not
I
that
know
bad,
what-
right? He's not like in the middle of Ramadan. It's like literally he's taking the fight in the week of Ramadan.
Yeah.
Because there's
What do you
20
think that's gonna? Is he gonna be fasting?
Yeah. Just comes on, did that for the Gilbert Burns fight.
Oh shit! Oh yeah.
He fasted during the day, and then when he got to the arena, he just ate right there, and then he digested whatever he did. Then he prayed, Maghrib,
Yeah.
And that was it. And then he and then he got in that cage.
Yeah.
You know what
He's
I
a
mean?
beast.
Like extra skinny, because I mean, everyone's body is different, right? But I'm sure you feel that too. I get skinny during Ramadan, like easily. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I get really skinny. You know what I mean? Like but so if you notice in that fight, Kamzat doesn't look as like super buff or muscular the way that he normally does. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like right now, look at Jake, right? Matthews, right? Like that's what Kamzat looks like normally. He didn't look like that in the Gilbert Burns fight. He had that, Ramadan skinny.
Facts.
You know what I mean? And he
Mm.
still he still put it on Gilbert Burns.
Yeah, and he still won.
So just imagine he, did him at 100%. But I'm telling you, this is going to make Alex Pereira look so bad, that he's going to mess him up while fasting.
Yeah.
It's going to look so bad. And you know what? Here's the thing, right? I think Ankalaev can fight fasting because he has the kind of style to do it.
Okay.
As a matter of fact,
Mm.
like the reason why Khabib can't fight while fasting is because of his style. His style is very rapid, that you really have to put all your force and pressure into what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Ankalaev doesn't fight like that. He fights very smooth. He can strike you. He can box you for the entire fight. He can kickbox you, and he can do that all night long. Like his body is programmed to fight in a very monotone way if he has to.
Right.
So in other words, he doesn't really expend a lot of energy in the way that he fights if you watch a lot of Ankalaev's fights. That's what I think is in his mind, because if people are wondering, well, why are you taking this? Is it just because they're not going to give you an opportunity outside of Ramadan? Maybe so, right? Maybe it's it's a challenge, and maybe it's an even bigger test from Allah to Ankalaev. And look, think about it like this, right? Imagine the media behind this, because me, bro, I look at everything from a media standpoint, right? Like how the media is going to look at it, because this is what I'm trained to do as a public relations agent, right? So look at it like this. He wins in Ramadan. Can you imagine how big that story is going to be on March 8th?
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile,
Is
everybody,
he definitely fighting?
What's that?
Is he definitely fighting Ramadan?
Yeah, it's
What?
signed. It's signed, bro.
Okay,
This
it's
is
signed.
UFC 312. That's UFC 313.
Okay.
We're on it. We're on it. We're ready for it. And it's there. So yeah, that's what's going on.
Who's he
here.
fighting?
Alex Pereira for the title.
Oh shit.
For the
You think he'll beat him?
You know what? Every content creator in the MMA space that has the same knowledge I do, or has more knowledge than me, are giving Alex Pereira the nod for this one, and I'm going to disagree.
Shit. The odds are gonna be mad then, isn't it?
Because he's fasting.
Yeah.
And people know that. And he's not, and if you're a real one, and you're healthy, you're not going to break it for anybody, and especially not for no fight.
Facts.
You know what I mean? So he's going to do it. He's going to Hakeem Olajuwon it. You know Hakeem Olajuwon, right? NBA, Houston Rockets, 90 in the 1990s.
Yeah. Rings a bell.
He won the NBA championship. This was, of course, those years when Jordan decided to walk away, right? Go figure. It sort of gave him, a spot and opportunity to finally win a title, right? But when he did, he was doing it while he was fasting for Ramadan. NBA Finals, and then wins MVP. So, can Ankalaev be Hakeem Olajuwon? Inshallah, we will see.
Inshallah, bro.
A fun fight to look forward to during Ramadan.
Facts, bro.
You know what I mean?
I just hope the fasting don't affect his performance.
Well, remember what I said, right? His style is very monotone. It's not like when he goes out there. Look, let me tell you, the Gilbert Burns fight was difficult for Khamzat because Khamzat is all action, nonstop, in your face, 24/7, on you like white on rice.
Yeah.
And he's doing that while fasting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But look, I tell you what, man. He can do it. He can do it, bro. He can do it. Because, by that time, he'll already be replenished. That's all he needs.
Yeah.
He just needs 25 minutes of his life to get that over with, to get that out of the way. That's all he needs. He just needs to be like you're weak during Ramadan, right? But there are moments where you're strong in Ramadan, and that's during nighttime.
Yeah, facts.
So that's all you need. You just need to be strong 25 minutes. You don't need to be strong, for 10 hours of like a military operation. You know what I mean? Like, you just need 25 minutes. That's all he needs. Or maybe even less. But no, I think he's going to need more. I think he's going to win by decision. I think that it's going to really go down to the wire for him. All right. Yeah, he had a pre-planned call out. Jack Della Maddalena. Jack Della Maddalena. It's hard to say over and over again. But yeah, he's fighting in London. He'll be in your hometown. The Aussie. He'll be right there fighting Leon Edwards.
Jimmy Crute.
No, not him. Jack Della Maddalena, the other Aussie who was in the crowd. He's fighting Leon Edwards. And it's going to be a UFC London fight night. So,
Manchester. Oh, London.
Yeah, London. It's a London card, or is it a Manchester? If it is, confirm or let me know one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. Well, next.
All right. Well, the next fight is going to be Jimmy Crute and Prado. So here we go.
I thought there was talks of Khamzat fighting the winner of Strickland and.
It is, yeah. This fight is for Khamzat gets the winner of this fight. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right. Shout out to Israel Adesanya. I just saw that. The Fighter Wing Hall of Fame. Shout out to Kelvin Gastelum. That was a bloody fight. If you were there to see that live as it was happening, whether on TV or in person, that was amazing. That was an amazing fight. So well deserved. Well deserved.
Oh.
We got here Jimmy Crute. We got Jimmy Crute. Okay, taking on Rodolfo Bellato. Okay. I'm going to go with Bellato on this one. Will create a lot of highlight moments in this fight, okay? He's got a good clinch, great dirty boxing. He's going to be very dangerous in a clinch, Rodolfo. Okay, he turned the tide and KO'd El-Kheer, if you remember, right? Real Beast had a great comeback against El-Kheer, if you remember that fight. So he's very durable. So he's going to be in a very exciting fight. Now, as for Jimmy Crute, he's a great grappler. Okay, he's KO'd Alonzo Menefield coming off of a long layoff. Okay, I think that his chin is healed after that. And here's the problem, right? I think maybe he's going to use the grappling to sort of ease his way into this fight. I don't think he's going to try to get into a firefight in any kind of way, but man, Rodolfo is all up and ready for the firefight. And I think that's where he really needs to take this to somebody like James Crute, who's been recovering and just coming back from a serious injury and having his chin healed after he had gotten, KO'd and coming off of a layoff, I suppose. But I don't think that is going to help him in any kind of way. I think the rhythm is going to be on the side of Rodolfo. So I'm going to go with Rodolfo with probably a KO in this fight at some point, going at a back and forth. So next fight coming up. Now, how about this? This is the debut of Tallison Texeria. Not much we know about him, but look, Justin Tafa is very explosive, which will lead to an early KO finish in the first round. That's just how this fight is going to go. Now, I don't know why a UFC debutant like this is way up in the pay-per-view, but hey, by the end of the day, it is a hardcore fans fight. There's great fights in this card, competitive fights. This just isn't one of them. And Justin Tafa is going to get this one done real quick. Now, going into the co-main event of the evening. Okay, so we got the co-main event of the evening, okay? I'm going to believe that this is a 50-50 fight. All right, so that's who I got for that upcoming fight. Let's see how this fight goes. All right, here we go. Round one. All right, here we go. This fight is about to start. All right, Mark Goddard, referee of this fight. All right, round one. Here we go. Okay, good low kick by Crute right here. Yeah, Jimmy Crute's got some trunks on his legs right here. Ooh, but gets taken down. But in the process of that taken down, he transitions himself into a full mount position. Position that was not supposed to be favorable towards him ended up becoming more favorable towards him. Now, Bellato is in a very bad spot right now. Yeah, the inactivity of Jimmy Crute doesn't seem to be very much effective for him here. But also, he got himself in a very lucky position, right? This position that he got himself into was, very lucky. You know what I mean? In terms of him being able to get him down like this and just landing on him from these exchanges, right? Good ground and pound right there, sort of choking in, this part of his neck right here. Let's see if Jimmy Crute's stamina holds up from all this activity level, but that also goes for the other guy having to deal with all the weight that is being pressed upon him from the side of Jimmy Crute. Good elbows right here by Crute. Maintaining this half guard position right now. All right, very good. Very good transitions here by Jimmy Crute while maintaining top control position. Ooh, good one. Oh, wow, he just rocked him out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he just rocked him. You see that, Zayn? Oh, wow. Boom. And that is it. That is the end of the round. All right, here we go. Next round coming up. It's illegal to do that. Flying J. Oh, wow. Nice exchanges right here by Jimmy Crute. Oh, good one right here. Yeah, but it is a full event. I'm covering the whole full event, and it's a live stream. Like, what is clickbait about that? I'm live streaming. I'm putting on the whole event. I've been here the whole event. In fact, I've been here 5 hours before the entire card started. So it is a full event. 5 hours before the stream, before the actual fight stream that was going on, I was covering the entire fight card, talking about a wide range of topics while covering the entire card for 5 hours. That should at least earn your respect in some kind of way. That is, if you're a person that respects anything. And yes, I am here to commentate, and here it is. Jimmy Crute shooting for a takedown, single leg, actually gets it this time, but gets up from a scramble exchange. Now both of them are banging away on the top right here. Boxing away. Spinning kick to the body by Crute. of good shots right here. Ooh. Oh, good uppercuts right here by Jimmy Crute. Volume on Jimmy Crute is amazing, man. He's putting on a wide range of volume right now. The volume is absolutely insane on his part. Oh, there's a good lead right there. Ooh, spinning heel kick right there by Bellato. Jimmy attempts one himself. All right, here we go. The third and final round. All right, so both men looking a little bit tired in the third round right now, and very labored. And here's a shoot attempt by Jimmy Crute. Oh wow! As soon as Jimmy Crute goes in up, throws that. Yeah, he throws a hook right afterwards. 3 minutes left in the third round. Now Bellato's got Jimmy Crute down. 2 minutes left right now. Looking to get his back. That's what he should try to do right here. Okay, now they're back on their feet. I think Jimmy Crute is winning this fight. Some of the reasons why he's winning this fight is just based on the fact that his activity level. I think he had taken him down quite a few times. And in terms of ground control, well, yeah, it would be on Crute's part. But wow, look at this. Significant strikes in the third round is on Bellato. Under a minute left. Oh. After he hits him with that knee, he just looks at him like, and then there's Bellato with a little slap hook right there. Accidentally hits himself in the cage right there. That's kind of funny. All right, so that's the end of that. Let's see who wins this one. Now we're going to find out the decision. All right. So who do you have that fight winning with Crute and Bellato? Right in the comment section below.
Is that Alex Pereira there?
What's that?
Is that Alex Pereira?
Yes, yeah. He's
thought
I
it was
believe it's in the corner of Bellato. Wow, this fight is a draw. Wow. Well, I'm not mad at it. You know what? Because the fight was really close, so you can't be too mad at it. You can't be too mad at a draw. All right, March 29th, Brendan Moreno and Steve Jurcek back in. Okay, so. Oh, okay. That's March 29th. All right. Armin Sarukian is back in action after, obviously, with the injury that he had against Islam, or just right before the fight. He's going back in there to fight Michael Chandler. April 12th in Miami in their own fight night card, so it's not a numbered pay-per-view. And how about this, May 10th? Montreal. There's Dricus du Plessis arriving. Yeah, there's Sean Strickland. He looks worried, more worried than Dricus du Plessis, but you can't really tell because Dricus walked in there with some sunglasses. And it's already like afternoon time in Australia right now. All right, so now we got a heavyweight matchup right now. Justin Tafa taking on Texeria. Yesterday, Justin Tafa weighed in at 266, just right on the heavyweight limit. Justin, the bad man, Tafa. Seven and 0 for Texeria. All right, so now Texeria's walking out into the cage. The debut of Tallison Texeria. Not much we know about him, but look, Justin Tafa is very explosive, which will lead to an early KO finish in the first round. That's just how this fight is going to go. Now, I don't know why a UFC debutant like this is way up in the pay-per-view, but hey, by the end of the day, it is a hardcore fans fight. There's great fights in this card, competitive fights. This just isn't one of them. And Justin Tafa is going to get this one done real quick. Now, going into the co-main event of the evening. Okay, so we got the co-main event of the evening, okay? I'm going to believe that this is a 50-50 fight. I think this is going to go to a decision. But who is it going to go to? We're going to find out in just a second, okay? Now, they say that Tatiana Saurez is the female Khabib. Sort of a hype job, perhaps, by a lot of people. They say that she barely fights because of Well, there you have it, man. It's going to be an easy win for Justin Tafa. Let's check it out. Let's see if that happens. I believe it is. But you know what? This kid is undefeated, though, this Texeria guy. So you never know. You never know what we're dealing with here. West Auckland, New Zealand. Justin Tafa. All right, now Justin Tafa has entered the cage. And we are set to commence battle in just a few. All right, so here are the stats. 31, Justin Tafa. 25, Tallison Texeria. 6'7". But 6 feet only for Justin Tafa, 266, 263 at 6'7" for Tallison Texeria, 83-inch reach from Brazil. Let's see what Tallison Texeria can do here. All right, here we go. The action is about to commence right now. Round 1. All right, here we go. Round 1. Tallison Texeria towering over Justin Tafa. Front kick by Texeria, really utilizing those length and those size early. High head kick. Looking for a takedown right here. Gets in a clinch position against Justin Tafa. Maybe a bit of an indication to know that, oh, wow, he just hurt Justin Tafa right now. Can you believe it? He just finished Justin Tafa right now. Now, Justin Tafa is probably going to protest an early stoppage here. But yeah, when you do fall down like that, the referee has a lot of reason to be concerned. And look at this. Let's take a look at this. Boom. He goes and fakes an overhand right, only to go and try to shoot for a takedown. Gets in a clinch position, knees him in the body. From this clinch position right here, he throws another knee into the body, which debilitates his stomach, and then he lets his guard down and then throws an elbow, and then he finishes him right there. This is where it comes right here, is the elbow. Oh, right when that elbow comes, he gets dropped. Wow. There it is. And that is the end of it right there. And that is all she wrote. Wow, what a great UFC debut, beating Tafa like that. "35 seconds, okay. Says, is this better than anything you dreamed of? Obviously. Yeah, he made real quick work of him right here.
That was easy.
But that's heavyweight fighting for you, isn't it? You know, when two heavyweights are in there, anything can absolutely happen.
Facts, bro.
Real
Change
easy
us a
work for sure.
one punch or change it all. Damn.
Really, man. Really. Wow. But there it is, another undefeated heavyweight. You got him, then you got Mick Parkin, who, by the way, trains with Tom Aspinall, who's also a heavyweight. So, let's see here. What else is, yes, it is now the co-main event of the evening with the ladies. So, also, guys, don't forget to check out the full breakdown of this fight. And also, check it out also even after the event, right? See how my predictions have held up. What were the ones that I got wrong? Why did I get them wrong? What were the ones that I got right? Why were they right? And also, don't forget to write also yourself on the comment section below. Let me know what you think. The full event, we did the whole entire event right here. Now we're down to just 2 fights left. It's obviously going to be these 2 ladies right here. So let's take a look at and see what I had to say about these 2 ladies. We're going to find out in just a second, okay? Now, they say that Tatiana Saurez is the female Khabib, sort of a hype job perhaps by a lot of people. They say that she barely fights because of a lot of these injuries that she had going on. Now, she had cancer therapy treatment she had to go through, has been very inactive, but at the same time is very fresh, not as damaged as Weli Zhang. So you can kind of see why this is a 50-50 fight. Now look, Zhang is very fast, very explosive, very skilled, tremendous in the skill gap versus other fighters. Maybe except with this one, maybe her Achilles heel is wrestling, but very active. Okay, and the damage that she can cause hits very hard. Tatiana Saurez really needs to take this to the ground and take her there, keep her there, and don't let her up. At least up until she finishes her in some kind of way. But that's the only way that I see her winning this. As for Zhang, man, compared to the other females, she's very hard hitting, and it's going to be very difficult to deal with that. It's a very tough fight to score. Very tough fight to decide. But I'm going to go out of the limb, and I'm going to give Tatiana Saurez the benefit of the doubt as the new undisputed women's 125 champion. I believe this is 135 or 125, I believe. Okay. Yeah, I think that she's going to take this one by a decision. So, moving on to the main event of the evening. Sean Strickland versus Dricus du Plessis. Now, we've seen this fight already. Strickland, from the first fight, good takedown defense. Always good takedown defense. No one can... It's actually 115, to be accurate. Yeah, the weight class is 115. So that is the fight that we are going to witness right here. It is a 115 fight. So let's get this cracking and started because it is about to commence in a second right now. Live from Sydney, Australia. Little scenes of Sydney, Australia right here. Ooh. Looks like Zayn left here. It is probably very late in London right now. But what time is it in Sydney right now? It is probably in the afternoon. So. All right, so here comes Weli Zhang right now. Weli Zhang said she started practicing martial arts at age 6, all over the practice, and enjoyed it, she said. Said being UFC champion is a dream come true for her. Here she is choking out. What's her name? Farza. Now, I'm going to be very surprised if a knockout happens in this fight. I'm going to be very surprised. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if there is a knockout that could happen here, but I'm curious to see what kind of pressure Tatiana Saurez is going to put on her right here. All right, so we await them to enter the cage right now. All right, here we go. Tatiana has now walked into the cage. 11-0, undefeated record. And here comes Weili Zhang. All right, there's Weili walking out right now behind the scenes. Backstage. And we are live and we're about to commence battle. All right, here's Zhang Weili walking out. Everybody from around the world, don't forget to like and subscribe as you tap in. All right, so Weili Zhang is now in the cage. These girls are about to set and battle in approximately a few minutes from now. All right, here we go. Is the co-main event of the evening. And now. Tatiana Saurez. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, now the two ladies are facing off. Said sounded the bell. Handle your business, ladies. All right, here we go. 115 title fight. Weli Zhang signaling, hey, you want to shake hands? She said, sure. All right, so a little feeling out process between these two right now. Ooh, nice side kick right there by Zhang. But now here comes Tatiana Saurez, and what is she going to do? She's going to take Weli Zhang down. As I've said, in this fight, this is where Tatiana Saurez is going to have her bread and butter. First takedown surrendered by Saurez towards Weli Zhang. Weli Zhang, I don't think, has ever been taken down other than this. All right, so now she has the half guard position on top of Weli Zhang right now. All right, so very good top control on Tatiana Saurez so far. Okay, they get in a clinch position straight away early, and then out of nowhere, well, not out of nowhere, sort of what you expect out of Saurez, she takes her down. All right, there's DC right there shouting out his wrestling team mid-commentary. Quite an awesome promo for those kids on his squad. Oh, wow. She's got the guillotine on Weli. But now Weli, you don't want to get Weli on top. Let's see if she can handle Weli with Weli on top of her right here. But, oh, she's grabbing it again. Okay, now Weli got her down in the full guard position now with just about less than a minute left. Oh, wow. Very good transition there by Weli. All right, and that's the end of the round right there. He said, "You're good. You're numb. You're in the fight now." All right, here we go. Round number 2. All right, round number 2. I'm going to give round 1 to Tatiana Saurez. Tatiana Saurez did a very good job in round number 1. And as a result of that, I'm going to give it to her. I mean, Zayn had some moments all the way at the end, but it's an overall fight, and the ground control time is a factor. Now here, watch for the kicks of Weli Zhang, just these hard, rapid kicks that she's throwing, sort of like similar to Chun-Li in Street Fighter. And there it is, Tatiana Saurez getting that underhook. Once again, finding sort of the Achilles heel for Weli Zhang, which is this. All right, nice. Oh, she gets her down, but then Weli Zhang ends up getting on top of her, even though Tatiana Saurez was trying to take her down. Yeah, anytime Weili Zhang has her joints or anything that is dangerous around you, she's going to throw it. Elbows, fists, anywhere that is near you. Right? Even in these clinch positions right here. Oh, look at this. Weili Zhang is banging away. Just from these awkward positions that she got Tatiana Suarez in. But then here comes Tatiana going for another double leg. But then here comes Weili Zhang getting a guillotine attempt here. Now they're back in those double underhooks once again. Yeah, Tatiana is really putting a lot of pressure and a lot of effort into these takedowns in every single one of these fights, every single one of these exchanges in this fight. So now let's try and observe the breathing patterns of Tatiana. So far, so good. Obviously, it's... Oh, she just got rocked right there, walking into that straight shot by Weli. Wow, okay, there it is. She drives a double leg once again, and now another attempt of a double leg takedown towards Zhang. I told you guys, the way that I predicted this fight, 50-50 matchup. So, yeah. Oh, wow. So as soon as Tatiana Suarez tries to take her down, it is Weili Zhang that gets her down. I mean, she's doing a very good job at these scrambling exchanges. Very interesting position in the cage that they're at right now. So there is the Chinese commentators sitting side by side in the corner of Tatiana Suarez, which isn't too far away from where she's at. All right, and that is the end of the second round. I may have to give that to Weili Zhang. Yeah, I'll be fair. I give that to Weili Zhang, the second round. Yeah, that's right on the chin. She caught her right there. All right, round number 3. Oh, nice head kick by Weli right there. Yeah, Weli is very proficient on the striking department. What Tatiana needs to do is really emphasize taking her down. She may try to wait for Weli to throw a kick and try to get an opening to do a double leg takedown there, but then she's hitting her from up top. These are really good shots that she's hitting her with. Oh my goodness, she just rocked Tatiana Saurez with that shot. Desperation shot right there. Okay, good knees by Tatiana up close right there, pushing her back in. But then these punches from Weili Zhang are just really devastating, right? And you got to remember, this is the same girl that really put Joanna Jędrzejczyk in a bad state. If you've seen how she busted her up back in 2020, early 2022. Yeah, it may be a little bit harder to kind of take Weli down because she is a bit slippery at this position of the fight right now in the third round. Oh, wow, some dirty boxing shots right there by Zhang. Oh, man. Weili's looking for the finish. I can tell right now. She's sort of measuring her like a sniper, just waiting for the perfect shot and waiting for her to come in and utilize that speed that she has over Saurez. From what it seems, but look at this. What has Saurez got going on here? Yeah, these straight shots that Zhang is throwing is very deadly. Oh, good shots by Weli there. Okay, there we go. Now she's got the underhooks right there on Zhang. Okay, getting slippy there. Oh, nice elbows right there by Weli up close. $26, $25. Oh, wow. There we go. Good shot by Tatiana Saurez there. All right, here we go. Fourth round already in the fourth round. Yeah, so Tatiana Saurez needs to up the ante a little bit on this one. Ooh, how about that? Tatiana Saurez rocking Weli Zhang on that one. Oh, wow. Why is it every time she goes for a trip, Zhang does a very good job of just reversing her in these exchanges? $350, $349 of the fourth round. All right, here we go. Tatiana is down on the ground. Oh, look at this. Weli is looking for a submission. She's looking for an arm triangle choke here. Tatiana's got busted up knees, I believe, from trying to go for these takedowns. But look at Weli Zhang. Look at the strength. Okay, no, she didn't get it. Now she's on the full guard position. Tatiana's right on the bottom. Oh, here comes the guillotine attempt right here by Tatiana Saurez. It slips right off. Yeah, I think this is it for Tatiana Saurez right here. Her championship aspirations are certainly not going to be a factor tonight at all. But look at the ground control time that Zhang has had, right? Even though it is Tatiana Saurez that sort of initiated the takedowns. Yeah, she has to really try and land something big to hurt Zhang here, right? You know, I think these rinse and repeat wrestling approach is not working because every time she's trying to take her down, uh Zhang is somehow reversing these situations that's more favorable towards her than the wrestler who actually initiated the clinch and the trip. Oh, she just rocked her right there with that overhand right. Yeah, really far behind. Okay, now here it is again. She's going to go for this takedown again. But very good takedown defense on the part of Weli Zhang. Look at this balance right here. Just really good balance that she... Oh, look at this. However, I don't think Weli Zhang does have the energy as well to finish her. I just think that she has a little bit more on the gas tank than Saurez. And I think... yeah, it's like anytime Saurez goes and shoots for a takedown, and even if she's successful, it seems to just favor Zhang in these scrambling exchanges. And again, she didn't do bad. You know what I mean? It's just that this is one of those situations that Zhang was just one step a little bit better than her at any step of the way. Yeah, the domination of Weli doesn't require a finish for this one. Yeah, dominating performance by Weli Zhang here. Undoubtedly a dominating performance. There's no doubt about it. All right, so right now, what we're going to go through right now is the co-main event, and then we're going to work all the way down from the prelims all the way to the main card. And then from this point, we're going to react to the main event and break down the whole entire card just from this portion alone. So here it goes. In the beginning of the night, we had John Metcalf, and by the way, this is not in any order, okay, and Kevin Jousset. This was my favorite fight of the night. Obviously, there were a lot of favorable fights of the night, maybe even the main event, and the co-main event wasn't bad as well. But this particular fight right here, I really took favors in terms of the striking. It was a Muay Thai fight, but by the end of it, the volume of Jonathan Micalff is a lot more superior, and by the end of it all, he got the win and deserved the win. But the volume is what won, and the accuracy is what won, and that was that. So moving on to the next fight of the night. Jubili getting knocked out in 19 seconds. Okay, 19 seconds by UFC debutant Quillan Scotland. 19 seconds. Okay, he didn't even throw a single punch. Not even a single punch. One attempt, and then that was that. Just a few shots. That's all that he needed. Done. Next fight, Zhu versus Wrong. One takedown from Cody, constantly trying to take him down, but it wasn't enough. The striking of Zhu was just way too accurate. 51% versus 28%. But it was great. They were brawling in the end, sort of like a Max Holloway and Ricardo Lamas type of situation. Ricardo Lamas. The Lamas guy, you know, and the Justin Gaethje fight, very similar to that. Hold on, let's take a look at the co-main event decision right now. And still, so obviously Weli Zhang won that one, rightfully so. So before we take a look at the rest of the cards, okay, Cody Steele and Zhou Rong, yeah, Zhou Rong deserved that one. Let's take a look at the co-main event first, okay? Weli Zhang versus Tatiana Saurez. So the constant takedowns of Tatiana Saurez, it just wasn't enough. Every step of the way, every time Tatiana was trying to create trips, create takedowns, the scrambling of Weli Zhang was just too much, and it was just too much to handle. And as a result of that, it was one of these situations where it showed the levels of championships among champions versus contenders, just the two contrasting difference between them. So great job on Weli Zhang. The ground control time was on her side too. So every time Tatiana tried to trip her, Weli transitioned into a more dominating position for herself, creating that control time. And in the accuracy between them, Tatiana wasn't too far, but the volume on Weli Zhang was just out of this world. So that's the co-main event. Let's take a look at the rest of the cards. Obviously, we have the main event coming up. What else do we have here? What else do we have? We got, how about this? Colby Thickness versus Alexandre Topuria. 5-round decision. Colby wasn't able to get any takedowns off of this guy. The clinch positions were dominant on the part of Topuria. The accuracy in the punches was on Topuria's side. I mean, the boxing was just absolutely amazing, and it showed. But again, this is not indicative of Colby being a bad fighter in any kind of way. In fact, this just showed that he fought probably a top future contender in this division, and we got to witness it right here. And perhaps maybe he can be somebody that would be up there with him later down the line, maybe in the championship type of setting, championship fight, maybe a #1 contender, maybe a title eliminator. These guys are going to meet again, just like Islam Makhachev and Armin Sarukian were supposed to. Wang Cong versus Bruno Silva. Now, I was very surprised of how good Wang Cong was in this fight. I was expecting Wang Cong, honestly, to not show up like this, but she showed up like this. The strikes were hard, they were fast, and the takedowns were accurate. She got the takedown, she got the control time, and she got the accuracy and the volume on top of it. That was all she wrote. Next one, Tom Nolan versus Vyacheslav. Now, Tom Nolan was very good at using a lot of his range in this fight, right? Using a lot of his kicks, just being one step ahead over Vyacheslav. Now, look at the volume that he has here. Wasn't as accurate, but the volume was enough to really cause a disruption in the game of Boraschev. That was all that she wrote. Tom Nolan deserved that win. Decision win for him. Moving on. Hey, like I said, I predicted there was going to be a lot of decisions in this fight, right? So Jack Jenkins taking on Gabriel Santos. Submission by Gabriel Santos. Out of nowhere, he gets a submission, and I really thought Jack Jenkins was going to ride this one out. I honestly really thought that he had the chance to win this, but he didn't. He didn't. It was a back and forth fight. It was out of nowhere, and Gabriel Santos got the choke and got the win right in the third round, and that was all that she wrote right there. Main card. Jake Matthews taking on Francisco Prado. Now, the boxing of Jake Matthews was the overall story. The accuracy. The accuracy was allowing him to control the pace of the fight, and look at the volume. He put on a lot of volume. There were no takedown attempts on Jake. There was one attempt, like 6 attempts by Prado. He got Jake one time, but this was Jake's fight to win. The accuracy, the aggression. Jake got this one. Curious to see what he does right after this, but this is a good win for Jake, and it would have been a great win for Francisco as well, but Francisco is very young. He's 22 years old. He's sort of in the same position that Jake Matthews was when he came into the UFC. He was 19 years old, one of the youngest guys in the roster, and now he's an 11-year veteran. I can picture Francisco being that same guy, having longevity in the UFC and having the type of longevity where he pretty much is now a UFC veteran after 10 years. He's going to be in the UFC for a long time. This is not a loss that he should be discouraged by, but great on Jake Matthews nonetheless. Moving on. We got Jimmy Crute versus Rodolfo. Now, this is a draw. Am I mad at it? Not really. Obviously, the volume was on the side of Jimmy Crute. The takedown was on the side of Rodolfo. It could have gone either way. Look, in any given night, it is really about who the judges are and who shows up that night. And you know what? Whoever the judges were that night, they just happened to score that as a draw. I tell you what, settle this in a rematch in a bigger card, maybe in a main card of some sort, maybe in the next Australia card, a next New Zealand card, or maybe a Middle Eastern card, or the next Brazilian card. Whatever card is up next, these two guys need to settle this once and for all. Great fight nonetheless. Here we are. So Justin Tafa taking on Tallison Texeria. 35 seconds, not really a lot to go by right here. Right front kick by Tallison in the beginning of the fight. Gets a clinch position. Knees to the body. After that, follows up with an elbow. Finishes Justin Tafa. That was all she wrote. Justin Tafa didn't even throw a single punch. And then on top of that, he protested that whole entire fight. And again, it is up to the referee's discretion and what they think is safe and what isn't. Well, now we got Weli Zhang taking on Tatiana Saurez. We just saw that fight. We broke it down. And again, no matter what she was going to do, it wasn't going to help. The biggest weapon that Tatiana Saurez had going into this fight was her takedowns. And every time that she tried to take her down, it didn't help. It was nothing. It was like that. Nothing. She couldn't do anything. Every time she took her down, she went and out-scrambled her and got back on her feet. And even took her, well, she didn't take her down. There was one time she took her down. I don't know if you should count that as a takedown, but it is what it is. Obviously, it was because of the missteps that she took while she was going for these trips. But ultimately, it led to Weili Zhang being able to gain top control and top position and control time on top of it, which ultimately is what won her the fight. So, congratulations to Weili Zhang. Look, Tatiana Saurez, just like what I said in the Prado fight with Jake Matthews, she's very talented. She can take this loss and look at what she needs to improve to move to that next level of being a championship fighter. Because right now, the staple and the status quo of the women's 115 division is Weili Zhang. And we found out why. We found out what it is that makes her that. And Tatiana has to adapt in order to become champion at some point. So that is what we got right now. Right now, we are on the verge of watching the main event, and we're going to break down this main event while we are watching the main event as well. So the main event of this evening. He says he does nothing right, but it always works out. That's quite an interesting assessment by Sean Strickland there. And he's kind of right. He does nothing right, but you know what? It always works out, right? What does he mean by that? Well, what he means by that is that Dricus du Plessis is a very sloppy fighter. But the reason why he's sloppy is because he trains hard. He trains under hot conditions, under extreme conditions of the weather, or whether the situation, like, for example, getting tased while training. So that means he's not going to look like a technical fighter, because the way that he fights is based on reacting to survival mechanisms such as adrenaline. And sometimes the lack of control of adrenaline can be good and can be bad. But now here comes Sean Strickland walking out right now, just as we are going to break down this main event in the future while reacting to it live. And Sean Strickland's choice of music goes dun 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 dun. Now, I would not be surprised if, for whatever reason, maybe Sean gets knocked out in this one. There is a possibility of that. You always have to be cognizant of that reality. So no. Now, I got to be honest with you, as I'm looking into Sean's eyes right now with his new look, new mustache, sort of like a crossover between Usyk and Triple H from back in the day, or Stone Cold with no goatee. He looks scared. He looks nervous. But you know what? He always looks like that. He looked like that when he fought Izzy, but he looked great when he fought Izzy. He looked like that against Paulo Costa, but he looked great against Paulo Costa. Well, he looks like this right now. He can easily look good tonight against Dricus du Plessis, and Dricus du Plessis is on his way out of the cage right now. Yeah, Sean Strickland all throughout the week was an absolute social media star, right? Anytime he was doing interviews with DC, it was somewhere in the 800Ks. Every time he was doing some sort of podcast with the Nelk Boys or anything like that, he was doing numbers. He was doing numbers everywhere. And then there's Alex Pereira right there in the corner of Sean. Now, a lot of people sort of made a lot of speculation as to what that means with having Sean, having Alex Pereira in the corner of Sean. And many are pointing to the fact that maybe Alex Pereira is building a future fight against Dricus du Plessis. Looks like Dricus du Plessis is coming out to some South African folk music of some sort, or maybe some sort of local music that they have there. He's got the South African flag draped around his body. He is walking out into the arena. Welcome to Sydney. And right there is the exit that we see, those cars that are parked right there, ready to bring the fighters out when they leave the arena later on. And here comes Dricus coming through the entrance. Now Dricus is walking, sort of looking at the crowd, taking the moment in, looking at everybody, holding his flag high up in the air as he is walking down into the cage. Having a little shadow boxing with the flag on his hand. So another thing about Dricus that I think is worth mentioning is the conditioning program that he often cites, right? Now, look, this conditioning program that Dricus does is absolutely brutal, okay? It involves high heat, a lot of shock therapy in terms of being tased if you're not doing a technique correctly. I mean, it is just absolutely out of this world. And I think it's a little bit different than what everybody is doing. So it is a very interesting concept in the way that they train down there in South Africa, and in particular, the team of Dricus du Plessis. So now here comes Dricus. He is now stepping into the prep point, the crypto.com prep point. And keep in mind that the winner of this is set to face Khamzat Chimaev. Khamzat Chimaev is going to face the winner of these two. And I would rather see Sean win, but I wouldn't be mad if Dricus wins. Now, here's the thing. If Dricus wins, we're going to have a hard fight between Khamzat Chimaev and Dricus du Plessis. Okay? Because I think that Dricus du Plessis can be a very bad matchup for Khamzat. But if it was Sean Strickland, the banter and the trash talking and the promotion going into that fight would absolutely be amazing. The personality of Khamzat and the personality of Sean clashing, and then there's a cultural aspect to it too, because let's be honest, Sean Strickland is pro-Israeli and Khamzat Chimaev, we don't need to go there. So there's that interesting dynamic. But also, what needs to be understood about this is that any of these two guys can win at any given night. And Any one of these guys can take Khamzat on, and any one of these guys can beat Khamzat, but both of these guys can also get beat by Khamzat. It just all depends on who wins tonight. So if Sean was to win, yes, he goes on to fight Khamzat, but what if he doesn't? Where does he go? Who does he fight next? What about DDP? What if he loses? Where does he go? Who does he fight next? How long does it take for him to come back to the title picture? And how about this also to take into serious consideration? What if this fight goes into a draw tonight? Are we just going to dismiss Sean? Because obviously a draw means that we're going to give it to Dricus du Plessis, right? Does that mean we just give it to Dricus and then let him fight Khamzat instead? Maybe. Or are we going to allow them to fight again for a trilogy, which, by the way, leaves Khamzat out? So those are all the questions that we want answered after this fight, after this main event. And we're about to witness it right here. Is it going to look as bloody as the first time? Look at the first time around. Look at this blood. This is from the first fight. This is not from the fight right now, just so you guys know. Okay? Oh, and look, they're back to the black gloves. They are back to the black gloves and no longer the championship gloves. Because notice, Dricus is not fighting in the black championship gloves. So that's another thing that I've noticed. They usually now, remember, they had the gold gloves for the Islam and the Dustin Poirier fight, and I think that was the first fight that they tried to experiment this on. So now they're back in black. All right, so now Sean Strickland is being announced. And then there's that staff in the left arm of Sean Strickland that a lot of people have been citing all throughout the week. All right. Dricus du Plessis. Pretoria, South Africa. All right, so here we go. Now, Sean and Dricus are now facing each other, center of the cage. Mark Goddard is a referee, giving them instructions in the middle of it. Now they are back in the corner. Here's Dricus du Plessis going down, lowering his level, looking like he's about to signal shooting in. So now we go from the rematch now to this. Okay, the current fight right now that we are watching. So here we go. Round one. Here we go. Now they meet in the center of the cage. 456, 445, 450. Jab by Sean Strickland. Try to walk Dricus down while Dricus is circling around. Nice high kick by Dricus right there. Dricus looks like he's looking to finish with Sean. He doesn't look like he's messing around and messing about with Sean. He's looking to try to end this early. But if he wants to keep this standing and potentially get a 5-round decision, he can fight like that too. Because let's make no bones about it. It's not easy to take Sean out. The only man that has really taken Sean out was Alex Pereira. And then right after that, Sean went on to fight as a champion. Ooh, nice head kick. Nice switch kick right there by Dricus. There's another one. Stepping jab right there by Dricus. Low kick by Dricus. Look at Drickus parrying these shots right here. There it is. Front kicks by Sean right here. This is what he was looking to do right here, was throw some of these front kicks. Low kicks right there by Still Knox. Okay, nice. 1-2 shots right there by Sean. I just have this weird feeling that Drickus might get a finish here. I don't know why. I just feel it like Sean just has to make one mistake and Du Plessis is going to take him out. Or maybe it could be the other way around. I mean, maybe there's some wrinkles in Sean's game that shows he's got new knockout power. There it is, spinning back kick by Du Plessis right there. Misses. Now, the rhythm that Sean Strickland is trying to fight on, I feel like Drickus has a way of offsetting it with a little bit more aggression, a little bit more to his step, just throwing a lot of explosive shots. This is the way that he's trying to offset Sean Strickland right now. See, there's a stepping jab right there with an emphasis of a lot of jumping into the technique. There's a front kick by him, switching stances. Again, you know what he's doing right now? 153, 152 of the first round. He is literally now imitating what Strickland is doing, while also mixing it up with his own style and then throwing some spinning back kicks as well right here. Ooh, nice head kick right there by Drickus Du Plessis. Oh, nice. Got 1 minute left into the first round, and so far, very good on the striking of Drickus Du Plessis. He looks like he's really matching the striking that Sean Strickland can do. Like, for example, a lot of front kicks, a lot of jabs. Also, he's mixing in spinning back kicks as well. And then, look, he's going for some counter shots right there. And then there's another question mark kick that he's throwing at Sean right here. And there's a nice body kick right there by Drickus. Follows it up with a straight right hand. Now switching stances. 20 seconds, 18 seconds, 16 seconds left in the first round. All right, so first round, that is the end of it. I'm going to give that first round to Drickus Du Plessis. The aggression, the counter shots that he took at Sean. And Sean doesn't look hurt. Sean looks like what Sean usually looks like, but a little bit frustrated because he sort of feels like and understands that Drickus has his number. The corner of Sean Strickland is urging him to throw the leg kicks because it's right there. So look at this. He's standing on his stool. He's standing. Both of them are standing with no stool. And he was almost standing midway into the cage just to sort of try and intimidate the space of Drickus Du Plessis. All right, so here we go. Round number 2. 453, 452, 450 of the second round. And there it is, a little oblique kick attempt by Dricus. Both of them having really good check kicks right there. Really good job at lifting that knee up in order for them to prevent any leg kicks from coming in. And there's Dricus right there with a leg kick from the bottom. There's a front kick by Sean Strickland. Typical showing of Sean Strickland to do exactly that. Yeah, good body kick right there by Sean Strickland. I'm sorry, by Dricus. Now, the volume seems to be on the side of Dricus du Plessis right now. Okay, there's a front kick right there by Sean. Yeah, there's no crazy and reckless actions by Sean Strickland at all. Okay, there's another oblique kick right there to the knee by... Whoa! It's a nice little overhand right there by Sean. Okay, again, very good job of Dricus to do all these jumping, like just basically jumping right in. Right, he jumps right in and lunges himself into these jabs, and then also maintaining the stance switching while also maintaining the low kicks. So if he's not stance switching, he's throwing low kicks and then mixing those in between, while also emulating and mirroring the style of Sean. Low, like high volume, like 50 to 60% shots with a high volume while also throwing hard kicks. Now it looks like there's blood coming out of Sean's lip, or right underneath his lip, right in his chin is bleeding. That might have been a shot from Dricus. Now we got about 2 minutes left in the second round. Ooh, good one. He just lunged in there. There's another head kick by Dricus. Yeah, there hasn't been a single takedown attempt in this fight yet. Oh, and there's another high kick by Dricus. He's doing a very good job at connecting with these high kicks. Oh, spinning back fist right there by Dricus. Spinning back kick right there by Dricus. And then there's a low kick right there to follow up. Yeah, Strickland needs to throw more. He's not really throwing a lot, and he's not matching volume of du Plessis. Now, look, these are two high-level guys, and as a result of that, you got to understand that they're going to be neck and neck, right? But what is separating du Plessis here is the volume and the creative shots and creative striking arsenal that he's throwing at Strickland. For example, he's throwing spinning back fists, he's throwing spinning back kicks. On top of that, he's throwing question mark kicks, he's throwing roundhouse kicks, and doing different scenarios that Sean Strickland is just kind of sticking to the meat and potato basics while also sort of really decreasing his volume while du Plessis is increasing his volume. And this is going to affect him in some kind of way, right? All these leg kicks that he's throwing, that has to affect him in some kind of way. And he's doing a very good job of just connecting on Sean right now. There's a body jab right there. Now, that is the end of the second round, going into the third round right now. Again, I give 2 rounds up to Dricus du Plessis right now. And the bleeding on the bottom chin of Sean Strickland's not really helping. It's not the worst. It's not the worst, but it's not good for the judges, right? Because obviously in Canada, when they fought there, they gave the fight to Dricus du Plessis because of the headbutt. But now look at Sean. He's not sitting down in between the rounds. I don't know if this is because, all right, you know what? You know that this guy has good cardio. Okay, but I got to be honest with you, right? The fact that he is standing after 2 rounds, it kind of shows you that he's not putting up enough volume. And here's another thing, too. I think that if he loses this fight, which he is on the verge of losing it right now, the Australian government, well, the government really has no say, but let's just say the media, or at least the media wing of the government in Australia, they're going to have a lot to say about Sean Strickland, and they're going to stick it to him based on the results of this fight. So Sean Strickland really needs to do something different right now in order to sort of curb the haters. All right, so now Dricus is continuing on with some different fakes. He's doing a very good job of switching stances, once again, faking, throwing these different kicks. And Sean Strickland is not understanding what Dricus du Plessis is doing right now and what he's got going on.